Next day, as my self-pity continued, the doorbell rang, and I was shocked to find Danny outside. What are you doing here? I couldn't get engaged to Regina. You were right about everything, and she's not the one for me. I'm choosing you. Look, man, that speech was just embarrassing. I take it back. I choose you anyway. You said we won't work. We have to at least try and find out, because I love you too, Cece. And we argued happily ever after. If you like my story and want to hear more of this style, comment Cece, our shaking MCC. Hi, my name is Elsie. I used to be one of the greatest musicians of all time. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll excel at your hardest subject. Growing up in a small town in Nebraska without siblings was super boring and lonely. I didn't like playing with toys by myself, so my parents would send me outside no matter how much I complained. There's nothing to do outside.
You could ride your bike.
But they wouldn't let me go anywhere since I was only 8, so I would ride in circles around the driveway. School wasn't much better. I'd fall asleep in class, and all the kids were boring too, except for my best friend Gina. You want to help me with my science project? Sure. We made a volcano that blew up at the science fair, and a robot that went insane and tried to kick the teacher. The glitches may have been my fault, but Gina was always positive. It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's how we get better. Even Gina's life was more fun than mine. At least her parents took her on fun vacations. In high school, I realized that my life was lame because I wasn't special. I was an ordinary girl with ordinary parents and ordinary grades, and I just blended into the background, unlike a mean witch named Ashley. Look at her, she's so amazing.
Wow, she's beautiful and talented.
Ashley always got the leads in the school plays. She was head cheerleader, the student body president, and my worst enemy. It all started when I accidentally spilled some grape juice outside her dressing room on the night of the school play, and Ashley slipped and sprained her ankle. It was an accident, I swear. No one believed me because I was Ashley's understudy and ended up taking her place even though I wasn't very good. From then on, Ashley made my life miserable. She barred my entry into all the clubs and convinced the cheerleading coach not to let me try out too. How was I supposed to find a talent that made me stand out? Then one day in 10th grade, I was watching videos on my computer when I came across a girl playing the violin, and I was mesmerized. The video had a gazillion likes. She had sponsorships and a dozen fan pages, and she traveled all over the world playing to sold-out auditoriums. I knew right then that I wanted to be just like her. I begged Mom to sign me up for violin lessons. But they must have given me a broken violin because when I tried it, nothing but these awful screeches would come out of the stupid thing. Screech, squeak, screech, squeak. But my newfound love of music could not be ignored or abandoned. I just needed to find the right instrument. Next, I tried a guitar. Then I quit because the strings hurt my fingers. Singing seemed fun and easy, so I sang all the time. In the shower, at the breakfast table, on road trips, during my parents' important phone calls, late at night, until they finally screamed, "No more singing!" They should have said something sooner. It hurt my throat more than it hurt their ears. Finally, the piano. And the teacher was my own grandmother. She could play music better than the violin girl, and even taught me some easy songs. I was so excited, I invited Gina over to hear me play. That's really cool. You're so talented. Did I become a great musician right then? I wish. Is that the only song you know? Can't you play something else? Somehow, months passed and I could only play the same lame pieces. I hated practicing. It was tough and frustrating, and it took forever. Slowly, I kinda gave up on my dream of becoming some musical genius. It just seemed too far out of my reach. But then something happened in 11th grade that changed my life forever. I don't remember much after my parents dropped me off at the fair. One minute I was walking past the petting zoo and sending Gina a text. Then suddenly I heard a loud shriek. Ee-haw! Then an angry donkey kicked me in the head and sent me flying into the side of a circus tent. I woke up in the hospital. My ears were ringing. Strange sounds and colors were going through my head. It's like I was seeing music? The doctor said I was fine and released me from the hospital, but on the way back home, I begged my parents to stop at Grandma's house. Oh dear, what happened? I ran to Grandma's piano, sat down, and started to play, and I was amazing! I could play any piece of music with perfect ease. I could even make up new music on the fly. It was all so clear and effortless.
My goodness, where has she been practicing? Why, she sounds even better than me on my best day.
Grandma entered me into a local piano competition, and I blew everyone's mind. I won first prize. People ran up to me to get my autograph, and I was even on the news. Ashley was so jealous. An agent came to my house and asked my parents if he could represent me. And soon, I was playing gigs in so many cities. I was so busy, I missed Gina's birthday. So sorry, my schedule's been packed. I'm a superstar, you know. Oops, that's my agent. I'll call you back later, okay? Many successful concerts later, I was ready for a break. Zach, the most popular boy in school that I'd been crushing on since the 6th grade, invited everyone in class to his pool party. And I was so there. And I asked Gina if she wanted to tag along. We were supposed to go to the Science Museum today, remember? The Science Museum is boring. Can't we go another day? But today's the last day to see the electron microscope lab. I convinced Gina to skip the lame science exhibit and join me. Sitting on deck chairs, I shared my adventure with all the popular kids. My life definitely wasn't boring anymore, but Gina didn't seem impressed. In fact, her bad attitude was messing up the vibe. We should have gone to the Science Museum. I'd rather watch paint dry than see Ashley and her friends prance around in bathing suits. It's a pool party. You're supposed to wear a bathing suit. There's no one even in the pool. This is such a stupid waste of time. Gina, that's rude. Why are you trying to spoil things for me? I can't believe you're being so selfish. I'm selfish? First, you forget my birthday, and then you make me miss the exhibit for this ridiculous party so you can impress all these kids that you don't even know. You've changed, and I don't like it. I haven't changed. You're just jealous. It's okay. Everyone can't be as awesome as I am. Well, you can be awesome by yourself. I'm leaving. I didn't like falling out with Gina, but it seemed like she just couldn't be happy for me. I was a shining star. I was living my best life. Maybe I just needed new friends to match. Then, Zach was suddenly standing right next to me.
Hey, aren't you that girl who's so good at piano that she's already on tour?
Something like that.
That's so cool. And you're playing in the talent show next week, right?
Yeah. I hadn't heard about it, but it sounded like kiddie stuff compared to what I'd been doing.
Sweet. I can't wait to hear you play. See you around, Elsie.
Zach walked away, and all the girls couldn't stop drooling over his perfectly sculpted muscles. I got up off my towel and dove into the pool, but it must have been the shallow end because the next thing I knew, I woke up back on my deck chair looking into Zach's handsome face.
She's awake. Elsie, are you okay?
Ow, my head. I think I hit my head.
On the bottom, yeah. You should have a doctor check.
I'll be fine. But I wasn't fine. After I passed out face first into my soup at the dinner table that night, my parents took me to see the doctor. He said I had a concussion and had to stay home for a week. I agreed, but only for 1 week. There was no way I was gonna miss that talent show if Zach was expecting me to be there. I was backstage when the day finally arrived, awaiting my turn to perform. I should have been excited, but something was wrong. Something felt different inside my head. I couldn't see the music anymore. My heart pounded as I walked on stage, feeling dizzy with panic. I sat down at the piano, but it didn't have that comfortable, familiar feel.
Yeah, Elsie.
The auditorium fell silent. By the time I touched the keys, my hands were shaking. I started to play, and I was horrible. Every note was off key, and the melody was all wrong. Zach and his parents covered their ears, a baby started crying, and a few dogs ran up to the windows and howled. Then everyone laughed. I jumped up and ran out, crying. It was over. Whatever gifts the mule had given me disappeared when I'd struck my head on the bottom of the pool. It was so unfair. I had everything I'd wanted, only to have it taken away at the worst possible time. Gina called me a few times and sent text messages to see if I was okay, but I didn't answer. I was so ashamed. I had no idea how to explain my story, and I had no desire to show my face at school. That winter, Grandma sold her house and everything she owned when she moved into a nursing home. But the one thing she insisted on keeping in the family was her old piano. When it was delivered to our house, I hated looking at it. It just reminded me of everything I'd lost. One day, I was sitting on the porch when Gina came up to me. "Are you okay?" "No, my life is over. I'll never play piano again, and no one will ever like me, and I'll live a boring life forever, and I was a jerk to my best friend." "Well, You were a real jerk to me, but the rest of the stuff just isn't true. There's no reason you can't play piano again. Maybe you just need to practice. Over the next few days, I couldn't get Gina's words out of my head. Maybe you just need to practice. I remembered that Grandma had told me the same thing. So I pulled out my old music books and sat at the piano and gave it a try. And it turns out, practicing isn't so bad. In fact, it wasn't long before I realized it becomes easier as you go. Plus, with Grandma teaching me over video chat, I actually understood what I was doing and why. I continued taking lessons from Grandma through the rest of high school. Gina and I started hanging out again. I even saved up my allowance to get us tickets to travel to the electron microscope lab that was 2 states away. Gina was right all along. My life wasn't over, it was just different. Now, you might be wondering, whatever happened to Zach? At first, I thought he was avoiding me after the talent show disaster. But then come to find out, he'd left town, and no one really knew why. I eventually stopped asking about Zach. I was too busy with school and piano for boys anyway. By the 12th grade, I was finally ready to play piano in front of an audience. You should enter the talent show. I don't know. Come on, you can do it. I think you could even win. Gina kept insisting, so I decided to sign up. The line was huge. Ashley and the other cheerleaders were in front of me. If we do the same routine from regionals, we'll blow the roof off this place. And that trophy is ours. I edged my way through the group, wrote my name at the bottom of the list, and the word piano beside it. Since when do you have talent, Elsie? Since I started practicing music. Then why do I seem to remember your spectacular failure last year? Didn't that bump on the head, turn you stupid or whatever? No, look at the dummy. She can't even speak. Get ready to lose, loser. You don't stand a chance against us. I stayed up all night practicing. On the night of the competition, I waited backstage for my turn. The moment Ashley and the cheerleaders took the stage, they were incredible. Even though I would play Beethoven, my little piano piece didn't stand a chance. And right before my performance, the power went out. Great! I took a deep breath and stepped on stage. Cell phone flashlights and displays blinked on throughout the audience like a brilliant starfield. I sat at the piano. There was just enough light to see the keys. I played the famous Beethoven piece to oohs and ahs and a standing ovation that led to winning the talent competition. I'd done it, not from a freak accident, but for real. Oh, and there was even a nice bonus. I ran into Zach in the lobby afterward.
You were amazing.
Thanks, but where have you been all this time?
China, exchange student program. I wanted to keep in touch, but everything happened so fast and it was my only chance. I couldn't even look you up on social media because the government restrictions kept me totally off grid. Really glad to be back though.
Me too.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you give lessons?
Only if you practice. Shall we say Wednesday after school?
It's a date.
It had been a day. My evil nemesis had taken my spot as valedictorian, a solid gold helicopter landed in my backyard, and I was being stalked by a prince. And it all began when I almost went into a coma. It all started as I was walking around the school garden. I spotted my favorite purple flower, but as I held it up to my nose, I panicked when I heard that all too familiar buzzing sound. I tried to swipe it and run away, but it came right at me. Ow! I dropped everything, fell to my knees, and desperately searched for my medicine. You see, I was severely allergic to bees, and if I got stung, it was just moments before I would stop breathing.
I've got you.
I turned to see Chandler, the mysterious new student at school who always wore dark sunglasses and a long coat, holding my medicine and rushing toward me just as I passed out. As I woke up, I was staring into the most beautiful yet unfamiliar face I had ever seen smiling at me. Who is this?
You're okay. I gave you your injection just in time.
I touched his face and realized that I was in his arms. I must be hallucinating because one of your eyes is brown and the other is blue.
Must be the way the light is hitting it.
He suddenly got uncomfortable and jumped up quickly, putting his dark coat and glasses back on. I immediately pushed him away when I realized it was Chandler. Wait, were you watching me?
Don't be so dramatic. This isn't your private garden. Besides, I only saw you because you were running in circles screaming like a lunatic.
I looked around to gather my things and pick myself up. And what's with the outfit, Dracula? Are you afraid I'm going to discover your secret identity? and as I turned towards him, he was already gone. Okay, no one ever has to know that the class weirdo saved my life, or that for a minute I thought about him as someone other than a Twilight cosplayer. I mean, the first time he actually talks to me and then he runs away like a crazy person, and now I'm talking to myself like a crazy person. Ugh. Hi, my name is Monica, and this is my story of how my biggest nemesis became the reason I found happiness. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. That weekend, I invited my best friend Phoebe to play tennis at my house on our private court. I told her what happened, and she started screaming like a Swiftie. Oh my God, Mon! He's totally into you. Ew, gross. Well, he never talked to any of the girls at school before, so it definitely meant something. He's too weird for me. Besides, I have so much going on with being valedictorian and homecoming queen this year. I don't have time for a fan fiction fanatic. Rumor has it that his family has ties to the mob, and that will make your love story even hotter. I can see it now. Coming to theaters soon. Mafia Queen and her mysterious man. That might be your fantasy, but mine is a little more Prince Harry than Dirty Harry. Suddenly, a solid gold helicopter landed right on the tennis court. Talk about be careful what you wish for. We had to hold on to the net so we wouldn't get blown into the next yard. The truth is, I was more annoyed than surprised, since we lived in a very rich neighborhood and our neighbors were constantly landing at our house by mistake. Oh man, if this is one of the Blackpink girls again, my dad's gonna explode. But it was actually my childhood friend Ross, who'd moved to Germany when his mom married royalty. I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I barely recognized him. He ran to me and hugged me.
Hey, hot stuff. Tell me how much you miss me.
Ross? Holy extreme makeover! You look amazing! Where's the rest of you?
You like it? I lost 80 pounds, got rid of my acne, and now I wear contacts.
Are you, posing for me? Just then, he spotted Phoebe standing behind me.
Who's the dweeb?
Dweeb? This is Phoebe. She's my best friend.
Of course. You needed a pet to keep you company while I was away. Okay, well, I'm back now, so run along, dweeby. Monica and I have a lot of catching up to do.
I put my arm around her to stop her from slapping Ross and smiled uncomfortably. Wow, you sure have changed.
I know. The new and improved 3.0 Rosso-Rama.
He flexed and winked at me. Why don't you go say hi to my parents? I'll meet you inside. Just as Phoebe was about to say something to him, I put my hand over her mouth. I know he seems like a jerk, but growing up he was the sweetest guy. Please, just give him a chance. What? Oh, I said I'll give him a shot, but if his manners don't improve, I'll show him how good I am with a tennis racket. My parents told Ross he could stay with us until his parents arrived a few weeks later. I thought it would also be a good chance for us to reconnect and for him to remind me of his sweet side that I used to love so much. Yeah, that so didn't happen. From the minute he arrived, he was bossing all the house staff around and constantly parading around with no shirt. Sure, he had a great body, but the minute he opened his mouth, I wanted to put my boot in it. Let's face it, guys, somewhere out there, there's even someone who Ryan Gosling annoys, am I right? And to make matters worse, he insisted on taking his precious gold helicopter everywhere, to the mall, the movies, and worse, to my school. One day, the helicopter landed on the football field, and as he stepped out, he took a t-shirt gun and shot shirts with a picture of his face on them at all the girls swooning over him.
Yes, ladies, and a few of you boys, I see you. Your dream man, Prince Ross, has arrived.
He walked over and put his arm around me and held my hand.
I thought I would pick you up and we can go for protein shakes at the new juice bar.
Just then, Rachel, the most spoiled little rich girl in our school and my arch nemesis, rushed up to him. We have never actually had royalty here. Would you sign this for me? Ross dropped my hand and proceeded to flirt with her.
What's your name?
Rachel, but you can call me yours. Aha! Yours. Until someone else comes along in 3, 2, 1. Excuse me. Let's face it, you change your mind about boys more often than a traffic light says go. And speaking of that, why don't you just go? Rachel went to charge at me, but Ross got in between us both.
Aw, ladies, I know it's hard, but don't fight over me.
I was so disgusted that he was acting this way. You know what? You can have him. Later that day, he came up to me at the house.
Can we talk?
If it's about how amazing you are, no thanks. I think I've had enough of the Royal Ross reality show to last me a lifetime.
Actually, I wanted to tell you I'm sorry about how I acted, and I brought you these.
He handed me a bag of gummy worms.
Remember when we were little and we used to bury them in the backyard because we wanted to set them free?
You remember that?
Of course! You were, and hopefully still are, my best friend.
You are. It's just that you were acting.
I was just trying to impress you. You befriended me when no one else did, and I wanted to show you that I was finally worthy of you.
You don't need all that to impress me. I chomped on a gummy. Just you, me, and maybe we eat the worms instead of burying him this time. We stayed up all night talking, and it was like I had my best friend back. I was in such a good mood until I got to school and heard the announcement. Our new valedictorian and also homecoming queen for this year's senior classes, Rachel. I didn't hear anything after that. My blood boiled. How could she have beaten my GPA? Wasn't she failing math last week? I was so mad I wasn't looking, and I bumped into Chandler and almost fell over, dropping all my books, but he caught them and me before we hit the floor with almost superhuman speed. He pushed his sunglasses to the tip of his nose, and he looked at me with a hypnotic stare as he held me.
Running from another bee?
I could only manage to mutter as I started to melt into his gaze. GPA, homecoming.
Oh yeah, I heard. You should definitely ask for an investigation because Rachel is as likely to have gotten those 2 honors as I am to wear ballet slippers to school.
I felt like time stood still, and I never wanted it to start again. But then Phoebe walked up with a big grin on her face and tapped me on the shoulder. "What you doing?" I was startled, but Chandler didn't let go. His big, strong arms just held me. I'm okay now. You can let me go. He released me, took a step toward me, and whispered in my ear.
I don't know if I can let you go.
Okay, Twilight, if you're done talking with my bestie into joining your coven, we're late for class. As we walked to class, Phoebe couldn't help but tease me. He's too weird for me. I don't have time for that. I want Prince Harry. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, hubba hubba. I had after-school activities that day, so I got home late and walked into an unusually quiet house. Mom? Dad? Where is everyone? Even the staff was gone. Something was wrong. Then I heard a strange noise from the living room. I grabbed an umbrella from the closet and held it up, ready to beat up the intruder, and slammed open the door.
Whoa, okay, you can pick the movie.
I looked around to see Ross had set up a movie night for us with popcorn and gummy worms. Ross?
Hey, baby, I heard about the whole Rachel thing, and I thought you need a little cheering up.
Where is everyone?
Your mom and dad mentioned going to dinner across town. I think they left you a note on the kitchen counter, and I gave the staff the night off so we could chill together.
It did seem sweet, but something still felt off. I sat down next to him on the couch, and he handed me the popcorn. Wait, how did you know what happened today? Did you have one of your groupies spying on me?
Aw, babe, are you jealous?
Of your Rossettes? Never.
Good, 'cause you're the only girl for me.
He put his arm around me and went to kiss me. I was so shocked that I dumped the popcorn on his head. What are you doing? We are just friends. I don't think of you that way.
Maybe in time, you will. I'm a prince now. I can give you even more than you already have.
I'm sorry, Ross, but it's been a long day. I'm just gonna go to bed. As I walked to my room, I could feel him watching me.
Okay, but I'm here if you need anything.
When I woke up for school the next day, the house was still eerily quiet. I looked in my parents' bedroom and the bed was still made. I remembered that Ross said they left me a note and went to the kitchen. When I read the note, I screamed.
What is it? What's wrong?
The note. My parents have been kidnapped. They said if I call the police, I'll never see them again.
It's okay. I'm here for you. We'll find them.
He went to hug me, but I had a bad feeling, so I moved away and reached for my phone instead.
Who are you texting?
I need Phoebe.
No! I'm your best friend. You don't need anyone else. You have me.
He knocked the phone out of my hand, smashing it into pieces. I ran out the door. I had to get as far away from Ross as possible. Instead of putting Phoebe in danger by going over to her place, I ran towards the one person I knew who could possibly handle the kidnappers, someone who lurked in the shadows. I need Chandler. I ran all the way to school and snuck in, just in case Ross was around. But trying to find Chandler was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when I was about to give up, I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Looking for me?
You scared me! Oh, we need to work on you approaching people head on. But yes, I need you.
I'm flattered.
No, you don't understand. My parents have been kidnapped, and I need you to use your mafia connections to help me get them back. He stopped for a minute, then burst out laughing. You are horrible! You are laughing that my parents got kidnapped? I knew this was a mistake. Forget you, forget all the boys. I'll do this myself.
No, wait, I'm sorry. I was just laughing because you think I'm involved in organized crime. I mean, I've heard all the rumors about me. I have fangs, I'm a spy. My favorite is that I'm a 30-year-old undercover cop, but the mafia, that's a new one.
He touched my face and wiped my tears. Wait, you're not?
No, sorry to disappoint you.
No, that's actually a good thing, although this might have been the one time I needed it to be true.
I'm so sorry to hear about your parents, and of course, I'll help you find them.
Maybe it was his confidence or the fact that I didn't know who else to turn to, but I believed him.
So, the first thing is...
Just then, Ross came barreling down the hallway in attack mode, heading straight for Chandler.
Take your hands off of her. I'll save you, Monica.
Chandler whipped off his trench coat and mocked Ross by waving it at him like a bullfighter.
Taro!
Just as Ross was about to pounce, Chandler pulled back the coat to reveal a locker, and Ross drove headfirst into it.
That should slow him down for a little bit.
But Ross got up and was as angry as ever.
She's mine. And as soon as I stop seeing double, I'm coming for her. Or maybe not. Time to go.
He grabbed my hand and we rushed out of the school doors to his motorcycle. I'm not getting on that thing with you. But then I turned to see Ross running towards us.
Change of heart?
He tossed me his extra helmet and we took off. We drove for a while to make sure we weren't followed, then pulled over.
I think we should go back to your house. See if we can find any clues.
Good idea. But we have to be careful because I don't want to run into...
the Rossinator.
But before we go, I need to know, why did you agree to help me? We don't even really know each other.
You mean saving your life doesn't fall under the category of we're friends now?
Okay, good point. But I feel like you are avoiding telling me about you.
Well, I would love to take you for coffee and tell you my life story, but you might want to rescue your parents first.
Also a good point. Okay, there's a door at the back of the house that leads to the wine cellar. It's been sealed off, but if we can get in, I can get into the house from there without anyone seeing. Once we got to the house, I tried to pry it open. Ugh, it's been closed so long, it must be rusted shut.
Here, let me try.
He handed me his coat. If it's easier, you can take off your shirt too. He paused for a moment and gave me a flirty smile. I mean, so it doesn't get dirty.
Oh, I think you would like me if I was dirty.
Then he tore off his shirt, and it was like I had won the hot guy lottery. Yet when he tried to open the door, he only got it to move a little.
Maybe if we both try. You grab the handle first, and I'll wrap my arms around you and we'll pull together.
The one time I don't have my phone to post this on Instagram. As he put his huge muscular arms around mine, I could feel his heart beating. And once again, I wish I could have made this time stand still in that moment forever. Then suddenly, the door gave way and we both went tumbling backward. I landed on top of him with our faces so close that our lips were practically touching. Your eyes are so beautiful. Were you born that way?
No.
He looked embarrassed. What is it? You can trust me.
I actually grew up in the poor section of town, and one day I saw a little boy wandering the streets about to get hit by a car, and on instinct I dove in front to save him. The next thing I know, I'm waking up after surgery with this eye. And it turns out the boy was the governor's son. He paid for the best medical care and even sent me to finish my education at your school.
Holy Bruce Wayne! Is this guy too good to be true or what? This would be that moment in the movie when we would have our first kiss. Just then, I paused because I heard quiet yelling. Except I didn't imagine hearing my parents yelling my name in the background. Then I realized it actually was my parents! I jumped up and rushed into the wine cellar, and there were my parents tied up and blindfolded. I ran to set them free and hugged them. Who did this to you?
We don't know. Last thing we remember, we were on our way to dinner, then we heard a helicopter and everything went dark. Then we woke up here.
Helicopter? Obviously, Ross! But we can't prove it because we didn't see him. We only heard a female voice.
I think I might have an idea, but we would need your mom and dad to stay out of sight, so Ross continues to believe that he controls the situation.
My parents agreed, and we brought spare food, blankets, and a corkscrew from the pool house down to the cellar to make them more comfortable. Call the police in exactly 3 hours and tell them to come to the school to arrest your kidnapper. And Mom, Dad, don't drink all the wine in the cellar. We rode back to school and snuck in through the gym. Okay, Super Cop, what's your plan?
Well, you know how you think I'm all mysterious? I'm about to reveal to you who I really am.
He walked me into the audio-visual classroom, and all the movie nerds turned to look with their mouths open.
You brought a girl into the secret chamber? How many times do I have to tell you, Joey? It's not exactly a secret. It's a classroom at a school. Potato, potato.
Hold up. You're a movie nerd?
Yep, I'm proud of it. And me and my group of nerds are gonna catch Ross confessing on tape. You see, we helped install the security cameras in the school so we can access them.
Security cameras? Can you access footage from a few days ago?
Sure. What are you looking for?
I'm not sure, but I'll know it when I see it. Go back to a few hours before they announced the valedictorian.
Hey, weren't you supposed to be?
Don't remind me. There! Right there!
Is that Ross sneaking into the office and changing the winner to Rachel?
I knew that jerk wasn't working alone. I bet he did that for her, so she would help him kidnap my parents.
That must have been the female voice they heard.
Now to put our plan into action. I borrowed one of the nerds' phones and called Ross to meet me at school. Once he saw me, he ran and hugged me. It was all I could do not to vomit, so I played it cool. Oh, Ross, thank God you're here. I was so worried for you. The police arrested Rachel for tampering with the school votes, and she said she was going to blame you for kidnapping my parents.
What? That's crazy. I had nothing to do with any of that. She must be saying that because she has a super crush on me. But you know, my heart and my helicopter belong to you.
Just then, Rachel came out of the AV classroom where she had been watching on camera as Ross blamed her. You liar! You are the one who wanted to kidnap her parents so you could save them and make her fall in love with you. Oh, Ross, you did that for me? Oh, that's so romantic.
Well, in that case, yes, it was all my idea. I would do anything for you.
That's a wrap.
The police arrived, and even as they carted him and Rachel off in the police car, he was still patting himself on the back.
Can't believe you're choosing him over me. I'm a catch.
Phoebe came running up to me and gave me a great big bear hug. Mom, I've been so worried you weren't answering your phone, but I finally talked to your parents and they explained everything to me. I knew that jerk was no good. Maybe next time you listen to your best friend.
Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe, as MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house.
Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd?
Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants.
Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move.
There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning.
Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us.
I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student.
She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting?
Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying.
Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin.
I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much.
It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda.
Mom! Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guest?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at our house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah. I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or…
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally, the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go.
I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage. He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Okay, so I married young. Nothing wrong with that, right? I was in love. But Prince Charming was more like Prince Boring. And who knew humiliating my stepsisters and stepmom would be the start of my troubles? I was a fool to think it would be a happily ever after. Hi, I'm Cinderella, and I'm from Germany. Growing up was tough. I was stuck cleaning all day while my spoiled stepsisters, who thought they were big-time influencers with their 10 followers, attended glitzy events. They bossed me around like mean girls, and my stepmom never defended me. Jenny took my book again.
What do you need with a book? You have floors to scrub. Jenny needs it to wedge her window open. You know how her hair gets frizzy in the humidity.
I couldn't figure out why my stepmom treated me like this. She was supposed to have loved my dad, and he would have never wanted her to act this way toward me. I put up with it for ages until things got interesting. My stepsisters were practically fainting over a massive palace party. Prince Charming was on the hunt for true love, and every girl, including me and my stepsisters, was head over heels for him.
At least my hair isn't frizzy like yours. I wish I had blue eyes, though, like Cinderella. Do you think he'll notice my wart?
Not unless he's asleep. And I'm taking a fan for my hair. Thanks.
Prince Charming was so handsome, always being photographed holding cute animals. We all had tickets to his party, and I pictured myself in a stunning ball gown, but I was in for a shock.
Why, you're not going, Cinderella. Only glamorous ladies get to dance with the prince. And your dress looks like it's a thread away from a dish rag. I'll be sure to warn the royal family you're nothing but trouble.
They all laughed, and I was furious. I'd had enough and wanted my own independence and to find true love. I was just about to pack my bags when my auntie, who'd been out of town for ages, turned up. She had the latest couture dress in her suitcase and dried my tears. You know the rest. Epic glam makeover, crashed the royal party, lost my shoe, and boom, Prince Charming goes on a shoe-fitting tour. And the next thing I know, we're married. I couldn't wait to start my new life with my wonderful Prince Charming. Big mistake. Prince Charming was a total fraud. More like Prince Alarming. Take our first royal engagement.
All right, you know the drill. Quick photo op, and if any animal comes within 1 inch of me, I'll sue.
As it turns out, Prince Charming is allergic to animals. All the cute animals in his photos superimposed afterward. He was petting air. The worst part was he followed me around everywhere and was so clingy.
You are the most beautiful girl in the world.
Yep, same as an hour ago. Shouldn't you be examining royal policies or something?
That gets done for me. I can do whatever I like. We can do whatever I like. Shopping again, a holiday.
There's more to life than a pool always being precisely 36 degrees. Don't you want to give something back?
The people are fine. What's wrong with enjoying the finer things? You'll never scrub floors again. You just don't believe you deserve it, but I do.
Royal life was not what I expected. Sure, it was fun splurging on whatever I wanted and hitting up some epic parties, but it all felt so empty. Little did I know, things were about to change. It all started with the arrival of my new assistant, Larissa. She was super pretty, with flawless skin and those big blue eyes. Most of my assistants were usually a nervous wreck around me, but Larissa was cool and relaxed and seemed to know exactly what I needed, even before I did.
Why, Cinderella, are you about to do your speech? You have spinach in your teeth.
Soon we became good friends. We had a lot in common. I shared about what it was like growing up, how my stepsisters were mean and my stepmom hates me.
My dad only liked my brothers and hated that I was a girl, said I was useless and not strong and practical like them. So I ran away. But luckily I found this job. And you.
We goofed around the palace and read books in the library. She was the sister I never had. I even let her take some photos, as normally phones were banned in the palace, but she never posted them online. I totally trusted her. I began to confide about feeling lonely with Prince Charming. I thought love would make me giddy, just like in the fairy tales.
We all deserve true love. Maybe you just weren't meant to marry the prince.
Then one day, Larissa showed me a photo she'd taken of Prince Charming with another girl. He was holding her arms, and she was wearing this enormous hat and her face hidden.
I'm sorry, but it's better to know the truth, right?
My heart dropped fast as I confronted him.
No, she was just a super fan. Security escorted her off and I gave her an autograph. I love you.
I'm not sure I believe you. I thought you'd have compassion and integrity. You're not even charming. Maybe Larissa is right, and we shouldn't be together.
No, I'm your true love. I'll show you. Make it up to you.
You do realize you'll have to get out of your gaming chair to do that. But soon, everything went crazy. The next day, every newspaper and social media site exploded with an article by Larissa Appleton, an undercover journalist who set me up. The witch. She became a huge TikTok star overnight. The article totally trashed me, making it look like I married Prince Charming for his money and to get my own reality TV show. And worse, how I couldn't stand Prince Charming anymore or royal life. The royals were in an uproar, and protests erupted outside the palace, calling me an unfit future queen. His parents were humiliated and immediately banished me. To my surprise, Prince Charming came with me in solidarity. You're crazy. You'll lose everything.
A chance for you to see I'm your true love. I know I always say you're beautiful, but it's more than that. Your kindness stood out. You say thank you, open doors for people. You make me want to be kinder.
But it was hard to believe him. We moved into a tiny apartment with no money or possessions. I thought I'd give him a chance, but I spent over an hour teaching him how to boil a kettle, during which he managed to blow the electrics. It was tough.
See, this is why you have staff.
I wondered why my fairy tale had turned into such a disaster. What would Larissa have against me? Was that photo with the other girl even real?
You missed it when her hat fell off and all the frizzy hair spilled out.
That's when I realized the girl in the photo was Jenny. And it hit me. Larissa was actually Carrie. She must have gotten rid of her wart, worn a wig, and used colored contacts. I'd had enough. I marched right over to my stepsister's house to confront them. As soon as the door opened, I was shocked to see my stepmom grinning.
Missing them up in broom, are we?
Where are my stepsisters? And I thought we'd moved past all that.
Oh, did you? Well, you were prancing around on marble floors. We were shunned from society. My daughters had no chance of marrying anyone respectable. And you did nothing for us. No money, no bigger house, not even a hand-me-down tiara. You should be grateful I didn't throw you out onto the streets.
You treated me like a servant and told me my dreams would never come true.
You see, all this time I've been patient, biding my time. Then I came up with the perfect plan for revenge, and Carrie and Jenny were all too pleased to play along. I just needed to get you out of the picture so that Carrie could take your place. And once more, I'd have the power and influence I deserve.
But the prince doesn't love Carrie. He loves me.
You are so naive. You think I married your dad for true love?
That's why you treated me so badly growing up? You didn't care about him or me. Well, I won't let you do this to the prince. I felt so angry. Oh wait, do I have feelings for Prince Charming too?
You're too late. I warned the royals about you at your wedding, and they feel bad they didn't believe me. Now we've struck a deal. If you disappear quietly and he marries Carrie, Larissa won't release her new article tomorrow exposing his hatred for the people and his scandalous faked photos. It'll ruin him, and they know it. So if you really love him, go.
Mortified, I stepped back as she slammed the door. I knew I couldn't do that to Prince Charming, and there was no way he'd want to humiliate his family anymore, so he would have to marry Carrie. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was my auntie. Had she come to magically save me?
No, sweetie. I heard you were still in yesterday's outfit, so I brought you a Chanel. And remember, your dreams can come true.
Auntie dressed me up in a silky pink ball gown, and I hitched it up and ran to the palace. I patted the security dogs and slipped inside, where a huge party was in full swing to introduce Prince Charming's new future queen. There were my stepmom and stepsisters. My stepsisters soaking up the attention and posing for selfies. I looked down at my now muddy ball gown. Who was I kidding? I wasn't a queen. Carrie and Jenny had spent their whole lives dreaming of this. Then it hit me. I had my own dreams and deserved them. What was I doing here? I was about to leave when a security guard dragged me up and paraded me inside. My stepmom and stepsister's mouths dropped open. I was gonna go. Please believe me. Don't hurt Prince Charming. I don't want him if he doesn't really love me anyway. I deserve better. And I hope Carrie will be a great queen. I thought there would be yelling and punching and kicking, but unexpectedly, Carrie bowed her head.
He didn't show.
Huh?
I secretly met him to see if there was any real spark.
You did what?
Even after the wart removal, all he talked about was you, and I want true love too. Honestly, I felt bad, as I did have fun when we hung out, when we were friends. I'm really sorry.
Do as you're told, Carrie. I want creme brulee and pate for supper, not crumbs.
Mom, you treat us just as bad as you did Cinderella. Everyone, I set Cinderella up and manipulated the article to make her look bad.
The crowd gasped.
When really, she'd make a perfect queen one day. So caring and passionate.
But Then I turned to see Prince Charming standing there. I was mortified. It's okay, I'm going. Good luck with Carrie. But to my surprise, he knelt and kissed my hand. Then he addressed the crowd, admitting he doctored photos and didn't give the attention the community deserved. So my stepmom couldn't blackmail him anymore.
But I want to change, and it's only because I met my true love, Cinderella.
I felt all giddy. Jenny and my stepmom stormed off, while Carrie and I shared an awkward hug before she left. Turns out, he really was my Prince Charming after all. As for my stepmom and stepsisters, they moved away and lost a ton of followers. Karma's a digital age beast. And me, I'd still scrub floors if I had to. But let me tell you, everything's a lot more fun when you're wearing a crown.
Hey, Mandy, look at Simon. I think he's cute. For a boy. Do you think he'll play with me? Mandy said, No, he won't, stupid. He won't play with a freak like you. He'll only play with me. I said, No. My mom says everyone wants to be my friend because I'm special. Mandy said, Not Simon. He doesn't like you. No one likes you. Not even your mom. I screamed, Mom! Mandy says I'm a freak and no one likes me. Not even you. Mom said, That's okay, sweetie. You know it's not true. And I think it's time for Mandy to leave. Mandy left looking super angry after Mom kicked her out. After that day, Mandy became a real pain in my neck. She started going after everything I had and wanted it all for herself, especially my Simon. Hi, I'm Emma. You might hear my story and think I should be grateful for having everything a girl might wish for, especially with my perfect memory. What most people don't know is that I have a big problem, my anger issue. It made me lose the love of my life. I was falling asleep in class one day when my teacher yelled at me, Wake up, sleepyhead, you can't sleep in my class. I'm going to include this question in the exam tomorrow, and now I won't repeat what I said for you. You mean you're going to include the fact that the Allies decided to land powerful forces in German-occupied Europe after the evacuation from Dunkirk in 1940, and that it took 4 years to design, build, and move thousands of vehicles, ships, and aircraft, and it was only on April 22nd in 1944 that the rehearsal for D-Day started in the exam tomorrow? Everyone oohed and ahed. I sneaked a peek at Simon. He was not only the school's hottest guy, but also a local celebrity. He was also rich and had the voice of an angel. And right now, the angel looked impressed as he looked at me. Whatever. Imagine someone being so proud of being a freak, Simon. I groaned inwardly as Mandy, my ex-best friend, and Simon's ex-girlfriend, stepped up behind him. Even though they'd broken up a while ago, she was still obsessed with him. To my delight, Simon just ignored her. Served her right. Simon said, Emma, I have to ask you something. Will you be my girlfriend? Oh my god, I nodded enthusiastically. I couldn't believe Simon, the Simon, was asking me out. Yes, of course. Mandy said, Don't get too happy. I'll still take him away from you, you freak. What was this witch's problem? Suddenly my blood began to boil. The teacher told us to settle down, but I wasn't really listening. I said, Mind your own business, you freak. The teacher snapped, Emma! I will not stand this behavior. To the principal's office right now. My rage disappeared. What? No, I'm sorry, I said enough. Leave. This just wasn't my day. And then, as if getting detention wasn't enough, my driver was late. Oh my god, I've told you only about 1 billion times not to be late, but you just can't help talking to everyone. The driver said, Don't work yourself up, please. I'm sorry, Fine, it's fine. Just take me home. Simon was having a big party at his place that night, and I had to look better than Mandy. I knew she would do her best to show off her attractive body to get Simon's attention, but I was ready for that. I decided to go shopping for the perfect dress. But when I got to the mall, I was shocked to see Simon there, and he wasn't alone. Mandy was there too. While she stood talking to him, she casually slipped her arms around him. I was furious. I couldn't believe she was trying to hit on him like that. Ew! I needed to show her who his real girlfriend was. Unfortunately, though, by the time I decided to go over, they were gone. Ugh, I had to do something about her. I bought a super gorgeous pure silk evening gown for Simon's party. I even picked out a beautiful emerald necklace I'd bought in Italy last summer. I was gonna knock the boy down once and for all tonight. My driver dropped me at the party and I asked him to go home. My instructions were to wait around here. I spotted Simon and walked up to him. Hi, Emma. Before I could say anything else, Simon put his arms around me, and for a second, I was speechless. You look absolutely breathtaking tonight, Emma. I'd appreciate it if you picked me as your dance partner tonight. I was about to ask what Mandy did that day, but oh man, my heart began to beat wildly as we glided around the room, and I forgot all about it. While we were dancing, I could see Mandy's red face, and boy did she look mad. Ha! Take that. I pulled Simon closer just to tease her more. Then she said loudly, "Look at the smile on her dumb face. As soon as I dance with Simon, I'm going to kiss his face off. He'll never look at her again." She and the girls around her started laughing. I began to see red. Before I knew it, I had pushed Simon away and was marching up to Mandy. "What's your problem, huh?" One thing led to another. Suddenly, strong arms pulled me back. It was my driver. He said, "Let's go home. It's late." "Back off! Who are you to tell me what to do?" I could see that Simon was amazed, and I think he was impressed that I was finally teaching his ex a lesson. Then I took Simon's hand and left the party. Even though we had left the party, I didn't want to leave him just then. I wouldn't let Mandy ruin this evening for me. I asked, "Want to come up to my place? We can watch a movie and chill." Simon said, "Yes, of course. There's nothing I'd like more." I ran inside to check if the coast was clear and quietly snuck him up the stairs. We had just started the movie when Simon pulled me closer and snuggled with me. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Suddenly, the door flew open and my stepdad barged in. "Just what do you think the two of you are doing here? I have a reputation to keep." He was barely done talking when the driver ran up behind him. "And you, is this what I hired you for, huh? I told you to keep an eye on the girl and you let her bring a boy into her room?" The driver said, "Sir, My stepdad then shouted, "You're fired!" Just then, my mom burst into the room and started defending the driver. "He most certainly is not fired!" Mom was determined to keep him and kept saying it wasn't his fault that I'd snuck a boy in. He doesn't have magic powers. Punish them and leave him out of this. Well, a blind man could tell she had the hots for the driver even though she was like 10 years older than him, and it was super embarrassing. My stepdad looked between the two of them suspiciously and then suddenly, dragging Simon out, left the room. "Don't think that I'm dumb. I can see what's going on here," my stepdad said while leaving. I didn't even know why my mom was with my stepdad. I know my real dad was too poor to keep us, but did she have to marry this guy? After he left, Mom led the driver away. I slammed the door behind them, grabbed the first thing I got my hands on, and threw it in anger. As the picture on my table fell to the ground, I realized what a horrible person I was. "You're a spoiled brat, always getting people into trouble." After I was done crying, I began watching some videos on my story animated. I just come across a really interesting story of a girl with perfect memory. The next morning, my stepdad said that I was grounded for a month and wasn't allowed to leave the house. Try me. I called Simon and he invited me to watch the recording of his song. Some other kids would be there too. As soon as they took a break, Simon came over to me. He said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." I said, "No, I should be the one saying sorry for the way I acted yesterday. The way my stepdad dragged you out, you probably hate me." For a minute, he didn't reply. "Emma, I don't hate you at all. I saw how unhappy you looked. Yesterday, I just wanted to see you happy, to help you." I stared into his eyes and wondered if he really meant it. His face was so close to mine. Wait, was he about to kiss me? Just then, the director barged into the room and practically dragged Simon away. Simon said before leaving, "Check your pocket when I start singing, okay? Don't check it now." When Simon started singing, I dug into my pocket and gasped. It was a diamond bracelet. As I was watching the recording, others came in. Of course, Mandy was with them too. As soon as she saw me, she made her way over to me. She said, "Just reminding you that Simon is mine. Don't even think about him." Then she turned around and blew a kiss in his direction. I waited for him to react, but if anything, his stupid grin just grew bigger. Suddenly, I began to feel angry. Is this why he'd asked me here? Just then, Mandy screeched, "Oh my God, that bracelet is mine! Simon gave it to me on Valentine's Day. Give it back." I said, "Not a chance. He gave it to me and it's mine now." "You know why? Because he loves me, and you can take your jealousy and buzz off." When Mandy refused to back off, I began to get mad at Simon for giving me her hand-me-downs. For a rich guy, he had acted pretty cheap. "You know what? You want it so bad, huh?" I marched up to Simon and threw open the door of the studio. "I can't believe you'd give me your ex's hand-me-downs." Simon looked shocked and also embarrassed, as everyone could see and hear. "Oh, shocked enough? I know everything, and I don't want this. Keep this trashy gift." He said, "What's wrong with you? If you don't want it, just say so. I'm done with your drama. I'm out." Then Mandy looked at me. "You actually fell for it. I knew you weren't as smart as you thought. You may have perfect memory, but you don't have perfect vision. He bought the bracelet that day at the mall when you were there." I glared at her, but I wouldn't do what she wanted. I swore to not get angry and said calmly, "You're just jealous because he never got you a beautiful diamond bracelet." Then she laughed and said, "Oh, I'm happy you like it. I actually picked it." "That's it!" I yelled as the driver took my hand and got me in the car. As soon as I got home, though, I felt horrible about what I had done to Simon. I tried calling him, but he wouldn't answer. I went to the set the next day, unannounced, and everyone was shocked to see me. I saw Simon sitting there and he looked devastated. I'm so sorry for the horrible things I said. I don't know what came over me. I just got into the door when Simon caught up with me. He said, Emma, wait. No, Simon, I know I'm a horrible person. I'll just go away and never interfere in your life again. But Simon pulled me back and hugged me. Stay, Emma. I know you're a great girl. I won't let you go. I could tell that Simon loved me and I wanted to be with him. Plus, being his girlfriend was the best way to pay Mandy back and put her in her place. For a few weeks, I was in heaven. My anger episodes began to fade. If I ever did get angry, Simon held me till I was calm. Until one day, after my date with Simon, I went home to Mom and my stepdad having a scream fest. I asked what was wrong. Mom said that my stepdad was cheating on her. Suddenly, the yelling started again. Mom said, I never should have trusted you. Stepdad said, if I go to other women, it's your fault because you never take care of me. I don't take care of you? What else? But clearly my stepdad had had enough and he pushed us both outside. But the drama was far from over. We just stepped outside when the craziest thing happened. A police vehicle pulled up outside our house and 2 policemen stepped out. They demanded to know where my stepdad was. I pointed to the house and they barged in. 5 minutes later, they came outside, dragging my stepfather behind them. Apparently, his secretary that he cheated with had filed a case against him for blackmailing her. As they dragged him away, I waved him goodbye. Good riddance for some months at least. Finally, the events of the day sank in, and I realized I needed to breathe. I needed to get away from them. I needed Simon. I called him so many times, but he didn't answer. I ran to his house and barged in. Simon! I stopped dead in my tracks. He wasn't alone. In the lounge sat Mandy. She was wearing the tightest outfit imaginable, and her hair was all messy. I told you he'd come back to me. Simon came in. He looked shocked to see me, but then he smiled. Babe, I can explain. I was just thinking about you. What an actor. You two-timing cheater. I never should have trusted you. We're over. I rushed home, knowing there was no one I could trust. I went home and locked myself in my room. I didn't want to see anyone. For the next few days, I stayed in my room. I was too mad to talk to anyone. Finally, one day, Mom knocked on my door. Emma, the school called. They want to know why you're skipping school, honey. Also, Simon is very worried. Just mind your own business. I don't need you interfering in my life. That night, as I lay tossing and turning in my bed, I heard a knock on the window. What was that? I jumped to check and almost passed out when I saw Simon practically hanging from the window frame. As soon as I opened the window, he jumped inside. What are you doing here? He smiled and reached out for me. Don't come any closer. Don't touch me. You cheated on me. He asked me who he cheated on me with. I told him I'd seen Mandy in his lounge. Simon swore there had been no one in his house. He said he could show me security camera footage. Don't lie. I have a photographic memory, remember? I never forget a face. Then I began to describe Mandy, and Simon said, there's no Mandy in our class. Just then, my mom stepped into the room and said, there was only ever one Mandy in your lives, but we thought you'd forgotten about her. But of course, you have a great memory. What? Mom said. You were just a year old when she was born, and I couldn't raise her alone. You remembered her for years and would even talk about her in your sleep. But by the time you were 6, you stopped mentioning her. I thought you'd forgotten. What were they all talking about? Mandy? My sister? Were they saying I was imagining a girl who hated me? I began to scroll through my phone. I knew Mandy would be in some class photos, but the more I scrolled, the more horrified I was. There was no Mandy. I checked Facebook and Instagram too. Nothing. It was as if she had never existed. Suddenly, old memories rushed into my mind. Baby, Manny. I remembered. I said, Mandy, you gave her away. You gave me everything, but you sent her away. How could you? My sister will hate me. She'll hate me forever. Simon said, no, she won't, Emma. If your sister ever knew you, she'd love every bit of you, just like I do. As Simon spoke, I looked over his shoulder and saw Mandy. She smiled at me and said, took you long enough to remember. I'm going now. I don't hate you. You just needed to remember. Then she turned and walked out of the room, and I knew I would never see her again. Well, my life has gotten better since then. I'm at college and still with the love of my life, Simon. And my mom? She married our driver. She is happy. Finally.
Hi, I'm Agnes from Bellevue. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a maid at a big mansion, and we both lived in a small room there. It wasn't bad, but I always wondered what the other big rooms were like. Once when I was 4, I sneaked upstairs for the first time and walked into a fancy bedroom. There was a giant bed, and whoa, it was so soft and bouncy. I climbed up on it and jumped like crazy. Suddenly, someone came out of the restroom and shouted, "You! What are you doing in my room?" That was Mrs. Darcy, the rich lady who owned the house with her husband. I immediately jumped down and tried to run away, but I bumped into Mr. Darcy at the door.
What's this girl doing here? Isn't she the maid's daughter?
Yes, honey. I don't know why she's here. Let me check if she's stolen something. No, nothing. But can I take this bed? But then where will you sleep? So can I just jump on it one last time, please?
Oh, this girl is smart and cute.
He put me back on the bed and said I could play there for as long as I wanted. He was so sweet. But seeing Mrs. Darcy glaring at me, I ran out that instant. A few days later, we heard Mrs. Darcy was pregnant, and soon little Bella was born. Though she was 4 years younger than me, we grew up like best pals. And when it was Bella's time for school, she insisted that I leave my public school and join hers instead. And Mr. Darcy happily agreed. I was super nervous about the new school, but my classmates were cool and I made friends quickly. I was doing really well in my lessons too, but sadly, Bella got all F's in her exams. From that day on, I started helping Bella with her homework. Soon I realized something though. She wasn't reading or writing at a normal pace like other kids. I tried speaking to Mr. Darcy, but his wife would never let me near him. So when Bella got bad grades again, I went with her to get the report card signed by her parents. Mr. Darcy looked a bit upset, but her mom wasn't bothered at all. Come on, honey. She has years to learn. Relax. But, ma'am, I think Bella has some difficulty in learning. Don't bluff, 'cause you got all A's. You're not some teacher. My daughter is perfectly fine. She even tried to prove it a few days later at Mr. Darcy's birthday party, announcing that Bella was gonna read out a poem for her dad. Oh, poor girl. She was stuttering at the very first line, and everybody was staring at her. I couldn't see my best friend breaking down. I walked up to her and took the mic from her. I think Bella is very nervous today. Come on, let's just read it together. And Bella whispered, I love you, Agnes. But this incident got Mr. Darcy's attention, and he came to school the next day to talk to her teachers, who told him Bella had dyslexia. That's when Mr. Darcy arranged for a special tutor for Bella, and I continued helping her with her homework and test prep too. Years passed, and she was improving steadily. Finally, in 6th grade, when Bella got straight A's, nobody was happier than me, and the Darcys even threw a celebration party. I was helping my mom in the kitchen when I heard Mr. Darcy calling out my name. I peeped out and he signaled me to join them.
Come on, Agnes. You're the real angel today. The one who understood Bella more than us and helped her always. This party is for you.
As he gently pulled me in, Mrs. Darcy looked furious. And in the photo shoot that followed, he literally glued me with Bella in every shot. It was a bit embarrassing, but holding Bella's hand like a sister made me quite happy. But suddenly, Bella shook off my hand and shouted, Dad, I'm tired. Can we stop this rubbish, please? And with that, she stormed off. What was going on with her? And the next morning, she'd just taken the car and driver and gone to school without me. I was too late to even catch the bus now. Just then, Mr. Darcy was heading out and offered to drop me off. During recess, I found her in the cafeteria. I walked up to her and took her hand. Hey, why'd you leave me this morning? Get your filthy hands off me, you maid. Wait, what did she just say? The whole cafeteria turned towards us, and Bella looked raging mad. Why did my dad drop you at school today? 'Cause you left me behind, Bella. Call me Miss Bella. Fine, Miss Bella. And you call me, well, don't call me anything. I'm so disappointed in you. I pushed her back to her seat, but she missed and fell on the floor. I tried to pick her up, but she dragged me down and pulled my hair. We were wrestling on the floor with all the kids cheering around us when some teachers pulled us apart and gave us both a month's detention. I was so angry, I just stopped talking to her. Why had she become Mrs. Junior Darcy suddenly? Soon after, Bella's uncle came from Canada to visit the family, and she turned happy immediately because he was her favorite. One evening, I was sitting in the kitchen doing my homework when he came in, and he seemed really impressed by the math problems I'd just worked on.
Well, clearly you're a very bright kid, but do you ever have fun too, or are you always studying?
Oh, no, I love to sing and dance.
You sing? That's awesome. Let's hear something.
He led me to the main hall and started playing a song on the piano, and I sang along. Mr. Darcy was very amused, but just then I caught sight of Mrs. Darcy and Bella's faces. They looked like furious dragon sisters. Later that night, Mom told me Bella wanted to see me in her room. What did she want? Reluctantly, I knocked and went in, and she started throwing stuff at my face. Our matching headbands, friendship bracelets, birthday gifts, everything. She went berserk.
Take all this trash, you devil. Why are you always taking over my life? First, you got close to my dad. Now my uncle, too?
What? Look, I never wanted your life. Besides, but she just pushed me against the wall angrily. And that's when I saw a picture of me and her behind the door with dart pins stuck to my face. You did this? You've become a frickin' psycho.
Mind your words, maid. You're talking to the princess of this house.
Going by the way you're behaving, I'd rather call you a witch. I pushed her away and left the room. I was super upset by everything. Mr. Darcy's brother was leaving the next day, and he said something that left me shocked. Turns out, he was a teacher in a Canadian private school for gifted kids. After knowing about my grades, he said he could have me study there on full scholarship and make living arrangements for me and Mom. It sounded amazing. I jumped and hugged Mom, who looked at the Darcys for approval.
Oh, wow. This is an excellent opportunity for your future, Agnes. You have to go for it.
But suddenly, Mrs. Darcy went ballistic. No, she can't. She won't. How dare your brother just show up and steal my maids? He has no business doing that. We are already sending Agnes to a great school and giving her a good life. They are not leaving, and that's final. Not another word about it. Bella's uncle looked uncomfortable and quickly left, and I felt furious. Before I could stop myself, I shouted, "You've never liked me, Mrs. Darcy, and now you've made it clear that you don't want anything good to happen to me. I'm gonna leave someday for sure, and you won't be able to stop me then." I ran away before she could reply, and from that day, I stayed away from the family as much as possible. Soon it was Christmas, and I woke up that morning to see a beautiful dress on my bed. Mom said Mr. Darcy had sent it for me and requested me to join their party later. I didn't have the heart to refuse him, so I dressed up and went down that evening and bumped straight into Bella, who was wearing the exact same dress.
Oh, how lovely. You both look like sisters. That's why I bought them. How do you like the surprise, girls?
I smiled uncomfortably and looked at Bella. She was clenching her jaw.
Like the surprise? It's the worst thing you've ever done, Dad. I don't want to look anything like this poor loser.
Suddenly, she took a pair of scissors, marched towards me, and started cutting my dress right in front of everyone. Oh my God! Mr. Darcy stepped forward, but Mrs. Darcy got to Bella first and snatched the scissors from her. Have you completely lost your mind, Bella? You could have hurt her.
Oh, now you're on her side too, Mom? Of course you are. I'm not surprised. I hate you all.
And with that, she stormed off to her room. What was frickin' wrong with her? She'd ruined the party for everyone. A few days later, we had the annual Parents' Day, and I was gonna sing a song. Right in the middle of my performance, the sound system got messed up and my mic stopped working. Just then, a voice started coming through the speakers.
Hi everyone, meet Agnes the Thief. She steals moms, dads, and sometimes the lives of rich people.
Holy heavens, it was Bella. I ran backstage and caught her red-handed. I jumped on her and started hitting her with the mic. When the teachers arrived on the scene, we were both suspended and sent home.
I can't believe you did this, Bella. I didn't raise you this way.
Yes, you're getting out of control. I'm thinking we should send you to boarding school.
Yeah, that's great. Send me away, because you have your perfect daughter Agnes by your side, don't you? Oh, come on, Mom. Why don't you tell Dad the truth now?
Wait, what was she talking about? I looked at Mrs. Darcy, who turned white as a ghost. What do you mean, Bella? You are my perfect daughter.
Enough of your lies. I can't hold this in anymore.
She ran to her room and returned with a piece of paper that she threw at my face.
I found this in the attic one day, which proves this moron is also your daughter, Mom.
Everyone looked as shocked as I felt. The paper was my birth certificate, and Mrs. Darcy's name was there as my mother. Stunned, I looked at Mom, who then told everyone that Mrs. Darcy had gotten pregnant with me before her marriage and had to hide it and marry Mr. Darcy. She'd given me to my mom to be raised in front of her eyes. What the frickin' what? I'm Mrs. Darcy's daughter?
I can't believe this. So my whole marriage is based on a lie? You kept something so big from me all this time? I can't even look at you, at both of you.
He walked out of the room and Mrs. Darcy burst into tears. I'm sorry I hid this from you, Agnes, but it wasn't my secret. But now you know everything, and you're one of the Darcys. You can choose to be with them, or... I'm not crazy. To leave a true, loving mom for someone who was ashamed to have me and hates me till now? Agnes, I don't hate you. I just pretended to be mean so that nobody would see how much I actually love you. I only tried keeping you away from the family so my husband wouldn't sense things and discover the truth. And I didn't let you go to Canada because I couldn't bear for you to be away from me. I'm so sorry. She tried to hold my hand, but I took Mom's hand and walked out of that house forever. Mom got another job as a maid and I joined the public school, and I tried to put the Darcys out of my mind until one day I got an unexpected visitor. Bella? What now? I'm tired of getting hated. And I'm tired of hating you, sis. She started crying. I'm so sorry, Agnes. I just got so jealous when Dad was always so proud of you. And I got more insecure when I found out that you're Mom's real daughter. But the truth is, I've always loved you as a friend. And isn't it amazing that we're actually sisters? Please, try and forgive me. I know I've behaved terribly. Please come back. She was like my little sister always, and my heart melted a bit. Bella, I forgive you, but I can't come back. Mr. Darcy probably hates me now, and I don't know how I feel about Mrs. Darcy. Just then, Mr. Darcy appeared from behind the door and took my hand.
Of course, I don't hate you. It was a huge shock at first, but I've forgiven my wife. I understand. She only did everything out of love for you. She misses you terribly. Please, give her a chance.
I looked back at Mom, who nodded at me and smiled. Okay, I will. Hey guys, Casey here again. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into my past and show you why my feelings toward my birth mom and stepmom are the way they are. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My parents got divorced when I was just 5, and I've always lived with my stepmom Polly and my dad in a huge mansion. Since Polly was a successful fashion designer, she had an elegant taste. And my mom, well, let's just say she has a flair for the dramatic. Once when I was 6, I was at the school talent show and Polly was putting some final touches onto my costume. You look fantastic. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Oh, thanks. I hope so. I love our teamwork.
Just then, Mom burst in wearing a ridiculous peacock dress with a colorful tail that kept getting in her way and knocking over objects. Oh, hi there. Your outfit is, noticeable. Oh, yes, I know. I'm going to sing opera, but I'm afraid people might faint because they might not be able to handle how amazing my voice is. The judges won't be able to resist my stunning outfit.
It's not a competition, Mom.
But Mom just walked off onto the stage and started singing. She was an opera singer before her marriage, and she did have an incredible voice, but 5 seconds into her performance, she did a ridiculous dance move, tripped over her costume, and ripped it apart, revealing her polka-dotted underwear. Polly rushed over to help Mom. Oh dear, that's really unfortunate, but it could happen to anyone. Here, let me help you fix that. Oh, you think this can be fixed? If this happened to you, you'd be crying like a baby. Get your hands off me, you stupid woman. Everyone in the crowd was laughing at Mom, and I felt humiliated, and the incident really affected me, because just 2 days later, I ended up picking a fight with some kids and landed in the principal's office.
Casey, I'm really disappointed about the fight today, which is why I've called your mom and stepmom to discuss this. That That's it? So kids fight all the time. Why are we wasting our time here? He's the principal. Let him talk. We take any form of aggression very seriously in this school. Can you tell us what happened, Casey?
I got angry at a few kids for making fun of my mom, so I hid their lunches.
Atta girl. Serves them right for mocking me in my gorgeous outfit. In fact, let me teach them a lesson.
With that, Mom left the office and went running to the cafeteria and started screaming.
You think my costume is funny? Have you seen the way you guys dress up? I should be laughing at you, because your sense of fashion is a joke.
The kids stared in shock, and some of them even started crying.
You'd be so lucky if you got to wear outfits as magnificent as mine. If I hear you've mocked me again, I'll make sure you're only allowed to wear polka dot socks for the rest of the year. Well, that's one way to handle it.
The principal called security, who took Mom out while Polly apologized on her behalf. Honestly, I was getting tired of Mom's behavior. She was crazy and embarrassing. I even started making excuses to visit her less often. I loved hanging out with Polly because she was so much more intelligent and sophisticated. Once in 7th grade, I was supposed to visit Mom, but I lied that I was busy working on a school project. Polly and Dad had to go somewhere and they couldn't find a babysitter. I knew Polly would never invite Mom to stay with me, so I had the place to myself, and I loved it. But an hour after they left, I got hungry and decided to cook something. I had no idea what I was doing and ended up spilling boiling water all over myself. I cried till I passed out.
What kind of circus are you running here? You were supposed to be watching her. Unbelievable.
We didn't know she'd be cooking while we were out. It was an accident. Let's focus on Casey's well-being now.
You two couldn't take care of a cactus, let alone a child. I'm going to tell everyone about this. Casey is doing fine. The burn is major, though. Her arms and legs are really hurt, and she'll need some weeks to recover.
Great. Can we see her now?
Of course. Not you.
You've done enough, you dumb witch. Mom burst into my room, threw herself on my bed, and started crying like a hyena. That entire week as I recovered, Mom constantly fought with Polly until Dad decided it was better for Polly not to visit me at all. But that wasn't half as scary as the day I found out that Mom had filed a custody case over the burning episode, and worse, she'd won it. Suddenly, I had to live with Mom instead of Dad and Polly, and it was really tough on all of us, especially me, because now I had to deal with her constant craziness. So when they invited me over to dinner one day, I was over the moon. It was their anniversary, and I wanted to look my best, but my scars were still fresh. So even though it was pretty hot, I chose a long-sleeved outfit. Just as I was ready to leave, Mom walked into my room.
You're wearing that in this heat? You must be boiling.
I feel fine in it, don't worry.
Fine, suit yourself. But don't blame me if you're uncomfortable all night.
Feeling fairly confident, I arrived at Dad's place and Polly immediately pulled me into a hug. And she didn't comment on my outfit even once. I won't lie, it was uncomfortable to wear full sleeves. And even kids at school gave me crazy looks for dressing up like that, but some of them were nice. I even made some new friends, but there was no one I was really close to. I think God heard me whining because one day after school, I walked into Mom's apartment to find a boy on the couch playing with some toys. Mom, who's this?
Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. This is your half-brother, Ethan. His dad had custody, but he's been really sick lately. He's asked me to take care of Ethan for a while.
My what? You're my sister? I'm so happy to see you. He hugged me, but I just stood there dumbfounded. I had a half-brother, and Mom kept it from me all this time? Mom, how could you not tell me about this before? Does Dad know? Mom, I'm talking to you. Get off your freaking phone.
Oh my God, do I have to tell you everything? You know now. Anyway, I'm tired. You two get to know each other.
After the initial shock subsided, I realized it wasn't Ethan's fault that Mom had kept him a secret from me. Having him around actually brought some unexpected joy into our home. One day, Ethan and I were in the living room playing a game where we had to act out random scenarios. All right, let's see your best chicken moves. He got up and started doing the most awkward, hilarious chicken dance I had ever seen. I couldn't stop laughing. We were having a great time, and then Mom walked in.
What is all that noise?
Just a little chicken action, Mom. Wanna join?
Mom was hesitant for a moment, then decided to give it a try. She started flapping her arms and attempted a few clumsy dance moves, but suddenly she lost her balance and fell, hitting her head on the coffee table. Mom, are you okay? We rushed to help her up, and after a visit to the doctor, it turned out she had a mild concussion and needed to rest for a week. Ethan and I spent the week bonding over board games, movies, and even more silly dance sessions. Living with Dad was kinda tough. He's always busy, and I've had to move schools a lot. That sounds hard, Ethan. Yeah, but I've always admired you. I wish
wished I could be part of your life. Dad once told me about you, actually, and I made a secret account on Instagram and started following you. Aw, I wish I'd known about you earlier, but I'm so glad you're here now.
From then, our bond grew stronger, and it really felt like we were becoming a family. That is, till one day, Mom decided we needed family bonding time, so she planned a trip to the beach. Despite the heat, I was wearing long pants and a light jacket. I could feel stares from other people at the beach, but I didn't care. My scars were my business, and no one else's. But when Dad and Polly showed up, Mom lost it.
Who invited you? What are you doing here?
I did. They're part of my life too, and I want them here.
This is unbelievable. You always find a way to ruin everything.
No, Mom. You're the one who's always causing drama. For once, can't we all just enjoy a day at the beach?
Despite my best efforts, Mom refused and continued to throw a tantrum. Eventually, Dad, Polly, and Ethan and I decided to leave her on the beach and enjoy the day on our own. A few hours later, when Ethan and I got home, we found the apartment turned into a weird tribute to Mom's opera career. Everything was covered with her performance posters, reviews, costumes, and props, and Mom was sitting there in another ridiculous outfit. Why was she always so attention-seeking?
You're back. I hope you had a great day at the beach with your little family.
What's all this, Mom?
It's a reminder of who I am, who the real star of this family is. You think you can just live your life without recognizing my greatness? Think again.
Just then, I caught Ethan's eye, and we both burst out laughing at the absurdity at the scene. But Mom wasn't the least bit amused. She started singing and wouldn't stop for hours. And finally, Ethan called Dad to come and take us, and we both left with him. We stayed at Dad's for a few weeks, and Mom tried contacting me several times, but I never responded. I was done with her craziness. As months went by, life seemed to get back to normal with Polly and Dad, and I was happy. Then one day, I received a mysterious Instagram message from an account with no profile picture asking me to meet them. The person was claiming to be some long-lost sibling of mine. I thought it was a prank, but the person kept sending messages and begging for a chance to talk. So, after talking it over with Polly and Dad, I decided to give it a shot. What did I have to lose, right? I arranged to meet the anonymous person at the cafe, and even Polly and Ethan came along. We were nervous, but curious. When I finally saw who it was, my mind went blank. It was a girl, and she looked so much like me and Ethan.
Hi, I'm Alex. I know this sounds crazy, but I think we're siblings.
You too? How are we just hearing about you?
Our mom didn't want me to have any contact with you. I've been living with my dad and stepmom, and I only recently did some digging and found out about you guys. I've been looking for you two for a while now. My dad told me too that it's Mom who didn't want me to know about you, Casey. You know what, guys? We're gonna talk to her right now. Come with me.
With that, we took off for Mom's place to confront her. When we got there, she was shocked to see all her kids in one place, and then she started crying like a banshee. I tried to make her calm and sat her down. Mom, just tell us why.
You already know why, Casey. I clearly have some issues and can't take care of 3 children. I'm getting therapy, I swear, and it's not even the first time. I just didn't want my kids growing up with some weird, embarrassing psycho mom, and I knew they had nice families. Ethan lived with his dad, and Alex too. I wasn't around, but I always knew how my kids were doing.
But you clearly chose to raise Casey and be a part of her life. She had a better life knowing who her real mom is.
Oh, honey, what better life? She's the miserable one dealing with a crazy mom like me. She's my oldest, and it was hard to be away from her. But with you two, I had more courage and more people to support my decision. What I did is unforgivable, and I hope you understand me.
We were all speechless, and Ethan was crying. Alex looked like she would burst into tears any moment too, but Mom looked worse. You should have just told us, Mom. It would have been nice to know my siblings.
I'm so sorry, but I'll try to make it up to you all. Speaking of which, I found a really good skin doctor, Casey, and he said he can fix your arms and legs so you can finally wear some decent clothes. Polly can help you.
We all burst into laughter while still in tears. That was Mom for us. We decided to put everything behind us and give Mom a chance. It was a hard decision, but with our parents' love and support, we had hope for a better future. Hi, I'm Aiko, and this is Amaya. As you can see, me and my sister Amaya are Siamese sisters. We were born attached from the waist down, but we are not the same. When we were born, our parents freaked out completely when they saw us for the first time. Why won't these babies come apart?
The doctors glued our babies together. I'm gonna sue them.
Mom and Dad lost their senses after they found out we couldn't be taken apart, and they left us at the hospital and ran away, literally. So we grew up in an orphanage, but it wasn't the best place for Siamese girls to be in. The beds we slept in and the clothes we wore were too uncomfortable, and everyone looked at us like we were some magical creatures.
Hey, can I touch you?
Sure, if you want to lose your arm, go ahead. Amaya? Well, yeah, one of the reasons we never had friends was because Amaya would chase all of them away with her bad temper, and I would have to convince her to do things with me to get along with the rest of the kids.
Hey, look, everyone! The magic girls are doing their magic tricks again!
We would do small little tricks to attract donations and people into our orphanage on the weekends, and all the kids would love it. But in spite of all the efforts we put in, no one would pick us for adoption. Why do you think no one wants to adopt us, Aiko? Well, maybe it's because they just want one girl and it's the two of us?
No, it's because you're freaks. Face it, losers.
Maria was the bully at the orphanage and messed with us whenever she got a chance. Well, no one wants you either, Maria. How does that make you any different from us? She jumped onto me and started pulling my hair off when Amaya planted a punch right into her face. Take this, Maria. And then we broke out into a cat fight. But to our horror, we went crashing into a vase that was 1,000 years old, and our manager, Mr. Saichi, cherished it more than his life.
Girls!
He looked raging mad and punished us by asking us to clean the entire orphanage and do all the work for a week. And lunch was assigned to Maria. During lunchtime, while she was pouring food into our plates, I saw a wicked smile on her face. And later, as we started to eat, I saw a big cockroach in Amaya's soup. I grabbed the bowl and threw it right into her face. Are you out of your mind? Why'd you do that?
What else am I supposed to feed you freaks? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want it alive?
Everyone else burst out laughing at her silly joke, but Amaya didn't take it too well. She picked up the cockroach and jumped onto Maria, insisting that she eat it. Come on, open your mouth now. Let's see you getting a taste of what you serve. I tried to pull her away, but it was already too late. The manager was already there.
That's enough. I want you both in my office right now.
I was horrified. We were so doomed now. But to my surprise, the manager didn't scold us. Instead, he introduced us to a very handsome man named Mr. Lee.
Oh, girls. You're just 15, but you're so amazing. I have seen you guys perform your little tricks. You're so talented. Would you like to come with me?
I looked at Amaya and hugged her. This was awesome news. But then the manager said he couldn't take us with him.
Why not? I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but you'll need a partner to adopt the girls. You can't do that alone.
So this time, Mr. Lee came back with a bearded woman. After the adoption papers were signed, Mr. Lee took us to a freaking awesome place, the circus. We thought we were there for a show, but then he asked us to go backstage. This was weird. The bearded woman asked us to put on circus gowns, then handed us some juggling balls and stuff. And with that, Mr. Lee pushed us onto the stage.
Go, girls. Do your magic.
Magic? This was crazy. Everyone was looking at us like we were some zoo animals, and we couldn't even juggle the balls properly. And in no time, people were laughing at us like we were some clowns. But you know what they say, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This wasn't half as bad as cleaning the orphanage, and we even got to travel the world for our shows. But soon after, we realized we weren't really happy. It was so exhausting and not a place to call home. I don't want to live here anymore, like this. Let's just leave. But I knew Mr. Lee wouldn't let us leave so easily. So we made a plan to run away at night, but just as we were sneaking out, we saw Mr. Lee talking to some man.
These are the animals we stole from the zoo, and there are more on the way. You better hurry up with the payments.
You will get your payment. But we need more unique kids, too, like the Siamese sisters. Kidnap them if you have to, but I need to expand my business. OMG! He was such a cruel man! How did we not see this before? We should definitely run out of here. He's so dangerous. No, Amaya, we can't. Think of all the other people he's gonna trap, and these innocent animals? We have to do something about it. We immediately went back to our tent and called the police. Within the next few hours, there were cops swarming in like bees and arresting anyone involved in the illegal buying and selling of animals, including Mr. Lee. After the chaos was over, a police officer came to us and told us we were going to receive a huge amount of reward money for giving them such a big lead. Yippee! This was super awesome! There were also news reporters and TV channel reporters to interview us for our bravery, and all of a sudden, we were like celebrities. After receiving the huge reward money, we shared some of it with the other circus workers too. And from our share, I insisted on buying a small house for both of us, and Amaya saved the rest for her secret plans. Then one day, we were eating out at a restaurant when I bumped into a table and almost fell to the ground when a guy caught us. He was our age and had such gorgeous eyes. I almost fell in love with him at first sight when Amaya interrupted. Are you blind? Can't you see? Amaya, it's not even his fault. I bumped into the table. I hushed her, and the guy even asked me out later. This was crazy. I went home and tried all the best dresses, but Amaya didn't seem to be a sport. During the dinner date, he held my hand and we were having romantic talks when Amaya went all bonkers on the waiter. What is this? You call this food? My vomit looks better than this. Take it away. And Amaya, being Amaya, chased the guy away. Later, when we reached home, I was super mad at her. Why'd you do that? Why are you always so angry? Do you even realize how much I have to adjust and sacrifice because of you? I like that guy so much. What? How can you even say that? Do you think you're the only one adjusting here? Well, I'm here too, in case you didn't notice. Of course, I was wrong to say that, but I was angry too, and this was one of the times I hated us being inseparable. Later, when Amaya wouldn't talk to me for hours, I made a plan to cheer her up. What are you doing? Going out. But I don't want to. I want to sleep, but I do want to go out. I pulled her out to see the stars and hugged her real tight. I'm so sorry that I was mean to you, but I swear I'm never gonna do it again. You matter most to me in this world, Amaya. I love you, and happy birthday. Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes. I'm sorry too, sis. You have to live with my stupid temper all the time, and you never complain about it, but you don't have to anymore. What? What do you mean? Amaya told me she wanted to consult a doctor and get us separated so we could live our lives like normal people. This was crazy. She even said we could use all the reward money for our separation operation. But that would mean we won't be together like this. Yeah, I know, but we will always have each other, right? We deserve to be happy and live our lives, Aiko, and fall in love like you want. I was speechless. This was the best birthday gift ever. The next morning, we went to see the best doctor in the city for our operation.
All right, blood tests are fine, girls. I think a few more tests and we can proceed.
Wow, really? But we don't have any risks, do we?
The risk is very low. You don't share organs, that's fortunate. There are other Siamese patients who are not so lucky.
We were so happy. After meeting the doctor, we went back home, and there was a middle-aged woman who came running up to us and hugged us. Aiko, Amaya, my daughters, I missed you so much. What the freaking heck? She was our mom? You're our mom? How did you find us? Oh, I'll do better. Why did you leave us in the first place? What do you want now? We had so many questions, but she just burst into tears. Oh, my babies. I'm so sorry. I left you both alone, but your dad and I were so poor back then, and we freaked out. Please, please forgive us. Forgive my butt. I don't believe you. You can't be our mom. We look nothing like you, and if you're insisting so much, then why don't we get a DNA test right now? I was fired up with anger, but she was indeed our mom. She even had our birth certificates with her. Then she told us some shocking news. Your dad is super ill and he wants to see you both. Please, I beg you both to come and see him for the last time. It didn't feel right, but she was literally holding onto our pants and wouldn't let them go. And that's when Amaya said, we should give her a chance. I was super shocked, but then I could understand her emotions, so I let her meet them once. When we reached their place, we saw a man lying in bed all sick, and all of a sudden, he turned into a drama queen.
My daughters. Oh, my daughters. I'm a criminal. I was such a bad dad. I deserve to die. I did so wrong to the both of you. Please forgive me.
He hugged Amaya and she went all emotional. We sat and talked by his side for a while, and then Mom told us how they needed money to get Dad treated. Of course, I wasn't liking any of it, but Amaya seemed to connect with them so soon. Later, when we got back home, she told me she was going to use the money for Dad and not our operation. But why? They left us when we were just babies, and now they want to use our money? So what? They're our parents, and they're miserable right now. We should help them. No, Amaya, this is what we've always wanted, to live normal lives. You can't give it away just like that. But more than that, I've always wanted a family, Mom and Dad. And we've lived like this all our lives. We can live the rest of it too. Please, Aiko, please. I didn't know what to say after that. She was so happy after meeting Mom and Dad, and I didn't want to take away her happiness. So I decided I was going to support her decision. We went back to tell Mom and Dad, but what we saw shocked us to our bones. They were partying and eating tons of dinner kept on the table.
These stupid kids have no idea we're gonna take that reward money and run with it. I could tell they grew up into such fools when I saw them on the TV. Good that we left them.
Yeah, they were so dumb. But do you think they'll give us the money? This was it. Amaya had tears in her eyes, and I couldn't take it anymore. We went in and I threw the garbage bag I picked up from outside straight onto them. That's what you deserve, and that's what kind of people you are. Garbage.
Yeah, I trusted you guys, and I thought you were genuinely sorry. But I was wrong. You guys are the most horrible people I've ever met. And I've met a lot.
Saying that, we stormed out of their place, and we realized the only family we had was each other. And it was enough. A few days later, we even discovered that our parents were serving time in jail for not being able to pay their debts. Well deserved. Of course, after that, we got our operation and we were successfully separated without any complications. And now, we're free to live life as we want. Hi there. My name is Ariel and I'm a total freak. But before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents found out I was a freak the day I was born. Every time I cried, sweat started dripping from my skin. Mom totally flipped and spent thousands of dollars trying to figure out what was wrong with me. The doctor said I just had a harmless mutation in my genes, which made me a sweat ball when I got nervous. Dad was thrilled to know that I was totally fine, but Mom was beyond horrified. She was a former model and was super obsessed with perfection and beauty. This thing is disgusting.
Our baby is not disgusting. She's smart and pretty.
Even the other kids agreed with Mom. Once when I was in kindergarten, kids laughed at me when the teacher asked me to sing in front of everyone, and my clothes turned wet in seconds.
Oh, look at her. Doesn't she bathe?
I told Mom about it, and she tried everything to fix me.
You need to change. You need to be perfect.
Even the fact that I was able to read and write when I was only 4 didn't make my mom hate me any less. She never saw me as someone smart, but she thought that my beauty was the only good thing about me. So she was putting makeup on my face to show me off in front of her friends. Once, she invited someone to demonstrate her makeup skills and convinced them to hire her in their salon. She used me as a model, but I got nervous and started sweating. All my makeup melted and Mom's face turned red. The makeup artist said,
"Listen, your daughter is very beautiful, but your makeup skills are bad. Please don't contact me again."
Mom grounded me for months, and books were my only friends. I spent most of my time reading in my room. I loved reading about science. It was so cool to know how things worked. When I was 5, I thought things might get better when my mom told us she was pregnant with a second baby. When Mom laid eyes on baby Grace, she screamed with joy.
She's not sweating. She's normal.
Mom, we still don't know if she doesn't have the condition.
She's just a baby. Well, Grace got older and she did not have the condition. In no time, she became Mom's favorite. She got everything she wanted. But honestly, everyone agreed that I was the pretty one, and I knew I was also the smartest. Like one day, Mom gave Grace pizza for dinner and served me a plate of boiled broccoli. You're so sweaty. You don't need more grease. But I said, oh, cool. Look, Grace, Mom wants you to eat the pizza and get fat. Mom hates you. Grace burst into tears and Mom started comforting her and giving her the broccoli while I took the pizza and left for my room. As Grace grew up, Mom taught her to really hate me. Grace had difficulties reading and I spotted the problem only when she was 6. I tried to teach her, but Grace said, oh, I want to be like Mama, beautiful and non-sweaty. Stay away from me. I don't want to be like you. On Grace's 7th birthday, Mom forbade me from entering the party. I was even banned from the kitchen. But I snuck into her party when she wasn't looking to eat a slice of cake and spit in Grace's plate. That's when one of Grace's friends asked me, who are you? We haven't met you before. She's just the weird housekeeper. Stay away from her. She's gross. Oh, yeah, I'm so gross. Look. And I dug into the cake with my sweaty hand, grabbed a large fistful, and stuffed it in my mouth. Happy birthday, Grace! As they all stared at me, I turned around and left. But things weren't any better at school. I always wore hand-me-down clothes because Mom didn't want me to sweat into them. This didn't stop boys from asking me out because they found me pretty. But they would leave after they found out about the condition. Mostly, kids were only nice to me when they wanted my help with their homework. Once, Naya, the richest girl in class, came to me before an exam and said, hey, I need your help with an exam today. You mean you want me to cheat? Yeah, if you want to use that word. No, I won't do that. I don't think you have an option. She threatened to humiliate me in front of everyone, but I stood firm. However, I got nervous. Then she threw tissues at me because she knew they'd stick to my sweat. Look at her. She's such a weirdo. I pushed her, and then all the meanies showed up from behind her to beat me up. I ran like a cheetah until I reached the racetrack. I accidentally entered the race and started running with the competitors. Suddenly, I heard the coach's whistle, and he announced my name as the winner. What? People were cheering and hooting for me? Did I just accidentally win a race? The coach came up to me and said, whoa, you're so fast. This is the first time I've seen you. I don't know what's going on here. I never wanted to participate in the competition, but Naya made me run here and... Naya? She's an awesome student. She's also a runner. She deserves a reward for convincing you to participate in this race. Just then, Naya showed up from behind the coach with a big smile on her face. Oh, yes, Coach. Ariel is talented. Not only pretty and a genius, but also a great runner. Plus, she's my friend. And just like that, she hugged me. I was overwhelmed by all of this. First, I won a race, then I was enrolled in the track team, and I became freaking friends with my biggest enemy, Naya. That day, I started racing against other kids, and soon enough, I realized that everyone was sweaty here, and I looked just like them. I wasn't different or disgusting like Mom used to say I was. The next day, as I was walking past her table in the cafeteria, Naya asked me to join her and her friends. I was taken aback, but I sat down and they were all being really nice to me. And suddenly, my popularity in school was rising. Being friends with Naya instantly gave me a higher ranking on the popularity meter, but that wasn't all. For the coming years, I was slowly turning into a racing star. Everyone who'd bullied me for so long started looking at me with respect. Our school was winning every race of the season because of me. Naya was having a big party at her place one evening, and I was invited. Luckily for me, it was a pool party, so my sweating wasn't going to be a problem because everyone would be wet. I was talking to Naya when suddenly I noticed a waiter across the room trying to balance trays of glasses, but they were about to fall any second. I dashed forward and caught them just before they crashed to the ground. As the waiter thanked me profusely and ran away, I heard someone say, "Wow, you're quite the speed demon, aren't you?" I turned around to see a gorgeous boy behind me. It's just all my running practice, I guess. I'm the star runner of our school track team, but I'm more interested in physics. The boy looked really impressed, and we started talking. It was so easy and fun talking to him. I didn't even realize how fast the time flew. Sometime later, Naya came by and put an arm on his shoulder. Liam, come and dance with me. My friend is making you miss all the fun.
Oh, no. I was having a great time with her. Would it be okay if, if I could have your Facebook ID, Ariel?
I could feel myself blushing hard as he added me on his Facebook. As Liam and Naya walked away, I suddenly caught the look on her face. She looked furious. Next day, I was super nervous to talk to Naya about last night. I waited for her in the changing room. When I saw Naya entering, I got up. Naya shrieked loudly. Ew! Did you just pee on your seat? I turned around in horror to see the seat was all wet. Listen, I'm just nervous about last night. I can see you like Liam, and I totally understand. I'll back off, and you can have him for your... Save it, Ariel. Liam is drooling over you, and since I can't do anything to convince him to go out with me, I can ruin you instead. And with that, she pushed me away and was about to attack me. I felt anger rising inside me, and I got up and rubbed my sweaty palm right on Naya's stupid face. She started shrieking like a madwoman. I looked at my hands in amazement, and all her makeup was ruined. Naya left crying. I knew that a war was about to start with Naya and her friends, but anyone who picked on me after that had their makeup ruined by my hands in a flash. I could now destroy their fancy suede slippers in a second. One drop of sweat in their lunch and it was inedible. My power was mighty. So they gave up soon and left me alone. And Liam and I had the greatest days in our lives. Somehow, my sweating condition didn't bother him at all, and he was the nicest person I'd ever known. Liam once tried to hold my hand, but I pulled it back. But my hand's all sweaty.
It's okay. I don't mind. I just want to hold it.
Once when I was in the 10th grade, I decided to invite Liam home and introduce him to my family. Dad was happy for me, but Mom and Grace were super jealous, especially since Liam was such a hunk. At dinner, Grace said,
Oh, Liam, do you know about Ariel's condition? You're too hot to live with that disgusting creature.
Mom laughed and agreed with her. This made me super nervous and mad. Shut up, Grace, or I'll soak you with sweat.
I'm wearing waterproof makeup. Bring it.
I was so angry and I was about to attack her when Liam pulled me away and whispered in my ear,
I will always love you. Don't forget that, and don't let them affect you.
I kissed him in front of them and we left for my room. A few months later, I had one of the most important races, and just when I was about to reach the final line, Naya tripped me and I broke my ankle. Liam ran up to me and held me in his arms. I yelled, It's Naya! The witch tripped me! The coach checked the cameras and made sure Naya was guilty. She was kicked out of the team for hurting the star player. I thought I would be happy to know that, but I just felt bad for her. She was my friend, but her jealousy led her to lose her dream. However, I had another thing to be sad about. The doctor said I needed to rest for months, and with that, I wouldn't be able to participate in the final race. I was sad, but I decided to focus on my studies, especially physics. After a few months, both Liam and I got into our dream college, and our lives were just perfect. But then one day, I discovered that I was pregnant. I'm gonna drop out of college, Liam. I want to raise this baby with all my love and care.
You don't have to, Ariel. I know how important our baby is to you, but I also know how important your dream is.
Liam forced me to continue with my college and worked part-time jobs just to support us. Dad also sent us some money, and then 8 months later, Liam and I were blessed with a beautiful daughter. We named her Emma.
Oh, she looks just like you, honey. She's so pretty.
Once I had a big exam and I couldn't find a babysitter for Emma, so I took her with me to the campus. The professors and everyone loved her. She took a nap in the professor's arm until I finished the exam. 3 years later, on my graduation day, Liam proposed to me.
Will you marry me, Ariel?
Say yes, Mommy, or I will.
Of course I said yes, and we got married. The happiest part was that our little angel was there on our special day as our flower girl. Fast forward 3 years now, and I'm a physics professor at a prestigious university, and all 3 of us live happily in a huge house in the city.
Dad often calls and tells me about how Mom is so crazy about wanting to meet Emma and introduce her into modeling as her granddaughter. But we all know that's not going to happen.
Hi, I'm Ariana from New York. Please like and subscribe. When I opened my eyes to this world, the first person I saw was my dad. And since that moment, I adored him and he loved me like crazy. He gave me everything a girl could dream of. I loved my mom too, but she was a little harder to like. She had a serious problem. She wanted everything clean. I mean, really clean. Like when I was 4, Dad smudged a piece of birthday cake all over my face, and Mom went ballistic. Oh God, she's all dirty now. I'll have to bathe her all over again. Why'd you do that, John? Oh, come on, it's her birthday. We're just having fun. Mom and Dad would always argue because she was such a clean freak. She took the fun out of everything we did. Once in 2nd grade, my school had a mother-daughter bake-off event, and Mom wore plastic gloves the whole time, and she was so picky about everything. Are you sure you washed the bowl properly? Twice, with hot water?
Yes, Mom. I washed it like 10 times already. Now, Sadie and I sat down quietly among Mrs. Lancaster's relatives who were glaring at us. Why are we here exactly? Just wait for it. It's gonna be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today for the reading of the late Mrs. Lancaster's will, who was a woman of remarkable character and…
Blah, 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 snooze fest. Get to the good part, man.
Upon careful examination of the will, it is clear that Mrs. Lancaster has left her entire fortune worth $10 million to one individual, Miss Sadie.
There was a stunned silence, then Sadie burst into tears. Oh my God, I'm shocked. What have I done to deserve this? Other than being her only friend for the last 2 years, still, you can't put a price on love. Not even $10 million. But I'm so touched. Suddenly, Mrs. Lancaster's relatives ran towards the lawyer, yelling at him, tearing his shirt, and throwing his files across the room, while Sadie turned to me and grinned. Hi, I'm Chloe, and before I explain what happened here, please like and subscribe. My older sister and I were 2 years apart and nothing alike. Sadie was beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, while I had dark, messy hair and my eyes were the color of poop. I was shy and introverted, but Sadie craved attention, and she knew how to get it. Like once when we were attending a friend's birthday party, Sadie started to cry right before the cake cutting. What's wrong, sweetie?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't had a birthday party since my mom fell sick, and there's no cure.
What's wrong with Ow! Oh, you poor darling. Why don't you cut this cake? Go on, make a wish. Or the time she knew she was about to lose the art competition to a more talented kid, so she threw herself on the ground and started having a pretend seizure, from which she recovered fully after a minute.
Oh, this happens when I haven't slept or eaten for days. I've just been working so hard on this art piece.
And the judges gave her the award instead. Growing up, it felt like the spotlight always followed my popular sister while I lived in the shadows, which I really didn't mind. I loved taking pictures and was the happiest behind my camera lens with Sadie as my favorite muse. And even though Sadie loved herself the most, I was a close second.
What do you mean my sister's project isn't good enough? This isn't Harvard, it's just your dumb class.
You don't have space on your party guest list for Chloe? Well, you could get a life and uninvite your mom. Sadie's friend had invited a great band to her party, and I had a blast. Thanks for bringing me, sis. This party's the coolest. This party's a dump, and so is this town. I'll take you to A-list parties when I'm a Hollywood star, Chloe, which is inevitable. I mean, look at this face. It's a moneymaker. My parents owned a small grocery store, and while we weren't rich, we were comfortable. They promised to send Sadie to an acting academy in LA after high school. To make some extra money, Sadie started working as a companion to Mrs. Lancaster, a rich old lady in our town. Sadie would often sneak me into her mansion, and I'd spend hours in her library. Life was good, but soon after I turned 16, we woke up to the horrible news one morning that an electrical fire had burned our grocery store to the ground.
Your mother and I will have to start looking for jobs.
Sadie, we are so sorry, but we can't send you to LA. Surprisingly, Sadie took the news really well. She kept working at Mrs. Lancaster's place for the next few months, till one day she came home with the news that the old lady had passed. Which brings us to the day after, where the lawyer announced that Mrs. Lancaster had left everything to Sadie, and her family started a riot. But she was perfectly calm as we walked out of there. I'll finalize the paperwork with the lawyer later. Hold on, Sadie. You already knew Mrs. Lancaster was leaving you everything, didn't you? It wasn't a hard guess. She didn't love her family very much. I don't think she loved you that much either. I know you did something. Fine. I just encouraged her to make a new will some time ago. But she decided everything herself. She was like 90 and half crazy, Sadie. The last time I saw her, she accused me of stealing apples from her mother's farm. Can you focus on what's important here? I'm a freaking millionaire now, Chloe. We can't take this money. It's not ours. You're right, it's mine. Just think of how much easier I can make things for Mom and Dad. Don't go telling them your stupid theories and let me help them. After that day, our lives just flipped upside down. We moved into Mrs. Lancaster's mansion. My parents started rebuilding their store, and Sadie hired herself an expensive acting coach. Suddenly, we were eating off silver platters and had maids and butlers. And Sadie was ordering dresses from Paris, shoes from Milan, and perfumes from London. I could send you to an amazing private school, Chloe. No thanks. Could you at least let me upgrade your wardrobe? Not interested. Okay, look, a brand new camera. You should start your photography channel. I'll buy you followers to give you a head start. Can you just stop? Sadie, you made an old lady sign over her fortune to you and robbed her family. How do you even sleep at night? Extremely well on my feather bed and Egyptian cotton sheets. And sometimes, if I can't sleep, I count sheep. But instead of wool, my sheep have dollar bills on them. And instead of jumping on grass, they're jumping on more dollar bills. That helps me sleep like a baby. But I just couldn't accept what Sadie had done. And this created a rift between us. Things really came to a head when Sadie hosted a party one evening where she was showing off a Taylor Swift shoe she'd bought at an auction for $75,000. You need to return that. Sweetie, you sound hysterical. Why don't you take your medication and lie down? No, you need to sell it and return the money to its rightful owners. In fact, we need to return everything. Don't even think about touching the shoe. I'm warning you. Sadie leapt at me, and we ended up in a huge fight till our parents broke us apart. And when we were alone, I ended up telling them everything. My parents were horrified. I don't care what any of you think. I'm over 18, and I'm the legal, rightful owner of this fortune. You want to go back to the life you had? Then go. My parents returned the money Sadie had given them for the store, and we left for our old house that night. The next day, we found out that Sadie had put the mansion up for sale and moved to LA. It broke my heart that things had turned out this way between us. Mom and Dad returned to their jobs, and I wanted to help. I made a website offering my photography services and also started a YouTube channel sharing tutorials. By the time I graduated high school, I was making decent money from both. Soon after, I had my first ever solo exhibition, and for my showstopper, I went to the lake at dawn to capture the sunrise. I was about to take my best photo yet when a loud noise startled me. A boy was kneeling a few feet away, crying loudly.
Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, lips, do something too.
Would you mind going somewhere else, Romeo? I'm trying to work here. The boy turned to me in surprise, and wow, was he a looker.
I'm working here too, babe. I'm an actor and...
Really? I thought you were a madman.
I have an important audition, and this is my usual practice spot.
Fine. I just need 20 minutes here, and I'd appreciate some peace. I turned away to my camera and found the boy posing in front of me. Do you mind?
Not at all, babe. Take as many photos as you want.
I meant, could you move?
An action shot. I like it. What should I do? Maybe a headstand or flex my biceps?
Was he dumb or what? Okay, how about one of you gazing out at the water dramatically? The boy looked out at the water and immediately started crying.
Was that good?
How about one without the ugly crying? Yep, that's perfect.
I'm Blake, by the way. Follow me on Insta at Blake is a Greek god.
Not gonna happen. Good luck and goodbye. The picture with Blake actually turned out amazing, and I was shocked when some art collector at the exhibition offered to purchase it for $5,000. Later that night, I did end up finding Blake the Greek god on Instagram and sent him a message asking if he'd meet me at a cafe. I thought it was only fair that he got a cut from the money.
I just knew you'd reach out to me. I could feel this instant electrical connection between us.
Wow, I feel nothing but regret. Here's the check I promised. See you never.
Oh, come on. A cup of coffee won't hurt. I actually want to hire you for some headshots to send along with my audition tapes to Hollywood.
You want to go to Hollywood?
Of course. I mean, look at this face. It's a work of art.
I guess a cup of coffee won't hurt.
Great. Has anyone ever told you your eyes are the most beautiful brown? They remind me of autumn leaves and hot chocolate.
My eyes are the color of poop.
You really need someone to talk you up, babe. I'm new in town and I have no friends, so I'm happy to stick around and do the job.
He really meant that. He came off vain and silly at first, but he was actually sweet and funny. He'd often accompany me on my shoots and carry around my bags. And his idea of a good time was watching movies at home, eating pizza, and wearing face masks. I should take a picture of that and post it. You look so manly.
Yeah, babe. Real men exfoliate their skin and talk about their feelings.
He felt like the first real friend after Sadie, yet it was so different. Sadie had always overshadowed me, and I'd been fine being my sister's sidekick, but Blake always made me feel like the main character, and slowly, I found myself falling for him. One day, as I was editing some photos in my studio, Blake burst in and spun my chair around.
We're going to Hollywood, babe.
What?
A big producer loved my audition tape, and he's casting me in his new movie. Turns out, he was also looking for a photographer for the promo stuff, and I recommended you.
That's amazing! I'm so happy for you!
For us.
And suddenly, his face turned serious.
You already know that I'm not well off and Dad's in a wheelchair. His mom used to live in this town, but Dad was in the army and he was posted abroad, so we haven't been able to visit in years. She died 2 years ago, and my family was gonna inherit her wealth, which could have really helped us after Dad's injury. But apparently, Grandma's caregiver tricked her into giving her all her fortune.
My blood ran cold at his words.
It's been tough, and sometimes I've thought about just giving up the Hollywood dream. But it looks like things are finally turning around, and you're my lucky charm, Chloe. I think I'm in love with you.
He pulled me close and kissed me, but it felt terrible. I know, right? Me too. What's your grandma's name?
Mrs. Lancaster. You okay, babe? Did my kiss take your breath away?
It sure did. I tossed and turned all night. How could I tell Blake that my sister scammed his grandma? But how could I take this job without telling him? But the job was such an amazing opportunity, I couldn't let it slip away. Finally, I decided the only thing to do was to go to Hollywood, meet Sadie, and talk her into giving Blake's family the money. Before I knew it, Blake and I were in Hollywood and starting our first day on set. He got dragged away for hair and makeup. So I wandered around and started taking some pictures when a familiar face appeared in front of my lens. Sadie? Chloe? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I work here. Also, my Hollywood name is Sunday. I work here too. I'm the official photographer. Just then, Blake walked over.
Hey, babe. I see you've met the heroine. She's a rising star in Hollywood, and I'm really excited about working together. But don't get any ideas, Sunday. The movie romance is fake, 'cause this heart is taken.
This was getting so much worse. Of course, I'd meant to meet Sadie, but I hadn't planned on Blake meeting her, let alone working on the same movie. The next few weeks were so difficult. I had to watch my sister doing romantic scenes with my boyfriend, after which they would be whisked off for interviews. And anytime I tried catching Sadie alone, she managed to slip away. So one day, I hid in the trunk of Sadie's car and followed her right to her apartment. I need to talk to you. Unless it's an apology, I don't want to hear it. Fine, it's an apology. Once I was in, I turned to her furiously. Of course it's not an apology. Sadie, you have to give back Mrs. Lancaster's money to her family. Oh my God, that again? You're worse than their family lawyer. Do you know who Blake is? He's Mrs. Lancaster's grandson. What? What does he know? That his grandma's caregiver tricked her and took all the money. But he doesn't know that's you, my sister, his lovely co-star Sunday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. My yoga instructor's here. You need to leave. I had no choice, but this conversation wasn't over. When I returned to my hotel room, I found Blake sitting on the bed with his bags packed. Hey, what's going on?
I think you butt-dialed me by mistake when you were meeting your sister, Sunday. No, Sadie, right? The person who took Grandma's money?
Blake, listen.
How could you not tell me?
I really wanted to, but then I thought...
You thought you'd keep quiet, use me, and take this job?
No, of course not. I came here to talk to my sister, to make her return your money. You have to believe me.
No, I don't. I wish I'd had the sense to record the conversation, but I'm not a schemer like you two. I won't work with her now, so I'm going home.
You can't do that. This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
And some things are more important than money. You wouldn't understand that.
Blake left, and I was devastated. I tried to calm down, but I felt panic rising in my chest. First, my sister left me, and now the guy I loved. I couldn't stop crying, and I was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, I felt dizzy, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with Sadie beside me. Oh, thank God you're awake. What happened? I came to talk to you and found you unconscious. Blake found out everything and left. I think I just had a bad panic attack. Suddenly, Sadie started crying. Chloe, I would never intentionally hurt you, and I've missed you terribly. What hurt the most was knowing you thought I was evil. Yes, I pushed Mrs. Lancaster to make a new will, but she always said her only son hadn't visited in years, and the rest of her family were vultures. Those people didn't deserve the money either, trust me. You're still justifying what you did? I'm telling you now, Blake's family needs the money. How can you be sure he isn't lying? Are you sure he's even Mrs. Lancaster's grandson? I can't talk to you anymore. Just leave, Sadie. Listen, Chloe, no, go away. The next day on set was a mess. The producer was frantically trying to get in touch with Blake, but he wouldn't answer anyone's phone calls. I was sitting miserably in a corner when suddenly I got a phone call from Dad.
Chloe, I know this is a lot to ask, but can you come home? A friend of mine has offered me an amazing opportunity to manage a huge grocery store, but it's in Texas, and I need all the help I can get. I know this is your dream job, but
that sounds amazing, Dad, and of course I'll help. I'll take the next flight home. As I hung up, I turned around to see Sadie behind me. You're leaving? Yeah, Dad needs my help with work. Listen, if Blake doesn't come back, they'll find a replacement soon, and this movie will be up and running in no time. You can't give up this job. It'll be so great for your career. You know what, Sadie? I can't believe I ever looked up to you or thought you cared about me. I hope your successful career keeps you warm at night, but I'd rather stay close to the people I love. And with that, I went back home. I helped my parents pack up to move, and one evening, I was carrying a box to our car when I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was Blake. I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't answered any of my calls.
yeah, I was really angry.
Growing up in a super small town in rural Arkansas meant that if you were different at all, people noticed. And I was different. Hi, my name is Ashley, and this is the story of how my biggest burden became my superpower, and then my burden again. Ever since I was a toddler, I had a hearing impairment that forced me to wear this really awkward device over my left ear. My parents told me I could never take it out, that it would be dangerous if I did. And as I entered tweenhood, I really wanted to.
Paging Agent Ashley, do you copy?
Molly, the class clown, was also the class bully. She would come up and tap on my hearing device.
I said, Ashley, come in. We have a breach of security.
The class would laugh at her shameless harassment, and the teachers were afraid to stand up to her. They didn't want to get roasted after all. My home life wasn't much better. Mom and Dad were always fighting, and it always seemed like it was about me.
How was school today, honey? Is that horrible girl still making fun of you?
I was still too busy stabbing my peas with a fork to respond. I really wasn't in the mood.
Ashley, I said, how was school? Did you hear me?
Of course she heard you. She can hear. She's just in one of her moods.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to connect with our daughter.
Well, maybe you should give her some space. All your suffocating isn't helping.
Ugh! I wish I couldn't hear you both! I yanked the device out of my ear for the first time ever, and was met with a piercing, ringing sound that I can only imagine feels like what a dog hears when someone blows a dog whistle.
Honey, no!
Mom and Dad rushed over and shoved the device back in my ear. I nearly passed out from the pain of the noise. When I came to, I was in shock. What was that?
That's what happens when you don't listen to us. That device is there to protect you. Don't try that again.
Protect me from what, though? Hearing loss? Something felt off. But I didn't dare remove the device again.
I didn't have many friends, but my parents got me this harmonica bottle. Despite my hearing issues, blowing into the harmonica cap and playing a tune with every sip brought me joy. I know it's a small thing, but isn't life all about the little moments that make us happy? Check out the link in the description.
When I got to high school, Mom forced me to join an extracurricular in the hopes I would make friends. So I joined the soccer team, the only sport I was remotely good at. But I didn't realize Molly was on the team. She would tease me for any mistakes I made.
Hey, Trashly, can you turn off your music and focus on scoring a single goal?
During our penultimate season game against our biggest rival, I was so scared that I would mess up, and Molly would never let me hear the end of it. We were a point away from winning. The defense was tight. I had no idea Molly was planning to pass me the ball.
Ashley, get open!
She kicked the ball midair, and I tried to chest bump it, but instead, I fell flat on my chest, losing us the game.
I thought that thing was supposed to help you here.
I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and kicked the soccer ball straight to her head. I heard you loud and clear. Bam! The soccer ball hit her smack in the face. Fuming, she charged at me. She tackled me to the ground, and then I felt her yanking on my hearing device.
Give me that thing!
Stop! Don't! Help! I need help! But before anyone could save me, she pulled out the device and chucked it across the field. That brutal, painful ringing started reverberating again. It sent shockwaves through my head and my body. I fell to my knees and screamed in agony. And then, silence. Total, utter silence. I opened my eyes, stunned by the scene in front of me. No one was moving. Everyone was frozen in place. The ref had his hand around Molly's wrist, trying to restrain her. But why was no one moving? Hello? Guys? Guys? What is happening? The thing is, I could hear myself screaming, perfectly clear, even without the hearing aid. I scanned the field for my device and found it in the goalpost. I fashioned it back into my ear and was met with that piercing ringing again. But this time, when I opened my eyes, everyone was moving again. Molly was being apprehended by the ref, getting dragged off the field. And hovering above me was a boy my age from the opposing team. I thought he was going to say something snarky, but instead he offered me his hand.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Oh, weird. Looks like you got your device back. Huh. Anyway, I know what it's like to be bullied. I'm Jasper, by the way.
He had these really weird-looking sunglasses secured to his head with a metal wire.
I can't take them off, or something about the sun. I don't know. Just stay strong and don't let it get to you. What they see as your biggest weakness could be your biggest strength.
My biggest strength? Okay, there was totally something my parents weren't telling me. I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but something connected to the device seemed to stop time. When I got home, I thought about telling my parents what I had experienced, but I had no idea how they'd react, and I wanted to be sure first. So, I did a little experiment at dinner.
Your coach called. Apparently you got into a little tussle with that girl Molly. I'm going to call her mother. Enough is enough.
Oh, come on. You think that's what Ashley needs? Her mother interfering? Like that's gonna make school easier for her?
Would you rather she get tormented every day?
I rushed away from the dinner table and locked myself in the bathroom. I couldn't listen to them bicker anymore. I yanked out my earpiece, ready to face that dreadful ringing. When it was over and I opened my eyes, all was silent. The shrill sound of my parents screaming was gone. I was nervous to go back to the kitchen, a million thoughts running through my head. But when I arrived at the dinner table, my parents were right where I left them. My mom's fork waving at Dad, spaghetti sauce all over Dad's face. Then I realized I couldn't hear the traffic outside, or the baby next door crying, or the wind. I stepped outside to find that I had frozen the entire neighborhood. What if I had caused a catastrophe? I needed to get to the lookout in town to see how far my, quirk extended. My neighbor was frozen on his bicycle and I needed transportation. I snapped a photo of him with my phone so I could put him right back where I found him. Then I picked him up and set him gently on the sidewalk. I hopped on his bike and pedaled to the overlook where I could see all the way out to the water. I looked out onto the horizon, desperately searching for any sign of movement. The river didn't even look like it was flowing. But then I spotted something. A fisherman waiting in the water, reeling his fishing rod. Whew. I didn't know if I could handle the responsibility of freezing the entire world. I needed to get home and search for answers. But as I turned around, I noticed a row of cars parked. I peered through the windows and saw my classmates making out. Well, frozen mid-makeout. I thought the makeout spot was a total myth. The last thing I needed right now was another reminder of how abnormal I was. I'd never kissed anyone. Then, in one of the cars, I saw a familiar mop of blonde hair against one of the windows. It was Molly, and in the passenger seat was Jasper. What the heck? I had no idea they even knew each other. The guy who saved me from my bully looked like he was mid-arguing with her. Were they dating? Breaking up? I was suddenly filled with rage. I had to do something. I saw a lizard on the ground, picked it up, and dumped it into the crack in the window onto her lap. Then I hid behind a tree, put my hearing device back in, and watched her totally freak out. Ah! She jumped out of the car, frantic. Ew, ew, ew! I couldn't help but laugh to myself. I suddenly felt powerful. This wasn't a quirk. It was a strength. Oh shoot, totally forgot to return the bike. I sped home, leaving the bike right where I found it. When I got home, my parents were livid.
Where were you? We were terrified. We didn't even hear you leave.
Sweetie, it's fine. She's home now. You don't have to hover so much.
I just went for a bike ride to clear my head, to get away from your arguing. I locked myself in my room, wishing there was a way I could use my powers to make my parents get along. I thought maybe I could, by becoming the social, well-adjusted daughter they'd always wanted. So, I started scheming. First, I would stop time so I could make friends. While I was at my locker, I overheard some cool alternative girls talking about a birthday celebration.
The party was fun, but no one got me the electronic baby doll I've wanted since I was a kid. I know, I'm grown now, but I've been talking about it forever. It's like my dream gift.
I took my earpiece out, suffered through the familiar pain, and sprang into action. I dashed out of school, biked to the nearest toy store, and hunted down the electronic baby doll. Taking a deep breath, I put my earpiece back in, walked up to the group, and smiled. Hey, Bryn! I know yesterday was your birthday, and I saw the general invite. I couldn't make it, but here's a little something for you.
Oh my god, no way! An electronic baby doll?
Yep, she pees and poos.
Exactly what I wanted. You're amazing. Give me a hug, dude.
I invited Bryn and her crew over to watch a movie, and I could hear Mom and Dad talking about me from the other room.
I'm so relieved she's finally made friends.
Now, if only she could get her grades up.
Sure thing, Dad.
Okay, time's up. Ashley, walk me through the problem.
I was notoriously horrible at algebra, so I thought I'd buy myself some time. The problem? Well, that's easy. I took my earpiece out, time froze, and then I casually walked over to the smartest girl in the room's desk and copied her notes. I walked back to my seat, put my earpiece back in, and to isolate the variable, first, subtract 5 from both sides of the equation, simplifying 2x plus 5 minus 5 equals 15 minus 5 to 2x equals 10.
Oh, great work!
She's cheating!
Uh-oh, did Molly somehow see me?
Someone's feeding her answers through her earpiece.
Nope, still just bullying me. But I had an idea for revenge. At our final season-ending soccer game, as Molly was winding up to kick the ball for an easy goal, I froze time. She was halted mid-kick. Then, I moved the ball slightly to the right. When I unfroze and she kicked, yeah! She fell straight onto her butt, missing the ball completely. Her face turned beet red. Might want to check your eyesight.
I swear I had that!
And even though it was causing me immense pain to keep freezing time, it was worth it just to see Molly's face when I froze the field, moved the goalpost over ever so slightly, pivoted the goalie, unfroze time, and scored the winning goal! The crowd went wild! All of my teammates lifted me up in celebration, while Molly was pouting off to the side. And after the excitement settled, I saw Jasper making his way toward me.
Wow, amazing performance!
I didn't know you'd be here.
Yeah, my best friend plays on the other team. Hopefully he'll forgive me for talking to the enemy. Hey, do you want to hang out later?
I blinked. Seriously? From the corner of my eye, I saw Molly staring daggers at us. you're not dating her?
Molly? Ha! No, I'm not dating Molly.
I hesitated. I saw...
What? What did you see?
Never mind. There was an awkward pause, and I needed to do something. So I grabbed my harmonica bottle and took a sip. Then, without thinking, I blew into the cap. A loud, unexpected whistle echoed through the field. Jasper jumped.
Did your water bottle just make a sound?
For some reason, I decided to play along, acting just as surprised as him. Maybe I wanted to share the excitement, or maybe I was just really nervous. I blinked down at it, then tried again. A perfect little tune played from the cap. No way! Jasper grinned.
Okay, that's actually awesome. Where do you even find something like that?
It was a gift, but you can totally get one too. Amazon links in the description. Jasper shook his head, amused.
All right. So, is that a yes?
Yes!
Awesome! I'll pick you up in an hour. We can go to the lookout point.
I nodded, still holding my harmonica bottle like it had just revealed a secret superpower. Because apparently, it kind of had. I think I visibly gulped. The lookout point? Could this be it? My first kiss? But I was getting ahead of myself. First, I had to finish my take-home algebra test. There was no way I could do it in an hour. So I improvised a little. The janitor had the master key to every room in the school. So when I saw him in the hallways, I just casually froze time and unclasped the keys from his belt. But this time, the pain in my ear was really bad. I had to act quick. I unlocked the teacher's office, carefully searching for the test results, making sure not to move things too badly. Finally, I found it. But just as I was taking photos of the answers, my ear started ringing piercingly loud. I collapsed onto the desk, trying to withstand the pain. But I accidentally knocked the teacher's mug over, spilling old coffee all over the test. I ran out of the office, locked the door, and clasped the keys back onto the janitor's belt before I fell again. Then I put my earpiece back in and fled the school before anyone saw me. I got home and waited for Jasper to pick me up. But he never showed. I'd been stood up. Go figure. Furious, I borrowed my neighbor's bike to the lookout. And there Jasper was, wearing his sunglasses at night, sitting on the ridge, desperately clasping Molly's hand. Oh, hey Jasper. So, you stood me up for Molly? Awesome. Wait, are you guys in on this together? Trying to humiliate me?
Ashley, no! That's not what this is!
Then what is it? What are you really hiding behind your sunglasses? You said you were sensitive to the sun. Well, it's nighttime.
Leave us alone, freak!
Gah. I yanked my earpiece out when the coast was clear and pulled Jasper's sunglasses down from his face. But suddenly, I felt someone's hand grab my wrist. It was Jasper's. Startled, I quickly pushed his glasses back over his face. His hand fell limp. Had he unfrozen? Shoot. When I was safely down the hill, I unfroze everything. I'd almost given myself away today. I was getting too careless. I needed to know what was wrong with me before something disastrous happened. So that night, while my parents were sleeping, I sort of froze time to make sure they wouldn't wake up, and I did some digging. In my dad's office, I was shocked to find adoption papers from when I was 3 years old. I couldn't believe it. I only had more questions. The next morning, Mom stormed into my room, livid.
Ashley, the school said they caught you sneaking into your teacher's office. Someone spilled coffee on the test answers. What were you thinking?
I just wanted to do well in school so I didn't disappoint you and Dad.
Well, this is disappointing. I said you were putting too much pressure on her.
And your backseat parenting method is really working, huh?
Guys, stop! I know the truth. You can stop fighting.
What are you talking about?
That I was adopted? Did you know about my power? What happens when I take this out? My parents went silent, and I hadn't even stopped time. Guys!
It's, complicated. Why don't you sit down?
You did know! Seriously? Am I some sort of science experiment?
Honey.
Don't come near me. I couldn't even trust my own parents. I needed to know the truth. And it seemed only Jasper might have the answers. I ran out the front door when it occurred to me I had no idea where Jasper lived. Before I reached the end of the road, Someone was flashing their headlights at me.
Honey, we'll explain. Just come home.
I started running faster and faster, with Mom tailing behind. Out of breath, I pulled my earpiece out. But amidst the chaos, I dropped it on the road, and then I heard a crunch. Mom's car had stopped, but my hearing device had been crushed. Underneath the front wheel of her car, it was completely destroyed. I desperately tried putting it back into my ear. Come on, come on. But it wasn't working. Time wouldn't start up again. I had to find Jasper, fast. He wasn't at the lookout, so I went to Molly's house. She was sitting on her porch, crying. I pulled her phone out of her pocket and set it in front of her face to unlock it. There was about 20 missed calls from Jasper. I found his address in her contacts, grabbed my bike, and rushed over there. When I arrived at his house, I was stunned. It was basically a shed. I squeezed through the window to find Jasper alone on his couch, frozen in place as he was holding a photo of himself as a child, surrounded by a huge family. I ran to him and removed his glasses, and he unfroze.
Huh? Ashley, is that you? What are you doing here? What's going on?
I ran outside to see if anything was moving, but time was still frozen. Can you freeze time too?
Huh?
I grabbed his hand and took him outside to show him. Dead silence. Birds frozen in the sky. But Jasper didn't seem surprised.
Oh, wow. I had a feeling you had it too. I haven't met anyone with...
What? What's happening? Why did you stand me up for Molly? Does she know?
Ashley, I am so sorry. I didn't stand you up. I was scared. Molly is just a former friend who's been making me do stuff for her since she found out about my secret. But it's little stuff, harmless, like making her prom queen and voted most lovable in the middle school yearbook. Basically, buying her popularity.
What was happening the night I saw you on the bench?
I was pleading with her not to spill my secret. I said I didn't want to help her cheat or hack into her ex's phone and sabotage him. You were born October 4th, right?
Yeah?
Me too. And a handful of others. Anyone in that nursery that day was exposed to some weird chemical that gave us this power to freeze time. These glasses prevent that. Your hearing aid. When my parents found out, they used me. They threatened to expose me, take me to the government or whatever if I didn't do what they asked. I helped them steal and cheat people and get rich. I don't want to hurt anyone, but it seems everyone keeps hurting me.
I get that. My parents never even told me I was adopted, and I had to find out about my power on my own. They told me I had hearing issues.
It sounds like they were just trying to protect you. I ran away when I was 14, and I have been on my own ever since. It's been excruciating being alone, but now I found you.
Jasper was right. My parents were probably just trying to protect me from the world. It's what they must have been fighting about all this time. I need to save my parents. How do we reverse this?
Now that we know the truth about each other, we don't have to. We can get out of this town now. Wherever we are, we'll have the power. And once we are far enough, the town and your parents will unfreeze and go back to normal.
It didn't sound half bad, but I couldn't just run from my problems forever. No, I'm sick of manipulating things. Making you like me because I cheated at soccer, making friends because they think I have cool interests, taking shortcuts. It's all a lie.
I don't like you because you won at soccer. I like you because you have a pure, genuine heart. I felt I could trust you the moment I met you.
If that's true, then help me, please. We have to start time again without running away. And these powers, they need to end. I saw him turn away from me. He looked conflicted.
There is a way. My parents made me freeze time and steal a master device from the lab where your hearing device and my glasses were made. They just wanted as much control over my power as they could have. I took it with me when I ran away from home. Activating the master device will restart time, but it will overpower our devices, making them useless, which means I'll lose my powers. Then I'd just be normal.
Jasper, there's nothing normal about you. If our powers were in the wrong hands, imagine. But we got them, and it led us to each other. Isn't that enough? Jasper didn't seem so sure, So I did it. I faced my fears, leaned in, and kissed him. And it was super awkward. We both chuckled. See, doesn't it feel nice to be generic? We're just like every other awkward teenager. He kissed me back. And this time, it felt anything but normal. It was magical.
Not so normal, huh? Okay, Ashley. Just promise me we can face this world together.
No matter what.
There's just one thing I think we should do first.
Together, we snuck into the school and tied up some loose ends. Then, Jasper took out the master device and activated it. Suddenly, things started to move slowly again. He dropped it to the ground and stomped on it, then threw his glasses on the ground and stepped on them too. I joined him till we smashed them to bits, and everything around us was in motion as usual. Oh, thank goodness. When I got home, my parents were sitting at the kitchen table holding hands.
Honey! Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're safe. This is all your fault, Joe. If you hadn't...
Stop! Stop blaming each other. I know everything. I know you've both been arguing about how to keep me safe. I just want to know, how come you adopted me?
Your birth mom gave you up for adoption when she found out you were different. She was scared. We were competing with another family, a corrupt family, to adopt you so we could protect you.
Shoot. Tears were welling up in my eyes. The best way you can protect me is by being nice to each other.
We just have different ideas about what's best.
And at the end of the day, I appreciate it. I was lucky to be raised by both of you, but I've decided what's best for myself. I saw my parents link arms in anticipation. I destroyed my earpiece.
You what?
I just want to be normal, with all the pain and beauty that comes with it. My parents clasped hands. I thought they'd be pissed, but instead, they scooped me into a hug.
That makes me so happy to hear.
Me too.
For the first time, it felt like we were all united. Shortly after, Jasper and I started to date. And even though we couldn't freeze time, it seriously felt like time was frozen whenever I'd look into his eyes. I know, so sappy. Don't worry, my mischievous spirit didn't die overnight. That sneaking into the school charade we pulled before smashing his glasses?
This year's homecoming queen is Ashley!
What? Jasper?
Hi, I'm Lily from New York, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was a single kid raised by two farmers who absolutely adored me. We didn't have much money, but I always had books to read and games to play. My parents were always really busy working though.
Mommy, can we go to the library? I'm bored of all these kitty books.
I have to feed the cows, honey. Why don't you look up something interesting on the internet?
She handed me an old computer, and I was mind blown. I fell in love with learning, and by the time I was 5, I could read advanced books and do large sums mentally. My parents were so proud. I was super excited to start school, but I didn't make many friends. Kids made fun of my clothes, which were obviously hand-me-downs, and my school bag was Mom's homemade project. But I always tried reminding myself that it didn't matter, because being smart was the most important thing in the world. Once in 10th grade, though, I was part of a big math competition, and I was so embarrassed when my parents turned up in their stained work overalls. They could have tried to look better. I was acing the competition, and if I got the last question right, I'd win $1,000.
What is the square root of 3,254?
57.
Correct.
My parents jumped up and down excitedly, but I could see everyone laughing at them.
It's a good thing she won. These homeless people could really use the money.
I jumped off the stage and pounced on the boy. Several teachers pulled us apart, and I was sent to the principal's office. I thought I'd be in big trouble, but instead, I found a man in a top hat smiling at me.
Hello, Lily.
I'm Professor Lin. I'm here to offer you a place in my boarding school in London on full scholarship. It's a special school for gifted kids like you.
That school just sounded amazing. But when my parents were called in, they seemed reluctant about sending me away and said they'd think about it. What was there to think about? Later that night, I begged them to send me to London.
Don't you want to take over the family business, kiddo?
No, not at all. I want to be a scientist, not some farmer. This place is only holding me back. They looked hurt, and I felt a bit guilty, but I knew I was destined for greater things. The school offered one spot in a neurobiology program at a great university every year, and I was gonna get it. 2 weeks later, I flew off to London. When I got to my new high school, I almost fainted. The place was massive. The dorm room was the size of my house, and I even had 2 roommates. Hi, I'm Emmy, and this is Madison. You can hang with us as long as you change your clothes. You smell like a chicken. Be nice, Emmy. I'm sure Lily's tired from the long flight. Are you up for a school tour? They took me around campus, and it felt nice to have friends for once. But I felt a little sad knowing how much my parents would have loved to see the huge gardens. So, you're from New York City, right? I've been there a few times, but living there must be a dream. Yeah, of course. A lovely dream. You must run into models and celebrities all the time. Yeah, I once ran straight into Dame Goo Goo Gaga. Dropped some coffee on her, but she was really nice about it. You mean Lady Gaga? Yeah, what did I say? You know what? I really do need to take a shower. I felt a bit ashamed for lying, but this place was for ultra-rich kids. Emmy's nose would have turned up another 10 degrees if she knew about my suburban life and my farmer parents. I had a chance to make friends, and I didn't want them looking down on me. So I always FaceTimed my parents when no one was around, and Googled enough facts about Manhattan to make it sound like I lived there. And Emmy took me under her wing. She was pretty, smart, and super popular. And I soon realized she kinda ran the school. She decided who got a place on the debate team, on the cheerleading squad, on the mathletes. Everyone did what Emmy said. You girls are not allowed to wear skinny jeans from now on. They're my thing. Everyone, hand over your lunch cookies. My pet turtle adores them. Madison was always doing Emmy's homework, and one day I asked why. You think I can say no? You don't really know Emmy yet, or what she can do. Ooh, can she turn us all to frogs? I'm not joking, Lily. Because of her, one girl failed a year, another girl was expelled, and she didn't even make anything up. Those girls had cheated in exams, and Emmy discovered their secrets and used them because those girls had pissed her off. She exploits people's secrets and weaknesses, which she always finds out. Like, she knows how badly I want to stay on the debate team, so she uses that to make me do her work. Why has no one complained about her bullying? She's a model student with an angel's face, and her parents are the school's biggest donors. Complaints against her don't work. I really didn't want to get into Emmy's bad books after that, but I did when I scored full marks on a math quiz while her score was 99. What were you thinking, Lily? Don't you know that everyone makes a few mistakes intentionally so they're always behind me? What? No, I had no idea. And I'm not doing that. Okay, cool. That's fine. Good night then. It's 3 in the afternoon. I know. And with that, she walked away. Why did her words send chills down my spine? But Emmy was fine with me the next few days. There's a huge bonfire in the woods at midnight. Everyone who's anyone will be there. But aren't the woods off limits? Not for me. My parents give so much money to the school, they basically own it. It'll be fine. We were having a great time dancing by the fire when suddenly the campus police showed up. Emmy had vanished, and the campus officer said they'd received an anonymous tip about me arranging this bonfire. No, I didn't. But then all the students confirmed that they'd received their invites from me. Emmy had clearly set me up, and the witch was pretending to be fast asleep when we got back to the dorm. The next day, I was called in by Professor Lin, who seemed disappointed. Sir, would you believe me if I said I'm not guilty? I shouldn't have been there, but I didn't start it, I swear. Professor Lin kept asking me who did, but I refused to give a name, and he finally let me go with a warning. Ready to pack your bags, Lily? Such a shame. I liked having you as a friend. Then you'll be delighted to hear that I'm not going anywhere. The principal let me off, just like that. Cool, no? Emmy looked furious and she stormed off. She knows how smart you are and she'll keep trying to get you to fail on purpose. But do me a favor and keep knocking her off her top spot. After that, I stopped hanging out with Emmy, and I didn't care that it cost me some friends. I focused on my studies and broke all academic records. Then one day in sophomore year, a transfer student showed up, and he had all the girls swooning.
This is Tyler, and he's a child prodigy. He wants to study neurobiology. Lily here is top of our class. I'm sure you two will have a lot in common.
A prodigy? Neurobiology? Who did this guy think he was? It's the middle of the semester, Professor. He'll never be able to catch up.
I'm sure I can handle myself just fine.
Tyler sat down next to me, and I tried to ignore how I had butterflies when he looked at me. I would not let him distract me from my goals.
Do you want to form a study group?
No, I'm the smartest here. I don't need anyone dragging me down.
Wow. Okay, rude. And you know, I was the smartest at my old school. So, may the best man win.
Bring it on. And it's gonna be the best woman, aka me. Emmy immediately swooped in and became friends with Tyler. Not that I cared. All I wanted was to beat him. But it was harder than I thought. Tyler seemed to get top grades without even much effort. He was constantly goofing off and telling stories, which made all the kids love him. And he was always messing with me. Like one day in biology, Tyler put a giant squid on my head.
Everyone look, Lily's an octopus.
Ew, get the thing off me! All the other kids laughed, and even the teacher giggled.
You're so easy to mess with, Lily. Just relax. Why don't you join me for a chess match tonight?
I don't have time to relax. I have actual work to do.
Geez, sorry. Didn't know you were the Queen of England.
Why would I hang out with my arch rival anyway?
Arch rival? What do you think your life is? An MSA episode?
A what now?
You don't know what MSA is? Man, I can't talk to you. Have a nice day.
Don't tell me what kind of day to have. But even worse was when we got paired in the chemistry lab and he kept giving me instructions. Can you zip it for 2 minutes? I know what I'm doing.
You really look like you don't. Just let me show you.
He tried grabbing the beaker from me, and we ended up knocking over some expensive equipment. Look what you did, buffoon!
You did that too, she-beast.
Peanut brains?
Dimwit.
Nincompoop! Suddenly, I realized his face was super close to mine, and I almost thought he'd kiss me. But we were interrupted by the angry teacher, and I couldn't help feeling disappointed? Don't even think about it. About what? I know your nerdy little heart is crushing on Tyler, but he doesn't like you. He's gonna ask me out any day, so spare yourself the misery.
As if. He's all yours.
And my focus shifted right back to my grades when Tyler scored higher than me in the math finals. This was getting out of hand. I decided to stay over summer break to catch up on studies. But when I went to the library the next day, Tyler and Emmy were there with their group.
Oh, hey Lily. Want me to give you some tutoring lessons?
You've got to be kidding me. Why are you here? Don't you have a family to go home to?
I thought I'd stay over break, just to help you.
I tried to concentrate on my books, but they wouldn't stop laughing and distracting me. And I hated to admit it, but they looked like they were having fun, and I kind of felt left out. So later, when Madison asked me to join them in the dining hall, I didn't say no. And to my surprise, I was actually having a good time. Tyler joked all night, and I could see why everyone liked him so much. Plus, he was really cute, and he kept looking my way. Then sometime later, he came and sat next to me.
Looks like you're having fun.
Actually, I am. Thanks.
Good. And I'm serious about that study group, if you ever want to trade notes.
Yeah, that sounds kinda nice. I'm ready to beat you at chess, too. We started eating lunch together every day, and he gave me his notes on calculus, and I helped him make flashcards for anatomy. And our chess matches became a regular thing that everyone loved to watch. Of course, Emmy was hating all this, which made it even better. But then one day at lunch, my heart dropped when Emmy walked in with my parents behind her. What are you guys doing here? Your friend Emmy got in touch and told us you haven't been feeling well. So we decided to visit. Probably took your entire year saving to buy the tickets, huh? Well, listen up, everybody. Lily's been lying this whole time about living in Manhattan. She's here on scholarship, and her parents are lame dairy farmers. Your daughter told everyone she has rich, successful parents. Guess she's ashamed of you, and I can't blame her. Everyone looked shocked, But my parents looked so hurt that I couldn't bear it. I attacked Emmy, and Madison rushed forward to break us up. When I looked around, I saw my parents had left, and I went running after them, but I couldn't find them anywhere. I sat down on some stairs and started to cry. Moments later, Madison and Tyler joined me. I saw them leaving in a cab, Lily. Why didn't you tell me? Because I've always had people looking down on me for being poor. And I thought it would be 10 times worse at a place like this, even though I deserve to be here. Yeah, you do deserve it. But I bet it wouldn't have been possible without your parents supporting you, right? You don't need to hide who you are, or the people who love you the most for people who don't even matter.
You know, my mom married some rich guy and they shipped me off to boarding school to get rid of me. I didn't go home because I hate being there. You don't need to be embarrassed that your parents aren't rich, Lily. At least they care about you.
They were both right, and I felt terrible. They'd always put me first, and they certainly didn't need money to be the best parents ever. I immediately called to apologize. Don't worry about it, honey. When you come home, we'll eat tons of pasta and watch all our favorite movies.
And we'll always be so proud of our little genius.
I spent the next 2 weeks studying for the exam for the neurobiology spot with Tyler. Even though we were competing, we cheered each other on. And this time, I didn't care about winning. I knew I'd be okay either way because I had friends and parents who supported me. While we waited for the results, the one thing that really cheered me up was Emmy failing 3 subjects. I may have messed up some of her final term assignments. I'm leaving, so I have nothing to lose, right? Some days later, I was called into the principal's office, and my heart was racing to see Tyler there.
You two are the best students we've ever had at this school, and you tied on the test. But unfortunately, we only have 1 spot in the program.
Tyler should take it.
Lily deserves it.
We both started laughing, and Tyler took my hand. No matter who gets it, we'll both be okay.
Well, the university dean has decided to give 2 students from our school a place on the program after seeing the results. He didn't want to lose out on such talent. So, you both get to go this fall.
I turned to Tyler excitedly, and he kissed me right there.
Do I look good, guys? Anything stuck in my teeth? Just let me know in the comments. I really don't trust my assistant. She hates me. See, I was telling a friend one day that my assistant smells like chicken, and I think she overheard. But seriously, I hear bop bop every time she comes close. Wait, if she sees this, she'll start spitting in my food. Director, please cut this part out, okay? Hi, I'm Cece, and I'm a model and Insta blogger from New York. Now, I know many of you are expecting Ramen to do a part 2. And don't get me wrong, I love her. But let me tell you how I'm better than that noodle-loving rapper. She never even told you her real name or where she's from. But I'm an open book. I have no problem disclosing that my full name is Cecilia and... Wait, I'm getting a phone call from the dragon. I mean, my mother. This can't be good. Be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, basically, Ramen's busy and her animator got sick and can't do more parts for now. But MSA can't disappoint you, so I stepped up. Now my story will take this lovely animator, and I chose him because he makes his character shake. Like this, see? See, I have a bit of a history with shaking. I love Rihanna and her song Shine Bright Like a Diamond. But when I was little, I used to hear it as shake your body like a demon. And I wondered, why would somebody shake their body like a demon? Who has even seen a demon shaking? But you know, I'm just an easygoing girl. I didn't question anything and just continued with my life. The reason why I was a relaxed, easygoing kid was because my parents were jerks. You know, like jerks to the point where you just give up and live your life because you have no other option. I was born in a family of French aristocrats who had moved to the US a long time ago. But my parents still acted like they had sticks up their butts. I lived in a large, dull mansion where everything was beige, and you guessed it, beige. Any attempts to add color were frowned upon. And then they had all these rules. Keep your voice low, but don't mumble. Sit straight and no elbows on the table. Don't show your teeth when you laugh. You're not a donkey. That's the soup spoon. That's the dessert spoon. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves saying you eat meat with a fish fork. Jeez, weirdos. Don't you have anything better to do than watching me all day? And wait, let me show you what someone looks like when they laugh without their teeth. I look like a psychopath, right? Even Mom's cat Vivian was a judgmental snob and probably a spy. Once
Once I was playing in the garden and I picked a booger from my nose and stuck it to a sunflower. Come on, it's normal. Kids do this stuff. I know you've done it too. Don't act so cool. And I turned around to find Vivian looking at me like this. So, yeah, I've always been a misfit in this sophisticated family. And it's not that I'm not girly. Actually, I adore fashion. And I always had a magazine tucked in the middle of the literary masterpieces I was forced to read. But I just hadn't grown up to be the classy lady my parents had hoped for. Once in 9th grade, I was shopping at the supermarket with a friend because she wanted to cook something for her boyfriend. Ugh, barf. Boys were all the craze with the girls in 9th grade. I was the only one cool enough not to lose my mind over some boy. I got bored, so I jumped into my friend's shopping cart and told her to run down the aisle with me. We were both laughing like crazy when suddenly she tripped and let the cart go, and I went whizzing straight into a pile of watermelons. When I opened my eyes, I was sure I'd gone to heaven because an angel was looking down at me, halo and all.
Hey, are you okay?
I don't know. Am I dead?
I really hope not. You have to pay for all those watermelons.
And then he smiled. Okay. So I was about to lose my mind over some boy. So sue me. His name was Danny. He was 2 years older, and he worked there part-time as a sales assistant. Our connection was instant, and he asked me out right away. Also, I did pay for the watermelons, but I learned later that the store policy didn't require people to pay for accidents. I think Danny kept the money for himself. And yeah, I didn't question it, because I'm someone who's been shaking her body like a demon for years, and never even questioned that. Anyway, a week later, we were officially together. And you know those first days when you're so in love? The sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the air smells like lavender. My stupid 15-year-old brain was telling me that I'd met my soulmate. We liked the same everything, and I could just be myself around him. My parents didn't approve because he wasn't our class, but I couldn't give a hoot. Danny was perfect. So I really can't pinpoint exactly why or when things began going downhill and the lavender started to rot. Maybe because he started going to university and got too busy, or maybe because someone gave me a modeling offer in the city after seeing my blog. It was a great opportunity for me to enter the fashion world, and I was sure we could make long distance work. Yeah, except that even short distance wasn't working for us now. We were just arguing and getting on each other's nerves all the time. See this picture of Danny? Yeah, that's him as a loser kid. But do you see that annoying half smile? He would smirk just like that when he thought he was right, which was like always. Who wouldn't get annoyed? There were so many little things, like why did he tell so many jokes? Why did he touch his ear so often? Why did he sneeze like a raccoon? Sneeze like a man. But things really escalated when we were out for dinner once and he started eating my fries. Why didn't you just order your own fries?
Because I didn't want fries.
Then why are you eating my fries?
I just took a few.
You've eaten half the plate.
You can't share fries with your boyfriend?
This is not about the fries. This is about you. You lied when you said you didn't want any, then you ate mine, and now I'm the bad guy?
Cece, you're acting crazy.
Oh, you want fries? Here, have all of them. The next day, we broke up after 3 years together. And you know the worst part about dating your best friend? When it's all over, you lose your best friend too. But don't worry about me, guys. I took the breakup like a champ. Anyway, I took up the modeling offer and moved to Manhattan right after high school. My parents were very disappointed at my career choices. Surprise, surprise. But I needed to get away from this place, and I just hadn't gone back since. But now, I had just received an invite to a high school reunion. Maybe it was a good excuse to go home. And Danny had moved away, not that it mattered. Yeah, what could go wrong? Oh, Cece, you dumb, silly duck. I didn't realize I'd missed my parents so much till I saw them. Even they seemed kinda happy.
Cecilia, what's the matter? Has the dirty city air destroyed your corneas?
No, Mom. Something just went into my eye.
I asked the chef to make your favorite dessert, a strawberry tart.
That's your favorite, Dad. I'm allergic to strawberries, but I appreciate the thought. And man, oh man, did I appreciate my bed. Why had I left this life again? Hard to recall the moment. I was having a great time at the reunion with my old friends when I spotted a stunning brunette in a red dress. You know, the kind of dress that only a very confident girl can pull off and you instantly feel imperfect in every way just by looking at her. Hey, that girl wasn't in our batch, right? Cece, that's Regina. What? No, I remember Regina. Duh. She had braces, thick glasses, and she was cute but kind of fat, you know, like plump. Yep, same Regina. She got a major glow up. Also, there's something you should know. Just then, a tall guy in a suit walked up to Regina and kissed her. Danny? Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. I gotta go before he sees me. But as I turned, I tripped over my own feet and crashed into a photo booth. Caption for next Insta post: how to to be a complete moron in front of your ex and his gorgeous girlfriend.
Why do our meetings always start with you on the floor?
Don't stare at my butt, you pervert.
What? I swear I wasn't. Ugh, get up, you weirdo.
Gosh, he was even cuter than I remembered. You didn't even go to our high school, man. Why are you here?
I'm here with, Regina.
Cece, you look gorgeous as ever. Mwah. Always the most popular girl in school? You look great too. Thanks, babe. Listen, I wouldn't have invited Danny if I knew you were coming, given your history. This must be awkward. Oh, please. That was a million years ago. I've dated like 400 boys since then. It's all cool. We're cool. Except watching them together was setting my insides on fire. Listen, guys, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, I didn't think Danny would stay single forever, even though it would have been great if he did till I got married and had my first child. Whatever, I can't control that. But why her? She's prettier than me. He wasn't supposed to upgrade. Animator, show me the ugliest shot you got of her. No, not this one. She still looks too pretty. Not this either. Pretty. Okay, animator, you failed. Can someone else volunteer? Yes, the music guy. Love your music, by the way. Oh yeah, this picture. Look at her face. It's made according to Da Vinci's golden ratio, man. And that dark hair, that swan-like neck, her perfect skin, and those long legs. And no, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't think so, but if I was, she'd totally be my type.
Cecilia, who are you talking to? And I heard gay. Are you gay? Not that we're not open-minded people, but, no grandchildren then?
Not right now, guys. I went down a social media rabbit hole stalking Regina and Danny. I wanted to be happy for him, really, but he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was always dressed in fancy suits and hanging out with fake-looking rich people like he was trying too hard to fit in. But it wasn't any of my business. He'd moved on, and so had I. Till I found out my parents were hosting a Christmas party and Regina's parents were invited, so she and Danny would be coming too. Ugh, I needed a distraction, so I decided to work on a new blog post. How to get a date over the holidays so you're not the only single loser at Christmas. Okay, lovely followers, and of course everyone watching this video. Here are some of Cece's tried and tested tips. Number 1, walk up to a guy in a grocery store and compliment his ugly sweater that his mom obviously knit for him. Guys love it when you compliment their moms. Number 2, stand behind a cute guy at a coffee shop, eavesdrop on his order, and then say, "Oh, you have such good taste. I'll have what he's having." Making a guy feel special over nothing is a sure way to win him over. Number 3, when you're walking outside, take one shoe off and start limping. A gentleman is bound to stop and offer you a ride home. Great conversation starter. As I was testing out number 3, a car pulled up next to me. It was freaking Danny.
Hey, Cece, you okay?
Oh yeah, I just broke my heel.
Hop in, I'll drive you home.
I couldn't tell him what I was actually doing, obvi. We drove away in awkward silence, and then he turned on the radio.
You wanna hear about a girl who makes jealous witches, girl?
I love Ramen Lee Min-ho.
Happy to hear that. Regina hates my songs.
And after that, we just reconnected like old times. Talking to him felt so right and easy and comfortable. I actually felt disappointed when we arrived at my place. And suddenly, it was crystal clear to me. I wanted Danny back. Look, guys, I can feel some of you judging me already. But Regina's known him for what? A few months? She'd get over him. Danny and I were together for 3 years. And yeah, it didn't end well, but we've grown up now. Plus, whose side are you on anyway? This is my story. Root for me. The Christmas dinner was the perfect opportunity for my first move. I switched around the place cards to make sure I sat next to Regina to talk down Danny. So, you must have heard Danny's embarrassing singing by now. Gosh, I've never met someone so off-key, but it's cute. Okay, but have you heard him sneeze? Like a raccoon? Yeah, I tell him he should just let it out. What about the way he snorts like a pig when he laughs? I sometimes do that too. He has terrible taste in music. Oh yeah, I'm trying to change that by introducing him to classical stuff. Also, the worst taste in food. Why eat Mexican when you could have sushi and caviar? Yeah, Mexican? Yuck. Danny and I love Mexican food. Who doesn't? This girl's a psycho. But you know, that's just small stuff. He's pretty great overall. No one's perfect, right? Right. I'm gonna go sit with my date for a while. Yeah, it was just some random dude Ted at the bus stop I'd bribed to act like my date. The second course of action was trying to make Danny jealous. Regina was all over him, touching his hair and laughing. So I ran my fingers through Ted's hair too.
Ow, you're hurting me. Ow.
I tried feeding him cheesecake next.
No way, girl. Get your own slice. You can't have mine. I don't share food.
And then he just disappeared after dinner. Luckily, Regina's feet were hurting, so Danny asked me to dance instead. Ugh, why did he have to be so lovely and charming and a gentleman? Why couldn't he be ugly and gross and a jerk? Ugh. And when the music stopped, several people were pointing to something above us. Mistletoe. Everyone cheered us on to kiss, and Danny gave me a gentle peck on the lips. He walked off while my head was spinning like a ballerina. And as I watched him and Regina leave the party, she waved to me with a warm smile. Wait. What? I just kissed your boyfriend and you're smiling at me? This girl was faker than my nails. And for some reason, she wanted to keep me close. 2 days later, she arranged a big picnic for our whole batch and invited me too. Yeah, check out her fancy handwritten note because she's too fancy to send a text. Dearest Cece, you are cordially invited to Regina's annual charity picnic gala. All we require is your presence and generous donations. The rest has been taken care of by us. Hope you'll join us for a fun-filled day. XOXOXO, Regina. Well, two can write a note. Dear Regina, yeah, I'll come. I'm busy, but I'll come. Cece. It was a huge event and there were a bunch of games. And somehow for each of them, she partnered me and Danny. I didn't know what she was up to, but I felt like she was watching me. Well, I didn't mind. I was happy for Regina to see how totally in sync Danny and I were. Man, we could finish each other's sentences. We kept meeting for the next few days for some event or the other, but the problem was I was really falling for Danny all over again. Why did I ever let him go? And how could I know if he felt anything for me now? One evening, I was feeling bummed and sitting at my favorite spot when someone joined me.
Didn't think I'd find anyone here. Want me to leave?
You should have asked that before making yourself comfortable.
I have food.
You can stay. As we sat there eating crisps, Danny suddenly spoke.
Why didn't you come home earlier, Cece?
Maybe because I didn't want to return till I'd proved I could make it on my own. It's nice being back though. Even my parents are a little chilled out now. I got Dad to do a TikTok with me. Can you imagine?
Hardly. You know, I always felt like your parents didn't think I was good enough for you, but this time they were nice. Maybe because I've made something of myself now.
I'm sorry they made you feel that way, but I never cared about that stuff. You know that, right?
Of course. You were always so different.
He brushed away a strand of hair from my face and moved closer. Suddenly his phone rang and we jumped apart. He mumbled that he had to go and quickly left. Once I was sure he was gone, I broke out into a happy dance. Now I knew he felt something for me. I just had to make him feel enough to break up with stupid Regina. The next day, I was at the mall when I went to a changing room, and I heard two girls talking in the next stall. No, not this dress. We're announcing my engagement at the New Year's party tomorrow. I need something special. What the what? Is Danny excited? Of course he is. Daddy just offered him a position in his firm, and I'm out of his league in every way. He's very lucky. Are you gonna invite Cece too? I don't know why you've been inviting her everywhere. To show her what she's lost. Have you forgotten what Cece was like in high school? She never even noticed me, like I was invisible. Well, she's looking at me now, and no, she's not invited. I'll just let Danny tell her. I'd never ignored Regina on purpose. She just seemed like one of those shy kids who wanted to be left alone. I had no idea she felt so bitter, and it didn't sound like she loved Danny. Just saw him as someone she could control because she thought she was better than him. I had to tell him, right? But he was getting engaged. He must have thought it through. What was I gonna do anyway? Crash Regina's New Year's party and object to the engagement? Ugh, that sounds stupid. Okay, now let's just fast forward to the part where I burst into Regina's New Year's party and yelled, I object to this engagement. Regina doesn't really love you, Danny. Danny grabbed my arm and led me out angrily.
Cece, what the heck?
Danny, don't get engaged to Regina. She's all wrong for you.
Who are you to decide that?
I just know that. She thinks she's out of your league and she's doing you some favor by being your girlfriend.
Regina loves me.
Not as you really are. Look in the mirror, man. I've seen you wear nothing but suits these past 10 days. She's changing you so you fit into her pretentious world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Then don't get engaged to her because I love you.
What?
Yeah, there. I said it. I love you. Like I'd give up the last slice of cheesecake for you or whatever. So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Did you just steal Meredith's speech from Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, shoot. I'd forgotten we'd seen that show together. Trust him to remember something like that. For those who don't know about it, here's the speech.
Choose me. Love me.
Okay, so I'm using her words, but I feel the same way. You're just playing games, Cece. You didn't look back once after leaving, and now you suddenly want me? No, you just hate the thought of me with someone else. We didn't work out before, and we wouldn't now. This felt worse than our breakup. And for those of you who are on Team Regina, you must be enjoying this. And you suck. I couldn't stay any longer, so I packed my bags the next day and hugged my parents goodbye. I'll send you TikToks every day. I'll be looking forward to that, Dad. Don't take so long to visit again, Cece. I won't, Mom. Wait, you didn't call me Cecilia. Oh, must have slipped my tongue. Is there something in your eye again? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I'll come visit soon. Bye!
Oh, can we start baking? Because everyone is way ahead of us.
But these spoons look like they need to be sanitized.
I got so mad that I took the spoon and licked it. There, now it's sanitized.
Mom looked like she was about to freak out. I felt bad, so I got a new spoon and washed it well to ease her mind. But Dad and I had so much more in common. We laughed at the same jokes, watched the same movies, and we enjoyed our PlayStation challenges. Beat you again.
Ah, how'd you become so good?
I learned from the best.
Ha, you got that right.
But my world turned around in 7th grade when my parents decided to get a divorce. I knew they fought a lot, but I hadn't seen this coming. It broke my heart when he moved out. I still saw him every day, and I was slowly adjusting to this new life when Dad dropped another bombshell on me a few months later. He introduced me to his new girlfriend, Amanda. She looked like she was a college graduate, and she was super pretty. I disliked her instantly. Oh, hi, cutie pie. You're just as adorable as your daddy said. Here, I got you a present. Why was she talking to me like I was 5? Thanks, but it's not my birthday. Oh, I know when your birthday is. But one can give presents at any time, right? I reluctantly pulled out a t-shirt, which was cute, but I just shoved it back in the bag and dropped it on the ground. I don't think we have the same taste. You can return it.
Ariana, you need to be nice to Amanda because she's being nice to you.
And from that day, Amanda was like a pimple that wouldn't go away. Every time I visited Dad, she was there, trying to act like we were a happy family. She also kept smothering me with gifts and her fake love, just so I would like her. But I hated her because she took my dad away from me. And even worse, Dad married her a year later. I was still struggling to deal with all of this, so I created a YouTube channel called Dads and Daughters. When I showed it to Dad, he loved it. And every day after school, he'd pick me up and we would create cool ideas together for the show. Once in 9th grade, Dad and I were at a restaurant, and when he went to the bathroom, his phone started buzzing. It was Amanda. You know he's at dinner with me. Can't you let us have some time alone?
Ariana, please give the phone to your dad. I don't have to explain myself to you.
And I don't have to give your message. I hung up and switched off Dad's phone. He didn't notice until the end of dinner that his phone was off, and when he switched it on, he looked shocked at his messages.
Oh my God, Amanda fell down the stairs. She's been trying to get in touch with me for 2 hours.
And when Amanda told him she'd spoken to me, he was furious. He'd never been angry at me before, and now he was practically shouting.
You will apologize to her or I'll cancel our YouTube show. I mean it.
I went up to their bedroom where Amanda was sitting up in bed. I'm sorry, Amanda, I guess. I was about to leave when she suddenly grabbed my wrist. You better listen to me clearly, Brett. I'm here to stay whether you like me or not. And if you keep behaving this way, you won't be welcome in our house anymore. It's my dad's house. And mine. Don't mess with me again, Ariana, if you know what's good for you. Just then Dad walked in and she was all smiles. She was more evil than I thought. She would definitely try to push me out of Dad's life. And just a few days later, Dad told me that he and Amanda had some big news.
You're gonna be a big sister soon, Ariana.
A big sister to what? Your dad and I are having a baby. Isn't that great? Did they expect me to be happy? All I felt was anger and heartbreak, but I managed a small smile. Congratulations! And soon after, when the baby was born, Dad looked at her the same way he looked at me and called her his little princess. That's what he used to call me. He was too busy being a new dad to shoot more episodes for our channel, and I decided I needed to stay away from him and his family. Amanda had won. Maybe Mom noticed that I was really downcast because one day after dinner, she said the two of us should go out for ice cream.
I could see she was trying to connect, and I agreed. She wore her gloves as usual anytime she went out, but it didn't bother me anymore. I'd learned to accept her the way she was. So tell me, what's bugging you? I feel like Dad doesn't love me anymore. Oh, honey, that's not true. You'll always be his little princess. No, he has another princess now. Mom stayed quiet at that and just hugged me tight. And then she gave me some news. A girl from Thailand will be attending your school on an exchange program, and she'll be living with us for some time. Are you okay with that? Mom worked in a company that dealt with exchange students, but it was the first time we'd had one as a guest. As long as I don't have to share my room, I guess it would be cool. A week later, we fetched Macy from the airport. She was a short, cute girl my age, and she was so excited when she saw us.
Hi, I'm Macy. It's so nice to meet you. You're both so pretty.
She hugged me and Mom, and the whole ride home, she just wouldn't stop talking.
The flight was so long. I'm so excited about school tomorrow. Have you ever been to Thailand?
No, but
Oh, it's such a beautiful place. You should visit. Maybe when I go back for the holidays, you can come with me. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, it would, I guess. Gosh, I had to live with this chatterbox for the next 12 months? And the next morning, she woke me up at 4 a.m. so that we could go jogging. Couldn't even say no because she was our guest and I was trying to be nice. When I showed Macy around school on her first day, she spoke to just about everyone. I was quite popular at school because of the YouTube show, and it felt a bit embarrassing that she said anything that came into her head. I could see people laughing at her. Later that day when school ended, I couldn't find her anywhere. That's when she texted me to come rescue her because some kids had locked her up in the janitor's closet. Listen, Macy, things are different here. People here don't just start talking to strangers, and we don't talk that fast. We let others speak and listen to them.
Okay, so I shouldn't speak?
No, you can speak, just not so much.
Oh, I see. But those girls were really mean to me, and I hadn't said anything mean to them.
I know, people can just be jerks sometimes. Just then, I spotted Dad's car and he was waving at me. He said he'd been wanting to catch up with me, and I was really surprised and happy. That is, till I saw the new baby was with him. Ugh. Amanda apparently had an appointment with the doctor, and Dad was taking care of my baby sister, Kara. I introduced him to Macy, and then he took us to the aquarium. Dad picked up Kara from her seat and held her in front of me. Ariana, can you hold her for a moment? What? I don't know how to hold a baby.
Don't worry, I can do it. She's so cute.
Thank God for Macy. She looked like she was really good with babies. And then Dad put Kara in her stroller. Macy was excitedly taking pictures of everything. And Dad and I just walked quietly through the aquarium. Things had changed between us, and we didn't have much to say to each other anymore. Just then his phone rang. It was Amanda. Our trip was over, and he dropped us home.
You don't like your baby sister very much, do you?
I never said that.
Come on, you didn't even look at her. I'm not blind. I can tell when someone...
And suddenly, I just lost my temper. Can't you ever be quiet? I thought we spoke about this earlier. Please, just leave me alone. I just stormed off to my room, and I didn't even go down for supper that night. And the next day, I sneaked off to school without Macy. I wasn't really angry with her, just my situation with Dad. When she arrived at school, she left a note on my desk and then quickly sat down. The note read, "Sorry for talking too much." I looked back at her and she smiled. She was an odd person with a big heart, and I couldn't help smiling back. As we sat down during recess, the same girls who'd locked her the day before walked up to us. "Hey, Ariana, you still have your walking, talking parrot with you? Aren't your ears bleeding by now with her non-stop chatter?" "No, I really like listening to her, but your voice is giving me a headache, so please go away and get a life." But just then, the girl dunked her juice on Macy's head, and I pounced on her. As we rolled around fighting, Macy came running and sprayed ketchup all over the girl's face.
"Don't hurt Ariana, you witch!"
We all ended up in detention, but it was totally worth it. Hey, thanks for standing up for me and saving my butt again. I should have never told you to act differently. Just be yourself, okay? Oh, what a mistake that was. It was hard to stop her, especially when we watched MSA videos together on YouTube. She had a running commentary going the whole time. Soon after, it was my 16th birthday, but Mom wasn't keen on having a party at home because of the mess, so Macy and I just went out to celebrate.
As we were shopping at the mall, we bumped into Amanda and Kara. Macy immediately went all gaga over the baby, but I just stood on the side silently. Happy birthday, Ariana.
Oh, you must be Ariana's stepmom. It's so nice to finally meet you.
I hated the word stepmom. I didn't want her to be anything to me. Come on, Macy, let's go. Wait a second. It's funny that I bumped into you. I just bought you a gift. No thanks. I don't want anything from you. Why are you always like this, Ariana? I've really tried. Can you drop the fake nice act, please? The only thing you've tried to do is steal my dad, and you succeeded. Have you forgotten that you threatened me? Ariana, I was angry with you then. I didn't really mean anything. Before she could finish, I just started walking quickly. I heard Macy calling my name, but I wanted to get away from Amanda. Suddenly, I heard a scream, and I turned to see Macy slip on something and fall to the ground. I rushed over to her, and she was unconscious. Amanda quickly called an ambulance and went to the hospital with me. I was so anxious as I sat there waiting that I just couldn't stop tapping my foot. Amanda sat next to me and took my hand silently, and I felt better. The doctor came soon and said Macy had a minor concussion, and that she was okay. When I went to her room, she was sitting up in bed. As I sat next to her, Macy took off the locket she was wearing.
I want to tell you something, Ariana. I had a baby sister too, and she was 3 years younger than me. She was my best friend, and then she died 2 years ago.
My eyes welled up as I looked at her sister's picture.
I carry her around with me everywhere. Love the people around you while you can, so you never have any regrets.
I hugged her tight and we both cried. The doctor said she could go home, and I found Amanda was still waiting outside for us. She drove us back home. When we got there, the house was pitch dark. I guess the lights are out. Just as I opened the door, the lights came on and many people yelled, "Surprise!" It was my birthday party, and Dad was there along with my friends from school. Mom, I thought you didn't want to get the house dirty. Don't worry, I'll sanitize the place once the party's over. I hugged Mom and Dad, and then I turned to Amanda. Thank you for being there for me today, and I'm sorry for how I've treated you. I really am. Can I give you your present now? You already did. I picked up my baby sister and hugged her tight. Brittany, you don't need sunglasses in here. Take them off, please, and introduce yourself to your new classmates. Okay then, here goes. I took them off and looked up. The kids closest to me gasped. The ones at the back came to take a closer look. What was I? An animal in a zoo? Hi, I'm Brittany, often known as Queer Eye. That's because I have a condition called heterochromia, which in my case means one eye is hazel and the other is blue. People were always staring and making fun of me, but honestly, I didn't care. Who wants to be normal anyway? I thought it was pretty cool. Almost like I was a mutant from X-Men. Besides, I'm pretty much the smartest girl in class. Pretty blonde hair or perfect blue eyes won't make you less dumb at math. I could stand up to the mean girls myself, but it felt good to have my best friend Emily by my side, always ready to defend me. But I was probably the world's worst friend. That's because I was so in love with Emily's boyfriend, Jake. He had just been so nice to me since my first day here, and then I found out he was taken. One day, we were hanging out at Emily's place and watching our favorite channel, My Story Animated. I sneaked a glance at Emily and Jake, and it made my heart hurt. I'd take this secret to my grave. I went back home and couldn't find my key. I banged on the door till my hands hurt. After ages, some random woman opened the door. Who are you? And what's wrong with your eyes? Who are you? And what are you doing in my house? I literally had to show her my ID before she let me in. Seeing the pile of dishes and all the mess made me so angry at Dad. Ever since Mom had left us when I was 4, Dad had just stopped caring about me. All he did was spend money on himself and bring home a new bimbo every other day. I slammed my bedroom door shut and put on some loud music, singing along with the only thing that made me feel good. Some days, I felt so lonely around here. I really wish I had a sibling. One evening, when I answered the doorbell, I was shocked to see who was standing there. It was a tall, lanky boy who looked a couple of years older than me, and he had the same eyes. One hazel, one blue. I asked him who he was, but he just made a weird face and pushed his way in. I'm your brother. I wanted to laugh and tell the doofus he had the wrong house, but the eyes were making me feel uncertain. What if?
Just then, Dad walked in. "Oh, you're already here. Brittany, meet Kevin." I couldn't believe what my two-toned eyes were seeing. I knew Dad had a string of girlfriends all over, but was he just casually going to drop a half-brother on me? I'm hungry. Jeez, there's nothing in the fridge. Cook me up a meal, sis. Dad said Kevin was going to live with us now and would be going to the same school as me. Great. We'd be the weird-eyed sibling team. The next day at recess, I thought I'd show him around, but clearly he needed no help from me. He was already busy discussing football with the jocks, and all the cheerleaders were hanging around him. Your eyes are just fascinating. Wait, what? I was getting mocked all the time, and this was just making him popular. So unfair. The more I got to know him, the dumber he seemed to me. All he did was eat, play football, and watch TV. Why did God send me such a stupid guy, and could I return him? I had more important things to focus on. I was part of the team participating in the nationwide math triathlon, and I was so proud when I led my team straight to victory. When I got back to school, I rushed to find Emily to tell her about it. Suddenly, I spotted Jake in the cafeteria, and my heart did a funny little jump. When I asked him where Emily was, he said she'd left school early today. Then he spotted the medal around my neck. "Oh, Brittany, congrats. Of course I knew you'd win. You're the smartest person I know." And then he suddenly hugged me. "Okay, Jake, this might just be a friendly hug to you, but my stomach is doing backflips right now." Later, as I was listening to sad ballads in my room and singing along to them in my mirror, Kevin barged in. I shouted at him for coming in without knocking, but he just jumped onto my bed. "So, it doesn't take Einstein to figure out you've got boy trouble, sad sack. Who's the guy?" "Shut up, you don't know anything." "Sis, math trophies aren't going to get you the guy. And don't you have a cute skirt or a pretty top?" "Kevin, are you trying to tell me you're gay?" "You know I'm right. Here, why don't you try this out? It'll get you noticed." I looked down at the flyer for cheerleading tryouts. Well, you know what? Why not? It would help take my mind off of Jake, and I don't mind a new challenge. A couple of weeks later, I raced to the gym for the tryouts. The cheerleaders started laughing when they saw me there. "Lost your way or something?" "No, I'm here for the tryouts." "This is going to be so much fun. For us, of course." I ignored her and went up to the coach. She told me to show her some basic cheerleading moves to the music. I was having so much fun showing off my acrobats. Those YouTube tutorials were really paying off. I finished off the routine with a cartwheel. The coach told me I was chosen. I walked away with a smug smile. Looking at those dumbos with their mouths open was worth all the bruises I'd gotten in the last 2 weeks. Emily was really surprised to see me in my cheerleading outfit, and even more shocked that I'd joined the team. I told her I just wanted to try new things. Besides, I think the outfit is pretty cute. Looks good, right? You looked just fine in your own clothes too, Brittany. Geez, why'd you have to be so perfect, Jake? Turns out everybody else in high school was pretty stupid. I could just see people looking at me differently when I started going around in my cheerleading outfit. Add a ponytail and some makeup, and suddenly every boy will want to talk to you. After a practice game one day, Ricky walked up to me and asked me if I'd like to go to the homecoming dance with him. I almost wanted to say no, but I caught sight of Jake and Emily just then and said yes. Walking in on Ricky's arm, I felt pretty good about myself. I had to admit, being popular was fun. I got so many compliments on my dress, which, weirdly enough, Kevin had picked out for me at the mall. As a slow dance number came on and Ricky pulled me close, I stopped feeling happy. He wasn't the one I wanted to dance with. Wait, was I imagining things? Why did it feel like Jake kept looking at me? Our eyes met every now and then, and I swear I felt sparks. At the end of the dance, I looked around for Kevin but noticed he and his friends were missing. I'd told the idiot I'd be going back home with him. I told Ricky to drop me home, and I was not ready for what was waiting for me. There was a party in full swing at my house. The whole football team and all the cheerleaders were busy dancing and eating pizza. I found Kevin on the sofa making out with the head cheerleader. So gross. I dragged him away and asked him how he was even paying for this. Stole Dad's credit card. I just stormed off to my room and locked the door, trying to cover my ears with a pillow all night. When I went downstairs the next morning, I looked around in horror. The whole place was trashed, and Kevin was nowhere to be seen. I'd been a fool thinking he wasn't all that bad. If he thought I was going to clean up everything, he could think again. I took pictures of the mess and sent them to Dad with a text. Come now. By the time Kevin had turned up in the evening, Dad was already waiting for him. And boy, did he go off on him. He was grounded for a month without any allowance. You're such a snitch, Brittany. I was gonna take care of things before he got back. You'll pay for this. Kevin obviously stopped talking to me. Emily kept asking me to hang out with her and Jake, but I was avoiding him since the dance. I'd been getting so distracted by everything lately. I got an A- on a test. I tried to focus on studying, but found myself writing soppy song lyrics in my notebook. I saw a sign-up sheet on the school board the next day. The drama club needed backstage volunteers. I immediately put my name down. I needed a distraction, and this stuff would look good on my college application. When I went to the auditorium later, I was shocked that Jake was one of the volunteers. Haven't seen much of you lately. Yeah, just been busy. You know, school and stuff at home. I sounded so lame. He could probably see right through my lies. We were painting one of the cardboard sets, and we had just started talking. Like the first time we'd met. It was so easy, like we'd known each other forever. I had really missed this. I climbed onto a tall stool to paint a part out of my reach, and suddenly, I felt it wobble under my feet. OMG, I was gonna crash. As I fell down with a scream, Jake caught me just before I hit the ground. Are you okay? I looked into his eyes. My knight in shining armor. Snap out of it, idiot. I stood up straight, feeling shaken, and realized he was still holding my hand. Suddenly, he pulled me close, and we kissed. It was every bit as magical as I thought it would be. A moment later, I pulled back, feeling horrified. I'd just kissed my best friend's boyfriend. I ran away before Jake could say a word. The next day, I had no idea how I would face Emily at school. I really wished I could just skip it. Later, I really wish I had. As I put my things in my locker and turned around, I got a sharp slap on my face. Standing before me was Emily, looking furious. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? You were the one person who I never thought would betray me. Everyone in the corridor was staring at us in silence. Emily, please listen. Don't even try to deny it. Your brother sent me a picture of you two. You're even worse than all those mean popular girls you always mocked. She turned and walked away, and I burst into tears and ran out. I went home, and the minute I saw Kevin on the couch, I attacked him. How could you do this? What were you doing? Going around spying on me? So what if I was? Any idiot could see those puppy eyes you make at Jake. I knew something was up, and you snitched first. Just then, Dad walked in on the two of us wrestling on the floor. Hey, idiots, cut it out. I have some important news. He sat down on the couch and slowly told us that his last girlfriend had scammed him and stolen everything he had. Like, literally wiped him clean. We'll have to move into your aunt's place. I might have to sell this house. I couldn't believe it. I hated my aunt. Why were the men in my life so selfish and stupid? My aunt wasn't happy to see the three of us turning up with our suitcases. She glared at me like it was somehow my fault. I think she just hated me because she never got along with Mom. I was dreading going to school after the weekend. How was I ever going to face Emily again? And what about Jake? My eyes locked with Emily's for a second, and I waved to her, but she just walked on like I didn't even exist. Jeez, this was killing me. Moping alone on the bleachers during recess, I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder. Jake! He sat down next to me. Brittany, Emily and I broke up. How could my heart be soaring and sinking at the same time? Since the first day I met you, I thought you were the coolest person. I can't help it. I think I'm in love with you, Brittany. How many times had I imagined him saying this to me? This wasn't supposed to feel so bad. I got up, crying. I love you too, Jake, but I've already hurt and lost the best person I know. I can't be with you. Please, don't come near me again. It was so hard to walk away from him. I dropped out of cheerleading. I didn't need these fake, stupid friends. I missed my real friends, Emily and Jake, so much. In any case, I didn't have time to be a cheerleader. I'd picked up a job at a diner as a waitress to start saving money. I couldn't rely on Dad to see me through college. At our graduation rehearsal, I saw Emily talking and laughing with our classmates, and it made my heart hurt that we wouldn't be celebrating together. We would just go our own ways after school and never see each other again. Kevin walked into my room one day holding a large box. What's that? And what are you even doing here? I want to make it up to you for ruining everything. This is just a start. Reluctantly, I opened the box to find a beautiful dress. He said he'd been saving up to get me a grad dress because I didn't really have good taste. Also, I have a plan to fix things with Emily. Want to hear it? On graduation day, I was valedictorian for our class and was asked to come up on the stage to make my speech. My heart was pounding. I was almost at the end of it. This was it. In the end, I just want to say that being in high school would not have been the same without one very special person. I know I've messed up big time, and I want to make it up to her with a song I wrote. I could see Emily's shocked face in the crowd. On all the roads and all the bends, you were there for me, my one true friend. You're the best person I've ever met. The times with you I can't forget. Hope it's not too late to make amends, and we'll see each other to the end. I know I'm not as good as Britney Spears, but losing you is one of my biggest fears. I know what I did was wrong, so I'm writing you this song.
When it ended, Emily was the first one on her feet, and she was smiling and crying and clapping. As the crowd also started to applaud, I ran to her and we hugged. She laughed and said I was the lamest person ever. She pulled me to one side and let out a deep breath. Also, Brittany, I forgive you. And you should ask Jake out. You two are a good match. I promise I'm not mad anymore. Go ask him now. I hugged her tight and looked around for Jake, but I couldn't see him anywhere. I rushed out of the auditorium and spotted him walking away in the distance. Jake! He turned around, looking really surprised, and waited for me to catch up to him. I saw your performance in there. I'm so happy you and Em are gonna be okay. Jake, Emily is okay with us, if you still want to be with me. I've written loads of songs for you too. I mean, they're basically all about you, but before I could finish, Jake pulled me close and kissed me, and it felt absolutely right this time.
Hi, I'm Ramen Lee Min-ho from a place so boring you don't need to know the name. Trust me. And yeah, that's my pen name. You know, just 'cause pen names are fun and add an air of mystery. So I put together my love for K-dramas and my favorite noodles. But if you ever tell my mom that, I will deny it repeatedly. Now, before I continue, you have to like and subscribe to MSA. Sorry, but they make us say that. My mom is Italian, and she raised me and my sisters on her own in a very small town in the US. But we might as well have been living in Italy. Pretty much everyone we knew was Italian. Now, my mom has two talents. One, she's an amazing seamstress. She could make a stunning dress out of a potato sack. My sister and I used to wear all sorts of garbage when we were younger. Old curtains, bed sheets, towels, you name it. On a side note, do you know that cotton lasts for like 100 freaking years?
That's longer than the seasons of Grey's Anatomy, man.
And I thought nothing could compete with that. Sorry, what was I saying? I always lose track, pardon me. Yeah, so two, my mom knows and remembers everything and everyone in town. And she likes to talk about it a lot. Like her mouth runs as fast as her hands. You know the Bartoli family, right? Their daughter ran away with the homeless-looking boy from the Rossi family. Now, after just a week, the boy sent her back home because she doesn't know how to make a pasta. What kind of girl doesn't know how to make a pasta? So now, man, she could just go on and on about these people, and I didn't give a rat's butt about it. But I indulged Mom and heard all her gossip because I was her favorite, which is what makes me really unique. I'm the middle child, and I'm the favorite. Yeah, you heard me, an unheard of phenomenon, but you'll see why. My sister Bella is 2 years older than me, and it's not hard to see why she isn't the favorite. She's like the opposite of everything a firstborn is supposed to be. Lazy, whiny, irresponsible, and dumb as a button. Actually, buttons are quite useful, but you get the point. Like on her 9th birthday, she got a $50 note from her aunt, and I convinced her to exchange it with me for $21 notes. She was so happy she had so much money, and I was $30 richer. Also, I often got compliments on my rosy skin, which really bothered her, so one day, I let her in on my secret. Mom's been doing something special with me for years, and now I'll share it with you. You have to make a paste of baby powder, milk, crushed daisies, and a few tablespoons of mud, so you don't get pale like a ghost. And then you put it on your face for an hour, but you have to sit really still while it dries, otherwise you'll get wrinkles.
And oh, you can only do this between 4 to 5 in the afternoon because it's the golden hour. Works like magic. Worked out great. Because we were only allowed to watch TV for an hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And now I had it all to myself. This went on for a month till Bella ended up with acne. And Mom found out what she'd been doing. My younger sister June came 2 years after me. And well, she's just a sweetheart. She could have been the favorite, but our jerk dad left right after she was born, and I think it just wasn't a good time for Mom to bond with the baby. But I adore June. She's just easy to love, and she worships me. Like, I think she'd kiss my feet if I asked her to. I mean, I would never do that, of course. Only the occasional foot rub. That's not an abuse of older sibling power, right? I guess I'm the smartest of my sisters. And it's not me saying it. My teachers say it, Mom says it, everyone says it. Look, this is a picture I colored when I was just 5. No, wait, 7? Okay, fine, 10. Just focus on the colors and not on my amazing nails, okay? But since you're wondering, June did the nail art. But what really got to Bella was when anyone said I was the prettiest. Like in 7th grade, Mom had come to our school for our parent-teacher meeting, and she met with my class teacher last, who couldn't stop gushing about me. What a blessing to have a child like beep! Oh, the year I had Bella in my class, it was so hard. That's when I started my blood pressure medication. But this one, oh, she's such a marvel. And a beauty on top of that. Now, I'm not saying the other two are ugly, but they look more like you, and beep is more on her dad's side of the family with those delicate features, a bit like Cinderella and her stepsisters. That made me so uncomfortable. Like, you know how the truth can sometimes do that, but why say it, man? And Bella just lost it. She flung a bottle of ink at my teacher. Oh my God, I ruined your clothes. Now, I'm not saying they were pretty to begin with, and you'd look like a sack of turnips no matter what, but I'm still sorry. Actually, they look less tacky now. Here's some more. Oh man, I laughed so hard, I peed a little. That was my fondest Bella memory ever. And yeah, there aren't many to choose from, but that one's pretty cool. Mom was really embarrassed though, and Bella got her reputation in town for being a little cray-cray. I honestly never cared that much about looks, but I understand why people are obsessed with being pretty. You get doors opened for you, someone will give you their place in a long line, offer to carry your stuff, or give up their umbrella for you and get soaked themselves. And sometimes you try to refuse, but people won't take no for an answer. Also, pretty people are almost seen as superhumans. I mean, think of some beautiful person, and then think about them burping or farting or pooping. You can't imagine it, right? Because how could someone that pretty do something so nasty and basic? No, they must poop litter. Like this one time in 9th grade, I was in an elevator in the bank when I felt this really big urge to fart. There was no stopping it, and I let it out quietly. But man, I stank the place up, and everyone glared at this poor big guy in the lift. No one even thought for a second that it could be me. I kind of felt bad, but how could I own up to that? So yeah, life was good in my little town, but my dreams were bigger than that. I wanted to see the world and maybe become a famous singer. Oh, did I mention yet that I have a great voice? Really won the genetic lottery, huh? Please don't hate me, y'all. I'd sing at every school event and even participate in local talent shows or sing at some restaurants. And any money I made, I put away in my piggy bank. I was saving up to go to LA one day to be a star. But things took a wild turn in 11th grade. One day at breakfast, Mom was going through the mail when she nearly choked. Oh Lord, my prayers have been answered. Which ones? You pray a lot, Mom. Like seriously, God must be tired of you asking for so many things all the time. Will you just listen? You know our distant family friends, the Ricci family. Those really rich people? They once came to town 10 years ago and we went on a picnic with them. And that Mrs. Ricci kept trying to get my mother's lasagna recipe from me. But I told her it was going to me with my grave. And then she tried to
Get to the point, Mom!
All right! Anyway, they have a son who's a year older than Bella. And she wrote to me saying that she wants to come and see my girls. And hopefully choose one to get married to him. Isn't that amazing? Mom, this is America, and it's 2022. No teenager gets married. Oh my God, it's all I ever wanted. I've always wanted to be Mrs. Richie Rich. Yes, 100 times yes. Oh, it's like I'm Cinderella. I'll never have to work a day in my life again. You already never worked a day in your life, Bella. Look, Bella is almost 20. She barely passed school, she's useless around the house, and she'll never get a job. Also, people in town still think she's, unstable. Getting her married off to someone who isn't from around here is the best we can do. For us.
Here.
Now listen, the only problem in this plan is you. I don't want to have you around when they come over. They might choose you instead, and I don't want to ruin this chance for us. I mean, for Bella. Fine by me. The Ritchie family was coming over that weekend, so Mom sent me off to my aunt a day in advance, right to the other end of town. I was in for a relaxing weekend. Aunt's house was close to a lake, so the next afternoon, I was sitting by the water practicing my singing when I spotted a boy swimming. And oh, mother may I, his blonde hair shone in the sunlight and the water rippled smoothly over his strong arms. Wow. Now, don't think I'm boy crazy. I find most guys annoying, actually. And who knew? Maybe this one was annoying too. But who minds a little eye candy? It's the only candy that's good for you. But suddenly, he let out a sound I've only ever heard a cow make in labor. A jellyfish bit me! He passed out and started sinking. I swam like a graceful mermaid towards him. Man, he weighed a ton. I managed to drag him to the shore and checked his heartbeat. Yeah, he was gonna live. And up close, he did look kind of annoying. You know, those boys who are too pretty and think the universe revolves around them? Yeah, he was definitely giving off those vibes. I thought I'd wait around till he came out of his beauty nap, so I started singing one of my original songs. You wanna hear about this girl who makes jealous witches hurl? She had beauty, she had brains, there was talent in her veins. Not that everyone was dumb, but the town made her numb. What? Stay here forever, that made her feel bummed. She knew that there was more, so much more to her life than the gossip and the small talk, being a dumb man's dumb wife. It's not hard to see, the girl I'm talking about is me. So if you wanna hear the rest, pay up now, it's not for free. Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I'd almost forgotten the boy who was staring right up at me.
Wow, you're a goddess, an angel. That voice? And you saved me, right?
Yeah, but anyone would have done the same in my place. It's not special.
Of course it's special. You saved my life. I think I'm in love with you.
Aw, man. This boy was dumber than I'd thought. That's so sweet. You know what? You still look pale. You should lie back down, and I'm gonna go make a mixture of herbs for your jellyfish bite.
Oh, I've forgotten all of my pain, except that ache in my heart.
Yes, we'll deal with that too. Just close your eyes and I'll be back before you know it. I skipped off all the way to my aunt's house. I'd be gone in 2 days from here, and I'd never bump into him. When I returned home, I went through the back door into the kitchen. Just as I popped a muffin in my mouth, Mom walked in. What are you doing here? Hello, I live here? I'm your favorite child, remember? Shh, keep your voice low. The Ritchie family came for a second visit today, and they're in the house right now. You better not come out. Okay, I'll just stay here. Just leave the cakes, woman.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for the bath. Oh my god, it's you, the rapping angel.
What the freaking fruitcake? The Ritchie boy was the guy I'd saved from the lake? Apparently, he'd stopped for a swim on their way here. His name was Luca, and he told his parents he was in love with me, and he'd marry me, or marry no one. Such a drama queen. He cried, Bella cried, his parents begged, Mom panicked, and she sent them away saying, "We need time to think." You really went out of your way for these guests, Mom. You never make pasta for me. And yum, I haven't had this pastry in ages. Will you please get serious for a minute? What are we going to do? About what, Mom? I'm not getting married, duh. You don't have to get married. It could just be an engagement till you know him better. Okay, fine, just be his girlfriend. It's too good a proposal to pass. And I wanted it for Bella, but if it's not happening for her, you have to accept it. Before I could reply, Bella came flying at me. You stupid witch! I'm not letting you get away with this. Gosh, Bella, have you gained weight? Get off, you baby cow! I was so close to getting everything I've ever wanted, and you ruined it! I didn't do anything, and Luca is an idiot. Don't say that! He and I are perfect for each other! You're actually just reinforcing my point. Ow! Just stop it, both of you.
I'll never forgive you, beep, and I'll curse you every single day for the rest of my life. I wish that you gain stubborn fat on your thighs that never leaves you.
Well, I won't bore you with the details of what happened after. You know those annoying people who say, long story short, and then tell you every detail and all the bonus scenes? Yeah, I hate that. Anyway, I turned down the proposal, the Ritchie family left, but Luca sent letters non-stop. Bella stopped talking to me, which was amazing, but Mom stopped talking to me too. And then a month later, she got really sick. I ended up using all my savings for her treatment, and somehow, she emotionally blackmailed me into agreeing to date Luca. See, with great favoritism comes great responsibility. Mom favored me all her life, and as her perfect child, I felt the responsibility to make her happy now. Really, it's not easy being me. Of course, Bella was furious, and after she gave all my clothes to the neighborhood dogs, she started muttering things under her breath whenever she saw me. Gosh, so immature. Thankfully, Luca lived very far away and we just talked on the phone. But he called so much that eventually I made June take his calls and say, every other minute. He never knew it wasn't me. But he was supportive of all my singing dreams and said we could move anywhere I wanted to pursue them. Maybe sometimes your dreams come true in a way you didn't expect? Then one morning, I woke up with a really sore throat. I tried calling out to June for water, but my voice was gone. It turned out that I had laryngitis, and I was mute. The doctor said they couldn't say if my voice would come back. This was the first time in my life I was truly depressed. I could see all my dreams slipping away. Mom announced excitedly that Luca was coming, like that was supposed to cheer me up, and Bella's smug face made everything 10 times worse. One day at dinner, she turned to me.
See, I told you I'd curse you. You've lost your precious voice because of my curses. Or maybe it's just karma. For the first time in your life, you get what you deserve. For once, you lose. And something inside me just snapped. I threw my pasta at her face and then jumped on her. It took June and Mom some serious effort to save her miserable butt. Later that night, I was crying angry tears in my room when June slipped in. You know it's not Bella's curses, right? Of course I know. She's just unbearable. Why is she like this? Maybe because it's not easy to live in your shadow? She's always been told she's not as good as you. She's never even tried. Maybe because there isn't any point. You're pretty much perfect. How come you turned out so nice? It doesn't bother me that you're better. Also, being nice is easy. Being mean is hard. And it doesn't even feel good. Why are you writing things down? I have no idea. June had given me some food for thought. I guess it wasn't fun to always be compared to someone. And I guess I never made it easier for Bella either. Maybe I could start now. So when Luca arrived a few days later, I told him I was breaking up with him. He held my hands and looked really sad. Ha! See? I see a smirk! Animator, please go back a little bit. Okay, Animator, you can continue.
It's not that I don't care for you, babe, but yeah, I totally get it. You need your space. Maybe if you get your voice back, give me a call?
I won't be doing that, but I think you should ask out Bella. Trust me, you guys are made for each other. Looks like he listened because when I went down later, Bella sprung on me like a python. Oh, thank you, my amazing, lovely sister. I'll start a prayer circle for you tomorrow and you'll get your voice back in no time. You'll see. Now let's kiss and make up, but only in the air because I don't want to ruin my lipstick. Bella and Luca got married a month later and she left. And that is my favorite Bella memory, watching her leave. One evening, it was just me and June, and I was sipping tea when I spilled some on myself. Ow! June and I looked at each other in shock. I tried speaking a bit more, and I could. My voice wasn't totally normal yet, but it was coming back. We both started crying and dancing around for joy. My voice did recover completely, and I was able to sing again. But I felt a bit different. I felt more appreciative of the things I'd taken for granted. And June was wrong. Being nice was freaking hard. Much easier to be selfish. But I wanted to be nicer, and I really tried. A few months later on my birthday, Mom and June surprised me with a ticket to LA. The American Idol auditions are happening there next week, and you deserve this chance, love. I'd always waited for an opportunity like this, and now it was here. I was excited and scared. Good scared, though. Here I come, world.
Also, in case you're wondering, this is not my real voice, obviously. They hired a professional voice actress to do the job. I can't do it.
You know
know you can't be perfect at everything. Also, if you want a part 2 of me telling you what happened in LA, please comment Ramen Lehman Ho, our amazing MSA character. Okay, thanks, bye! I just finished 5 photo shoots in London, attended a fashion show in Paris, done an interview for Vogue Italia, and now my exhausted body was about to have some pampering in the fanciest hotel in Greece, all by myself. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang in my room. I went to go check what it was, and I was shocked to see one of my luggage bags moving. I slowly opened it, and a creepy stranger suddenly sprang out from it while sniffing my favorite dress. My bodyguards rushed as I screamed in horror. This is a serious invasion of my privacy. Take him away right now.
Iris, I'm begging you. Just one kiss and a selfie. I'm your #1 fan!
Oh, please. Can I ever get a freaking break? Hi, my name is Iris, and I'm a famous supermodel with a billionaire boyfriend. It might sound like every teenage girl's dream, but for me, it was my worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. The hotel incident was circulating on the news in no time, and as soon as I reached my parents, they immediately fired my bodyguards. I forced my manager to clear my schedule for a week so I could just breathe, but the universe literally said no. While I was doing yoga in my room, someone suddenly barged in. It was my new boyfriend, Rocco. He was the son of an A-list actor, and he seemed pretty cool. Not to mention, really, really hot. Rocco, what are you doing here?
It's been 8 minutes since my last chat. Why aren't you replying?
You came all the way here just for that?
No, I came here to do this. Will you marry me?
What the freaking crabs? Are you crazy? We'd been dating for like 5 days.
You made me believe you loved me.
I don't even know your eye color, Rocco. Suddenly, he started bawling like a baby on the floor.
Oh my God, my heart. It hurts so bad.
What the heck are you doing?
I love you, Iris. I won't leave until you say yes.
He really meant it, and I had to have him thrown out by security. After all the crazy incidents with the paparazzi and my fans, Rocco was the last straw, and I'd finally had enough. I was tired of being worshipped and followed because I was a famous model. One day, as I was watching my favorite channel, MSA, I came across a video of a model who got plastic surgery to change her identity. It would be amazing to just disappear and return as a completely different person. Wait, that was actually a great idea. I tried on a black wig with bangs to cover my eyes, changed my eye color from blue to green, threw in some makeup and baggy clothes, and I couldn't even recognize myself. Mom screamed upon seeing me and almost reported me as a trespasser. I told them about my plan of giving up my career and identity for a while, and Dad told me I was crazy. No, Dad, I'm not. I just want to be a normal girl living a normal life with no bodyguards and obsessed fans around me 24/7. I want to live somewhere else that no one knows about. I've been homeschooled all my life, and now I want to go to an actual school and have friends. Please, let me have this. I'm begging you. They were speechless for a whole minute.
Do as you please, sweetheart. Take a break for as long as you want. You deserve it.
Dad?
Fine, but on one condition. I'll choose the apartment for you, and you have to take at least 2 maids with you.
Deal. And just like that, I was off to a new chapter in my life as the cool and mysterious Siri. As I was walking towards the school building on my first day, I suddenly stopped upon seeing a scary dog in the middle of the road. And when it started to chase me, suddenly a skateboard came flying into the air, scaring it away. Gosh, that was close. I turned to my savior, and he was cute. Hey there, thanks for saving my life.
What? I was just doing a backflip and my skateboard slipped.
You still saved my life. What's your name?
You're not my type, sweet cakes, so move on.
Wait, did he just reject me? Well, that was something new. I had never felt so lost when I finally got into the school building. Everyone was wearing Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, and Prada, and they were all fake. Was this an actual school or an amateur fashion club? And everyone was looking at me like I was wearing something disgusting. Was it because of my oversized hoodie? But I had to look as different as I possibly could from my original self. When I finally got into my class, no one even glanced at me. For the first time, I felt invisible, and I wasn't complaining. I headed to an empty seat, but before I could finally sit, a girl put gum on it. I don't sit with losers. Me? A loser? Huh? Just then, a familiar guy came in. It was the skater boy.
Hey, do you remember me? We met earlier today. Are you stalking me? Just give it up, Sweet Cakes.
I was already here, and my name isn't Sweet Cakes, it's Siri.
So, you're like the real-life Siri, iPhone's virtual assistant?
I just spelled my name backward for this identity, and that hadn't even crossed my mind.
Hey guys, we got the real-life Siri over here.
Then they all started making fun of my fake name, and it was so annoying. Hey Siri, can I eat my shoes without dying?
Hey Siri, would a worm eat a dead worm?
I put my headphones on, but Skater Boy took them off.
Why aren't you answering our questions? Are you glitching or something?
Haven't you heard of the latest Apple update? Siri won't answer stupid questions from now on.
I didn't know Siri was actually feisty.
Just then, a familiar girl entered, and her eyes went straight to me. OMG, what a terrible day to have eyes. That outfit is horrible. Someone take this new girl out of this room right now.
Stop acting like you're the fashion queen, Peyton. Remember how you got rejected for a commercial and never made it as a model? And your tantrum video went viral?
Those people were just blind. I couldn't believe they chose that trash Iris over me. She stole my place.
Iris is not trash. Iris is a goddess.
Wait, Iris? Sorry to butt in, but are you guys talking about the supermodel? Yes, the worst supermodel of all time. Oh, now I remembered this girl. She'd auditioned with me for the commercial that launched my career, and she'd thrown a huge tantrum when she wasn't selected. And Skater Boy actually had a crush on me. How interesting. Soon, I learned that his name was Marcus. He was living in the same neighborhood as mine, and he was famous for his pranks. One time, he brought a freaking cow to school and left it at the top of the stairs. No one knew how he managed to do it. Another time, he stole the teacher's necklace and replaced it with a fake snake, and she literally passed out. He was insane. One day in the library, I was trying to get a book from a higher shelf, but I couldn't reach it, and he suddenly appeared behind me.
You need help?
Yes, please. I need that book over there. To my surprise, he transferred it to the very top shelf instead and walked off. Ugh, he was really something else. It was lunchtime and I was starving. As a model, I was always on a very strict diet, but now I could eat whatever I wanted. No one wanted to sit with me, so I chose a table at the corner. And just then, Marcus came over with his friends.
This is our table. Go away.
Sorry, I didn't see your name on it. Can't we share it?
We can, but on one condition. You have to clean my skateboard later. I ran over a huge pile of poop.
No thanks. I'd rather eat on the floor. And with that, I did what I said, and everyone looked so confused. Marcus started calling me a weirdo since then. Over the next few days, I noticed that Peyton kept spreading fake information about me, the model Iris. She obviously hated me and wanted everyone to join the club. I heard that her breath smells like cat's poop and her head is full of dandruff, and all her boyfriends ditched her because she's too clingy. Oh my god, ew, why is she even a model? You're way better than her, girl. I know, right? So unfair. I don't deserve this. I was about to say something, but someone did it for me first.
Stop farting through your mouth, Peyton. Those are all lies.
Truth hurts, darling. I heard she quit modeling. Maybe she finally realized she isn't anything special. Yet somehow she's a famous supermodel with tons of fans, and you've got this lame haters club in school. You seem obsessed with her. Marcus burst out laughing and shouted,
"You tell her, weirdo."
While Peyton looked furious. I thought she'd rip my hair out, but instead she just stormed off angrily. On my way to class the next day, a girl bumped into me and spilled her coffee all over my shirt right before a presentation. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. She offered to lend me her extra shirt in her locker, and I thought that was really nice of her. But in the middle of the presentation, I started scratching myself and I couldn't stop. Soon, everyone was laughing like wild hyenas, including Marcus. When I saw my reflection, I could barely recognize myself. My skin was red and bloated. I looked like a pufferfish. Just then, I saw Peyton and that girl high-fiving. I knew they'd planned this. Oh, I was so gonna make her pay. I was then sent to the clinic, and the nurse told me to continue my treatment at home. Later that night, I was about to sleep when someone crashed through my window. I grabbed a bat to attack the intruder, and then I realized it was Marcus.
Relax, weirdo. It's just me.
Oh no, I didn't have my wig and contact lens on. I grabbed my shades and wrapped a pillowcase around my hair before facing him.
Why are you wearing that at midnight? You look like a stupid sushi roll.
I don't have to explain myself to you. Anyway, get out! You're trespassing!
Calm down, okay? I just wanted to give you this. An apology gift for laughing at you earlier.
I was about to smile when I realized that it was a pufferfish. Seriously?
Ow.
He then told me that he overheard Peyton and her friend talking about how they'd put some chemical on that shirt.
That was really uncool. Let's go to her house tonight and release tons of bugs in her room.
No, I don't like that kind of revenge. It's lame.
Tell me what's not lame then.
Oh, you'll know it tomorrow. The next day, I surprised everyone by wearing the most expensive Gucci hoodie and boots as I walked in the hallway like a fashion model. You think you're a star now just because you're wearing fake Gucci? Wake up, dummy. You're dreaming. Are you talking about yourself? I slapped her with the receipt of the items, and she suddenly forgot how to speak.
Dude, that was so cool. You literally ate that witch alive.
That's how you do it.
Teach me your ways, senpai.
Only if you'll stop making fun of me.
That's kind of hard, but I'll try.
Marcus and I became closer over the next few months. I always had fun with him, even when he talked about Iris 90% of the time. One time he took me to his place, and I was shocked to see how many posters he had of me.
Just look at her. How can someone be that perfect? It's just unfair to every other girl. No one could ever measure up to her.
Wow, he was beginning to sound as loco as Rocco. But at least there was no danger he'd ever be obsessed with Siri. One weekend we went to the park, and he taught me some skateboarding tricks. As a model, I was always careful never to do anything that might get me injured, but this was really fun. And the very next second, the skateboard slipped from under my feet and I went flying backwards. But before my head could hit the ground, Marcus caught me.
Whoa, easy there. You okay?
His face was so close to mine as he looked down in concern, and I noticed for the first time how lovely his eyes were.
Hello? You're kinda heavy, girl. Can you please try to stand up now?
I immediately jumped to my feet. Heavy? I was model thin. Jerk. We skateboarded a bit more and then fell onto the grass to rest. Can I ask you a question, Marcus?
You already asked, dummy.
Why do you love Iris? I mean, how do you love a person when you haven't even met her? Is it just because she's pretty?
3 years back, my sister got sick, and in the hospital, this beautiful girl paid a visit to the kids there and gave them some gifts. I'll never forget how sweet and kind she was to my sister. I didn't know then that she was actually a supermodel, and since then, I started admiring her from afar. I told you, she's perfect.
Oh, so he actually liked me for that and not just because I was pretty. And I felt like I wanted to tell him the truth about me, but I couldn't. Not yet. A few days later, some girls were drooling over a guy in the hallway, and I almost choked on my saliva when I realized who it was. Rocco! Oh my God, what was he doing here?
I need to find Iris. My heart told me she was here. I could literally smell her.
As I ran to the restroom, my wig got caught on something and it almost fell off. I quickly ran to the restroom and fixed it before anyone noticed. Phew! And then I called my dad to tell him about this. He suggested transferring to another school, but something was stopping me. I'd just settled in, and well, there was Marcus. But thank God Rocco was gone when I got out. A few days later, our drama club teacher decided to pair me with Marcus, and there was a scene where we had to kiss and we needed to practice it in front of everyone.
Yuck. No way I'm kissing her.
He then pretended to throw up. What's wrong with kissing me? It's not a big deal.
I just don't want my lips to be tainted by yours.
Excuse me? My lips are not poisonous or gross. The audience started chanting for us to kiss already, but he kept making lame excuses to delay it. Oh, the irony. He was obsessed with Iris, but allergic to Siri. And it was so confusing. Our teacher lost her patience, so we had no choice but to do it. I closed my eyes, and as his lips touched mine, I felt a storm of butterflies in my stomach. He immediately pulled away and yelled,
"This is officially the worst day of my life."
He was pissing me off. I just stormed off after drama class and ignored him all day. Later, when I was walking back home, he caught up with me.
"Hey, are you in a bad mood or something? You left without waiting for me."
"So? I can do whatever I want. You can't find your way home without me?"
"What's the matter with you?"
"Nothing. Can't a girl walk in peace?"
"Oh, come on. Is it about the kiss? I'm sorry if I overreacted."
"It's not about that. But kissing me is not yuck, okay? There are tons of boys who'd love to kiss me."
"Oh yeah? Who'd want to kiss a weirdo like you?"
"Oh, you have no idea, dude."
"So what? Did you actually want me to enjoy it?"
"No, I didn't want you to, but yeah, you should have. I've been told I'm a really good kisser."
"Okay, let me try it again then."
I was caught off guard when he suddenly pulled me into a very hot kiss. I was catching my breath as he finally let go of me. That was, wow.
I didn't want to kiss you before because I wanted our first kiss to be special.
He then turned around and left, leaving me completely stunned. I wasn't able to sleep that night because I couldn't stop thinking about our mind-blowing kiss. He liked me. The next day, he wasn't talking to me all day, and it was pure torture. Should I tell him the truth and admit my feelings for him now? I had to, tonight. Unfortunately, Peyton got bored and threw a huge party. I learned that Marcus was going, so I did too, only to regret it instantly. Because just 10 minutes into the party, Peyton suddenly gathered everyone's attention. I prepared a little show for you guys. Are you ready to see it? She started showing pictures of me as Iris. Oh, so she was doing her smear campaigns during parties now? Did you guys know that this famous model, suddenly she splashed water on my face and took my wig off, has been here with us the whole time? Yes, I discovered your little secret in the bathroom one day. So you got bored of your perfect life and decided to fool us all? Oh my God! I met Marcus's eyes across the room and he looked super shocked. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the crowd went wild. And before they could jump on me, I ran out of her mansion and called Dad to take me home. The news instantly reached mainstream media, so I was forced to quit school and filed a restraining order against Rocco before he could come looking for me again. I'd been trying to contact Marcus to explain everything, but he never returned my calls and it was killing me. One day, my parents went on a business trip and I was left alone in our mansion. Just then, I heard someone yelling downstairs. I walked to the balcony and saw Marcus being held down by my bodyguards.
"Siri, Iris, whatever your name is, I just want to talk to you, please."
"Let go of him, boys." My heart was pounding hard as I met with him downstairs. "Marcus, what are you doing here?" He just threw a magazine in front of me and said,
"I want an autograph."
"Huh? Did he come here as a fan or what?" I picked it up, and while I was signing,
I was enjoying my ice cream cone when I heard screaming and saw people running from a nearby bank. Most girls would go for safety, but I am not like most girls. I ran towards the bank and saw a robber in a ski mask holding a hostage. I had to think fast. I pulled my hood over my head, hid my ice cream cone around my back, and entered the bank. "Nobody move! I'm robbing this bank!" The robber turned around, totally confused.
This is awkward. I'm actually robbing this place, so...
No way! What a coincidence! Let's team up.
Sorry, sister. I work alone.
As the robber moved his gun to talk to me, I threw my ice cream, splattering him in the face. I moved like the Flash, grabbed his gun, pointed it at him, and he surrendered immediately. Hi, I'm Astrid, and all I've ever wanted to be is a hero. Fun fact, I'm actually the youngest girl to ever go through Navy SEAL training. Well, thanks to my military family. I'm the youngest girl of 5 brothers, all in the Marines. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's military training in itself, right? And you are so right. But before I continue my truly action-packed girl power story, please like and subscribe. Everyone was telling me how heroic I was. I felt amazing until I overheard one handsome guy in the crowd respond.
Wow, she's amazing!
Yeah, she's brave, but also stupid to put herself and others in danger. She should have let the police handle it.
What was his deal? I turned towards that jerk to give him a piece of my mind, but a muscular hand grabbed my arm and pulled me away. My eyes sparkled with excitement when I realized that hand belonged to Aiden, my oldest brother's best friend from boot camp. And I totally had the biggest crush on him ever since I saw him hugging my brother at his graduation.
Wow, Astrid. I was in the area and saw everything. Can I take you out for lunch?
Pinch me, because Aiden just asked me out on a date. Ah!
Are you okay?
Sir, yes, sir. I followed Aiden to a nearby park where he had rented a rowboat for us. This was my notebook moment, minus the dying grandparents. I prepared myself for Aiden's love confession. When he leaned in, I readied my lips.
Now that we're alone, I wanted to offer you a job on behalf of the president.
What?
I work in secret operations, and there's a job you'd be perfect for. Have you ever considered going undercover?
Like a spy? Well, not really.
We've been chasing this exotic animal trader known as Wildcat Carla. We think she just stole a bunch of albino tigers from a nature preserve and wants to turn them into coats.
What a monster. But wait, the president cares that much about animals?
Actually, the president wants her in jail for other things as well, but they're top secret.
Ah.
We also discovered she's looking for a housekeeper, and we need to get you on the inside.
So, you want me to pretend to be a housekeeper just to collect evidence on this Carla Cat girl? Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm good at cleaning.
No, but you were raised by a military family, and I've been to your house. It's spotless.
He had a point. We have a saying at home, cleanliness is close to godliness.
We need a girl so it's not suspicious, especially one who can defend herself just in case. Someone I can trust completely, and it's only you who comes to mind.
Mind? I wish I was closer to his heart than his mind.
And if you're able to confirm that Carla has the tigers, we'll pay you $3 million.
I'm in. That wasn't a bad deal. I got the job easily, but when I showed up, I realized this place was a dump. No wonder no one else wanted this job. I turned a corner cleaning when, crash! I slammed into one Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. To my shock, it was the same jerk who called me stupid after I had saved all those people at the bank. Thankfully, he didn't recognize me. Achoo! Then this thirst trap started sneezing everywhere. Suddenly, Wildcat Carla came running in. What have you done, you stupid girl? My son, Mason, is highly allergic to dust. And he sneezed right on Carla's face. I'll fix this. I grabbed Mason and ran to the bathroom, throwing him into the shower as fast as I could. As water poured down on us, Mason stopped sneezing. If he wasn't known as a jerk, or I was so worried about keeping my job, I would have considered this romantic. I turned off the water, but Mason kept blinking at me. You good?
Yeah, you saved me.
You can stay, for now. And Carla disappeared back into the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm just a housekeeper. But if I save a few lives, I guess that's a win-win.
No, I mean about my mom. She can be a lot. Sure you're up for this?
Why wouldn't I be?
You look delicate, and it's a tough job.
And then I grabbed him with one hand and pulled him to his feet in one swoop. Mason was floored, literally. How's that for delicate? I walked off like the awesome boss I am. The look on Mason's face told me he would not make that mistake again. The next day when sweeping, I saw Carla enter a suspicious warehouse on the edge of her property. I was just done setting up some microphones when…
Well, if it isn't my hot housekeeper.
The name is Astrid.
I'm throwing a party here tonight and I want you to clean it up for me, since you are my employee.
And then, with a flip of his hair, he walked away before I could answer. I showed up to the party that night with a new +1, my mop. Romantic, right? But Mason's friends were bigger jerks than he was. They started having mess-making contests and would force me to clean up after them, laugh, then make a mess all over again. You better stop unless you want me to kick all of your butts. Before I could even wind up my fist, Mason snapped his fingers and security escorted those losers out.
She is my housekeeper, not yours!
Hello? I don't need you to fight my battles for me. I can clean up after myself. But as I stepped forward to give it to him, I slipped on a spilled drink and clumsily fell into Mason's arms. My face instantly flushed.
Looks like you need to be a better housekeeper. Want to dance?
But before I could reject him, this pretty girl pulled Mason away and started dancing with him. Ew, don't dance with the help, dance with me. My stomach clenched. What a rude and privileged girl, but also, oh no, was this jealousy I was feeling? Stop it, Astrid, don't get attached. Suddenly, this muscular dude came up to the two of them and pulled Mason away.
That's my girlfriend, jerk!
He threw a punch at Mason. Out of instinct, I jumped in, blocked it, then flipped the bully onto a nearby table, shattering it. Mason looked at me like I was Wonder Woman.
How did you do that?
My parents taught me karate straight out of the womb. It wasn't a total lie.
That was incredible! I want you to teach me how to fight, just like that, starting tomorrow.
Wait, what? That night, I called Aiden and told him everything.
Astrid, you can't get involved with Mason. His mother's a criminal.
I'm not getting involved. I want you, dummy.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You should get Mason to fall in love with you. Maybe then he'll tell you his mother's secrets.
I don't want to be his girlfriend. He's called me stupid when I saved everyone at the bank.
You're undercover, Astrid. This is your chance to get him back, make him fall in love with you, and then show him who's really stupid.
I guess he had a point. The next morning, Mason burst into my room as excited as a schoolgirl.
Training time, it's Astrid and Mason's training time.
Gosh, he was annoying. But why did he look cute being excited? Ugh, focus, Astrid. Aiden's idea was already paying off because Mason took me into the warehouse through a key card he kept in his jacket. Noted. But inside, no tigers. Show me what you got. And what he had was pathetic. Mason got tired after 2 tiny punches. You're gonna need more focus if you want to defend yourself.
Yeah, I know. Mom tried to teach me how to fight once. I got 1 punch in and she spent 3 hours telling me everything I did wrong for 1 punch. She was right, I should just give up.
No, Mason, you have what it takes. Just, you have to believe in yourself. You got this. He got back up, more confident than before. Sure, he wasn't perfect by the end of the day, but he had thrown some solid hits. He even hugged me.
Thank you for believing in me.
Anytime?
Hey, my mom wants you to come with me to her zoo tomorrow.
I'm in. This was the first big lead I had in weeks. But when we pulled up, a protesting group of animal lovers blocked the entrance. They had signs accusing Mason's mom of animal cruelty. Mason instantly turned the car around. He didn't speak for the whole drive back. He seemed embarrassed. We got back into Mason's and he looked really sad, so I grabbed his hand and my heart fluttered a bit. Is everything okay?
I have to be honest with you, Astrid. My mom didn't actually order you to come to the zoo with me. I like you, and I was worried you'd say no. You're the strongest, most beautiful girl I've ever met.
Aw, thanks.
My mom's been accused of some bad stuff. None of it is true, but I understand if you don't want to be with me.
Mason, I work for your mom, and I don't want her to get the wrong idea. I had to wrap this mission up as soon as possible. I knew Aiden said I could hurt him, but that doesn't mean I should. Besides, I actually started to like him. That night, when Mason was asleep, I snuck into his room and stole his key card from his jacket. I entered the warehouse, but a hand grabbed me and turned me around. It was Mason!
Astrid, how did you get my key card?
You gave me this.
What? When?
I panicked, grabbed his shirt, and kissed him as hard as I could. Mason, I changed my mind. I am madly in love with you.
I knew it.
I guess I had distracted him well because he only said,
I have a surprise for you tomorrow.
The next day, I was shocked to see a helicopter waiting for us. Mason flew us up to have the most romantic dinner of my life on top of a frozen mountain.
I had the chef make you one of everything, since I wasn't sure what was your favorite.
He held out a rose like the absolute gentleman I realized he was. I really have to pee. I called Aiden, but he was totally aloof.
For all we know, those tigers could be coats by now due to your puppy love routine.
I'm just doing what you told me to do.
Well, do it better. You're running out of time.
The next morning, I woke up with a horrible cold, probably from the snow, and Mason was sitting on the edge of my bed staring at me like I was an art exhibit.
I should have brought you a coat too. This is all my fault. Let me take care of you.
And before I could say anything, Mason sprung into action. Wow, you're really good at this.
I love nursing things back to health. Did you know I always wanted to be a vet?
No way.
Way? I love animals so much. Their cute little faces, they're the best. I would never do anything to hurt them.
You can still be a vet if you want.
You don't understand. After my dad left us, there was only Mom, so I couldn't say no to her. And she wanted me to follow her footsteps in her business.
And what kind of business is that?
If I show you, will you promise to keep it a secret?
I nodded. This was my chance. And Mason pulled me out of bed. He took me inside the warehouse and used his key card to open the secret door behind a punching mat. Whoa!
Shh! Mom can't know I took you here.
We walked down some secret steps into a huge pen where I was confronted with all the tigers. I instantly took a pic and hit send to Aiden. Gotcha.
Hey, you can't do that!
Sorry, just instinct.
Well, just don't send them to anyone. My mom is protecting these endangered animals from being experimented on.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course. That's what she told me.
Had I just made a huge mistake? Maybe Mason's mom wasn't the Cruella de Vil I was told she was. Gotta pee again. I ran up the stairs and called Aiden.
Great job, Astrid. The special agents are on their way because of you.
Tell the police to stay where they are. Carla is protecting the tigers, not turning them into coats.
He's lying to you, Astrid.
I don't. Suddenly, 2 strong hands grabbed me. It was Carla. I knew I never should have hired you.
Mom, let go of my girlfriend!
We turned to see Mason standing in the corner, distraught. Some girlfriend? This little double agent just called the cops on Mommy's operation.
Astrid? You what?
I can explain, Mason. Your mom wanted to turn the tigers into coats, not save them.
Mom, is this true?
And by the sheer look on Carla's face, I could tell it was true. Just then, the military burst into the warehouse, arrested her, and rounded up all the tigers safely. And then a familiar arm wrapped itself around me.
Great work, Astrid. It takes a lot to pretend to fall in love with someone just to get information out of them. You've earned this.
And he handed me a suitcase filled with cash. I turned around to see Mason staring at me. Aiden got to him first, though.
She's come a long way from that stupid girl at the bank, hasn't she?
What? That was you? I knew you looked familiar.
Mason, wait, it's not what you think.
I can't believe I trusted you, Astrid. I gave you my heart, and you locked my mom up.
Mason, I'm sorry. I like you.
Yeah, right. You think I believe you after you just lied to my face for months? Goodbye, Astrid. Forever.
I couldn't blame him for blowing up on me, but he didn't realize that I had actually fallen in love with him during everything. The next week, Aiden asked me out. This was everything I thought I wanted, yet why did I feel so sad about Mason? He took me out on a rowboat again, but this time he leaned in and said,
The president wants to hire you as a full-time secret agent, if you want.
What? I thought you were gonna tell me you loved me.
Oh, Astrid, I do love you. Just not in that way. Didn't you know your brother and I are a couple?
I was definitely happy for them, but I also felt silly for obsessing over Aiden for years. Clearly, I wasn't his type.
So, what's it gonna be? You want the job?
But I politely turned him down. Going undercover wasn't worth it if it meant hurting someone I cared about. I texted Mason a novel of an apology, but he blocked my number. I guess I deserved it. A few years later, I was walking in the park when I saw our hurt baby bird. I wrapped it gently in my handkerchief and was pointed to the best animal hospital in town. When I arrived there, I was shocked to see Mason tending to a sick hamster. My heart raced. It had been too long. I pushed the door open and Mason looked up. For a split second, our eyes locked. The world seemed to fade, then reality set back in. I found this little one and thought you'd be able to help. I heard you're the best in town. Mason smiled softly.
Always the hero, huh, Astrid?
As we looked at each other, the weight of our past seemed both heavy and distant. I'm sorry, Mason. Not just for how things ended, but for everything.
It hurt, Astrid. Not just what happened with my mother, but thinking that everything between us was just an act.
It wasn't. Not all of it. Not the moments that truly mattered. Mason took a deep breath, releasing the bird, which flew away.
Second chances are rare, but I believe everyone deserves one.
Even someone like me? He reached out, wiping away a tear with his thumb.
Especially for someone like you.
The room suddenly felt lighter, and we both felt hopeful. We knew there were tough times ahead, but together, it felt like we could do anything.